Ladies and gentlemen, Nioh 2 is a prime example of a proper sequel. It is a game that develops on the foundation built by its predecessor in a manner that, objectively speaking, is more of the same, but it is delivered in a different way that feels varied enough for the game to stand as its own unique experience, right beside Nioh 1 without making it obsolete. Neighbors. As the director Fumihiko Yasuda put it, Nioh 1 is a samurai game,
サムライのアクションであったり、サムライとの戦いっていう部分が
and Nioh 2 is a yokai game.
妖怪との戦いみたいなところにより、集中したタイトルにしようっていうのは決めていて。
That unique experience is what we're going to dive into with this video, which means I'll be going over the story as it unfolds. I'll be shedding light on the folklore and historic inspirations with visual quips and/or unhinged nerdy yapping, and I'll display the game's mechanics in a manner that will hopefully make you feel like you've experienced Nioh 2. That means there will be as much, if not more, history lessons as there is talk about gameplay mechanics. With that said, what is Nioh 2? Well, obviously, Nioh 2 is a sequel to Nioh, an action game that a lot of people would call a Souls-like because of surface-level elements that don't make Nioh Nioh. It is in fact an intense action game that provides a one-of-a-kind experience with its implementation of mechanics and fusion of Japanese history and folklore. But Nioh 2 is also a prequel to Nioh, as it mostly tackles events leading up to the story of the first game, which brings one important question to the table. Which should you play first? There is merit to going either way here, but ultimately I have to say that playing these beautiful games chronologically is the definitive way of experiencing them. Technically speaking, Nioh 2 looks and feels better. That much is to be expected. But it also has a lot of little moments that only land with the context of the first game in mind. Being that it's a prequel sequel, there are many returning mechanics, enemies, and NPCs that I have already covered in my Nioh Serjuhspective. So I'd suggest giving that a look, as I'll mostly be building on what was said there while providing a brief summary where need be. With that out of the way, it is time to start
In the beginning, yeah.
The game opens with a woman telling a tale. Long ago, a man with horns appeared in a village to the warm embrace of the people who perceived him to bring blessings from the spirit world. But with time, the joy turned into fear that tormented the man, causing him to attack the villagers and turn into a demon. Until one day, a village youth made a stand by forging a luminous blade with golden stones that would cut the demon down. Before we find out to whom the blade would be entrusted to, the tale is abrupted by the sound of the teller getting stabbed. A super evil looking wizard appears and stabs us too, before opening the gates of hell or something. Honestly, judging by the redness, this could be a portal to the Dead Money DLC. The woman that was telling the tale crawls to us and hands us a glowing dagger, while saying, "Live on, my child. Be strong." With that, the game puts us in the shoes of
William.
I'm just kidding. It puts us in the shoes of Bakrako Bungis, or Brie von Buckstein, or anything you can conjure up. As following the cutscene, we are met with the character creation screen, where you can design the silent protagonist to your heart's content, while your character's parents comment on tweaks being made. The character customization here is decent. You have a lot of parameters within parameters to tweak hairstyles, makeup, and such to make your character pretty, to make him ugly, to give him big boobie or small boobie. And you can pretty much sculpt your character around most iconic figures. But at the same time, you don't quite have the parameters to make the kind of abominations you see in From Software's games.
Why so serious?
Which is probably for the best, because this game's source material is real history after all. What I do really like here is that you can customize the appearance of your character's yokai forms, which right off the bat tells you that you're getting into something different with this sequel. For the purpose of this video, we'll be playing as Bree von Buckstein, because smash. With our character finalized, we appear in the Interim, a place where all who die appear in before departing to the shores of the afterlife. For us, it acts as a tutorial that amends for all the sins of the first Nioh's tutorial. Here, you don't pick your weapons and guardian spirit only to figure out what they do after finalizing the decision, but rather you can test each one as you pick them up to have a better idea of what you want to carry with you going forward. There are 14 weapons in Nioh 2, 3 of which are ranged weapons that at this stage are irrelevant, leaving us with 11 melee weapons, 7 of which are returning stars from the first game, those being swords, dual swords, spears, axes, usarigamas, odachis, and tonfas. All of which feel just as you'd expect them to if you played the first game, whilst also having some new skills that make them interesting to master again. The 4 new weapons, however, are more than just different looking damage sticks. Each has a unique nature of operation that elevates their skill ceiling well above the rest. For example, split staffs on the surface are a mix of spears in terms of reach and kusarigamas in terms of multi-hitting. But what makes them special is that if you hold down the attack key, you trigger that move's extended form, which will either be one of reach or one of multi-hitting. This applies to pretty much every attack, in every stance, and every skill. So all that you see in the skill customization window is essentially doubled. Witchglaives are the stance juggling deluxe weapon that come with a unique attack for each stance you switch to while comboing, making them a very fun weapon to string together skills with. And they're also super cool since they change forms whenever you switch stances, going from a scythe in high, to a glaive in mid, and to a guillotine in low. Hatchets might look like nothing more than a visual addition to dual swords, the same way axes have a hammer counterpart, but their innate uniqueness is that they're throwable in a variety of cool moves. You know, kinda like the Smith's grip weapons in Elden Ring's DLC, except much more refined and viable because Nioh is a game that focuses on combat and not filling a vast empty open world with useless items. Lastly, we have fists, which to me are very special as they remind me of my relationship with my wife. Their innate nature is being able to string one active skill to another or a regular attack, which builds up your damage as you do it and comes with a nice little red visual effect to spice up your experience. Not to mention that the skills on these things are just pure eye candy. Naturally, you wouldn't know a single bit of what I just said until you're deeper into the game with more skill freedom. So all that matters for your decision at this point is how they feel in the tutorial steps that go over the basics, such as stances. In Nioh 2, each weapon comes with 3 stances that provided their own unique approach in practically every way. That means each has its own moveset, evasion style, skills, and of course, reach. By that I mean, if you need to hit something that is high up, high stance will do the job, whilst mid stance will cover the sides and low stance will cover the lowly lows. You could just pick one stance and stick to it, but the game is packed full of opportunities to let each shine, incentivizing you to master the art of stance juggling, which brings about a cracked gameplay experience. The next thing the tutorial covers is ki. In essence, it is a dynamic stamina bar that you manage by executing ki pulses, i.e. recover the stamina used for attacks with the right timing. There's no punishment for doing it too early other than reimbursing less ki. It is a crucial mechanic when it comes to cleansing yokai realms, which are the little pools that recover the ki of yokai enemies standing within them. It might seem daunting to have a need to pay attention to the ki bar when you also need to be paying attention to enemies, but as you grow accustomed to your weapon, you also grow accustomed to the right time to ki pulse on your weapon's various attacks and skills, which eventually turns ki pulsing into something akin to breathing. From here, the tutorial introduces a new mechanic to the franchise: burst countering. On occasion, enemies will utilize a punishing action that is telegraphed by a sound effect and a red visual cue that can be interrupted by burst countering with the right timing if you have enough anima present. You can think of anima as a sort of magicka bar that fills up when doing actions like attacking, killing, etc. The timing differs depending on what guardian spirit you are using, as they not only come with an innate elemental affinity, but also a form affinity that dictates your burst counter and yokai shift transformation. Red, aka Brute, is basically the I don't give a damn of forms. With it, you don't really have to worry about timing the burst, as you can use it the moment you see red to smack the enemy across the lips. Due to its slower nature, sometimes you might eat a bit of mitigated damage or outright not have enough time depending on the burst in question. Blue, aka Feral, has a sort of last second burst window where you dash into the attack. You know, just ram your head into that John from point blank or a bit of distance, which I find to be much more rewarding than Brute, both because of the tighter timing and because of the additional range to pull it off. Purple, aka Phantom, is kinda like perfect blocking in Lies of P in terms of timing and performance, as you don't really swing your arm in a forward arc like with Brute or a forward zoom like Feral. You more so just kinda cast an instant ward in place. Both Feral and Phantom are reactive burst counters, meaning that if an enemy buffing themselves is coded to be a burst move, then only Brute will be able to do something about it. In my opinion, this is the greatest addition Team Ninja could have come up with for Nioh. I love instant reaction mechanics, be it Mikiri counters in Sekiro or Marauder Eyes in Doom Eternal. You could be experiencing some flow to an engagement and suddenly a wrench is thrown in. If you're locked in, you'll react to that shit and feel like $1,000,000. There's something special about such spur of the moment happenings, especially when they reward your good reactions with something like stamina and health recovery in Nioh 2's case. With all that in mind, I think it is time we start the game proper. The sounds of a man banging on a door and begging for help awakens the protagonist from the nightmare with the evil Wizza, prompting them to grab the glowing dagger and open the door, only to see that the source of the man's cries for help are a small yokai chasing him. Upon killing the small fella, the protagonist's eyes glow blue, revealing their half-human, half-yokai, or simply put, shiftling nature, which scares the man off. Going back inside the hut, the protagonist sees a mysterious letter that reads, "I wait under the nighttime cherry blossoms for the hero that will set our village free from these horrors that plague us." With that, the game puts us in the overworld map, and right off the bat, things are different. Gone is the papery map aesthetic of Nioh 1, in favor of a more colorful 3D rendition. To me, this is equally an upgrade and a downgrade. I personally prefer Nioh 1's overworld map because it's a game with history at its core, which made having a sort of historic map visual aesthetic more pleasing. But I did feel like it could benefit from some colors to highlight the geography more. Well, here in Nioh 2, the colors are present, but the map's aesthetic feels kinda gamified. That's especially the case once we cover an overworld map feature at the end of each region. Other than that, things are pretty much identical to the first game. We have the starting point, which contains several features that'll be tackled in due time, and we have a red note, signifying main missions, specifically the Village of Cursed Blossoms. Something about the mysterious letter the protagonist received indicated to them that it came from a village called Jusanzakura. If it is truly brimming with yokai activity as the letter implies, then it is a prime investigation target for our yokai slaying protagonist. Lo and behold, the letter was not lying, as our venture into Jusanzakura is met with several dead bodies, one of which is being feasted upon by a yokai known as Gaki. In folklore, these fellas are suffering spirits from Buddhist cosmology that are eternally hungry and thirsty, something that is showcased rather well in the gameplay, as we obviously stumbled onto one feasting upon a corpse. But even when fighting them, their grapple attack is an attempt to munch you down, an act that empowers them greatly, turning these pebble throwers into rock slingers. But that act does not satiate their hunger, as nothing ever will. These guys are the most common fodder present throughout the game, and while they're not really a tough opponent, they are a considerable threat, because they have a tendency of vomiting paralyzation pools when the tummy ache is too great. And their insatiable hunger is something that prompts them to cannibalize on other Gaki, to grow big and strong, which is something that could shift the balance of combat encounters against you. Not even 10 steps away from the Gaki, we're awestruck by the sight of a giant yokai lumbering all over a cemetery. The Gaki we just fought is probably no bigger than this thing's foot, which is a difficulty spike we'll avoid for the time being. Continuing through the mission, we reach our first soft block in the form of a yokai realm. Much like in the first game, this shadowy mist spawns a formidable yokai that upon defeat will be gone from the mission in case you die or rest at a shrine. In this case, it is Enki, a monkey with a spear. I don't know who at Team Ninja had the idea to give a creature that has a tendency of going cuckoo bananas a weapon that has incredible reach, but shout out to you because this yokai is very fun to fight. On the surface, they are similar to the first game's Yoki, in the sense that they are bulky and have a weak spot on their noggin. But that's about where the similarities end, as Enki love utilizing their spear, both up close and at range. And much like every enemy in this game, they have burst moves. Additional differences arise from a fundamental change. Breaking a yokai's weak point in the first game was guaranteed to leave that yokai winded and open for a grapple, whereas now, breaking a weak point will eat up a hefty chunk of a yokai's ki bar, but you'll have to keep applying pressure and chip at that bar to open them for a grapple. This Enki encounter is guaranteed to drop a soul core, your first taste of the yokai ability system that allows you to utilize a yokai's signature move if you have the necessary anima to cast. Specifically for us, it is Enki's spear throw. The soul core topic as a whole is a massive one that seeps into many aspects of the game. So for now, all you need to know is that with a soul core in hand, you can rest at a shrine to purify it, which will allow you to assign said core to your guardian spirit if the necessary attunement slots are available. The mission continues into a section that is kinda reminiscent of the first game's Isle of Demons, in the sense that you can progress between buildings or on top of them, and your main adversaries are bandits. Here you'll find a memory on a corpse that talks about taking out the bandits in one go, and coincidentally, said corpse will have a bow that'll introduce you to ranged combat, which is just as simple as it was in the first game. Press aim button, shoot. Eventually this section loops around to its starting bit, allowing you to avoid all its enemies should you rest at its shrine. And the only reason I'm mentioning it is because if we go straight from the shrine, we'll reach the high ground above the giant lumbering yokai. Formally, this is Gozuki, one of the first demons one encounters upon entering Hell. I wouldn't say this village is the prettiest, but it's definitely not hellish. So what is a demon general who guards the gates of Hell doing here? World building wise, I have no clue. But mechanically, he is here to acclimate you with the game's pacing and mechanics should you decide to do so. This early in the game, Gozuki is a very Dark Souls-ish enemy, in the sense that your best bet is to dodge around till there is an opening, or more specifically, till he finishes his string with a burst you can counter to create an opening. Generally, he will try to squash you to death with his massive mace, but on occasion, he will try to charge at you or shower you in a bunch of rocks. Sticking close to him is your simplest method of baiting out burst attacks. If you're running a brute spirit here, this should be a piece of cake, assuming you don't fumble a dodge, because he hits really hard and breaks guards like nothing. Very fitting considering that in folklore he has the strength to move mountains. But if you're running a feral or phantom spirit, your burst counter window will be tighter, making the encounter more challenging but also more satisfying. Upon defeat, Gyuichi drops the cemetery gate key, which will allow us to return to the shrine we came from. In the grand scheme of things, this isn't a massive skip, because the alternative is one yokai realm and a few fodder enemies like bandits and gakis, but it's still an element I greatly appreciate. Optional challenging encounters are always a good thing, especially if they reward your effort with something worthwhile. It would be a great shame if this is just a one and done in terms of Nioh 2's mission design. The first Nioh had something similar in the mission The Demon of Mount Hiei, where you could fight Nioh. Though the execution on that is kinda iffy, as the encounter takes place off the beaten path and doesn't reward you with a more efficient road to your objective or a better placed shrine. It's merely just a fight thing you fought before for an achievement, which is still cool, I guess. Continuing the mission will face us with more bandits before we stumble upon a corpse's memory that mentions a yokai cat. Taking a few steps forward, we meet the cute thing. Scampus, as it's known in game, is a friendly yokai that'll tag along with you for a short bit should you give it the pets it deserves. Much like petting a cat in real life gives you serotonin, petting a cat in Nioh 2 will slowly recharge your anima and give you a helping bonk in combat encounters. In the regular world, it's nothing noteworthy, but once you enter a dark realm, the Scampus takes the form of a pufferfish, making them very handy little helpers. The dark realm is a topic we'll talk about later, but just so that you have an idea of what they are, imagine a yokai realm, but on a borderline lethal dose of anabolic steroids. The reason the Scampus is a handy little helper in Dark Realms is because they deal a considerable amount of key damage on enemies. And you can have a whopping 3 of these meatballs simultaneously, either via meticulously coordinating your petting workout if the mission has more than one Scampus, or by using the clay bell of beckoning item, which will essentially turn on easy mode due to how they crush key bars. Much like yokai realms, once their tolerance for you is up, they'll be gone for the remainder of the mission. Formally, the Scampus is known as Tsunekosuri, which literally translates to shin rubber, something that cats are pretty much known for. In folklore, it is said that they are dog-like, but also occasionally resemble cats. And fortunately for us, in Nioh, dogs are enemies, and the friendly and beneficial Scampus are cats, which puts Team Ninja on the right side of history. All that remains for us is to find the person waiting for us under the nighttime cherry blossoms. Man, I don't think this thing wrote us the letter. This is Mizuki, the second guardian of Hell's Gates one meets if they don't subscribe to Serjuh. If you took the initiative and fought Gyuichi, then this fight should feel a little less daunting, since you have experience with fighting Generals of Hell. But there's still some challenge to expect, as Mizuki is the horizontal yin to Gyuichi's vertical yang in terms of attack patterns. His swipes cover large ground and have a rather tight dodging window. Getting through them unscathed gives you a nice window to put damage in. Though don't go too crazy, as he can go for a swift grab attack and give you a backhanded slap or hit a somersault burst. You'd think because of that keeping him at a bit of distance would be a wise move, but unfortunately he has answers for that in the form of arc projectiles, yokai pog emojis he spits out, and 2 burst attacks, one where he rushes at you and one where he slams his way to you. Rhythmically, the fight is very similar to Gozuki, but one major difference arises when he goes to recover ki. Being that this is a real boss fight with a health bar and all, Mizuki can initiate a dark realm to recover, meaning your ki regeneration will be hindered no matter where you go, and his ki will constantly regenerate unless you put him in the red. This is basically a yokai's take on living weapon. In the first game, yokai bosses weren't that much different to regular yokai, aside from the obvious differences like names, movesets, yada yada. Whereas human bosses differed from human enemies with the fact that they could pull off living weapon, giving them buffs and or moveset alterations mid-fight. This is something that was very briefly tested in the first game, particularly in the Ogress fight. If you remember, she has a move where she fills the arena with a bunch of lilies that blossom into yokai pools, which is very similar to Dark Realms both conceptually and visually. So it's cool to see a one-off move evolve into a central mechanic. Dark Realm dissipates when a yokai goes to recover from the red, or once you force them out of the red by destroying their ki bar. Alternatively, you can just run around the arena till the yokai gets bored and removes Dark Realm itself. The fight ends with a scripted yokai shift finisher, which puts both Mizuki and Gozuki in A tier. They're a duo in folklore, so they'll be a duo in rating. You might be wondering, why would I give such a high placement to a rather simple fight? The answer is the OST. I didn't talk about the phenomenal soundtracks of Nioh in the first video because I didn't know how to demonstrate the beauty of sound in video format, and frankly, I still don't. Though I will try to convey the soundtrack's beauty somehow throughout the video. In Mizuki's case, the OST hits incredibly hard. There's a frequent screeching that is eerily fitting to his hoarse appearance. And the first time he goes into Dark Realm, the OST changes to an even more daunting tune. Following the finisher, the protagonist starts tweaking like crazy, until eventually a man calms them down with a glowing stone. In a somewhat strange fashion, we're back to controlling the protagonist to be able to grab the loot, which is something the man even implores us to do. Talking to him, we learn that he is the author of the letter. He reveals his name to be Tokichiro and asks for ours in return, to which the protagonist pulls out their dagger that is inscribed with Hide. Tokichiro already sees us as a friend and gives us the nickname Hidenoji, before his monkey guardian spirit attunes with us to exposit that he is a spirit stone peddler that relies on his wits, whereas we are a yokai with an unmistakably human soul. Making Tokichiro believe that combining his smarts with our muscle will make for a good team to head up in the world. In Russian, there's a saying, "Молчание знак согласия," meaning silence is a sign of agreement, which Tokichiro apparently is aware of as he takes our silence as a yes to his proposition to join him. And finally, the Nioh 2 logo appears on screen to indicate that all of this was just a taste of things to come. Back in the overworld map, another cutscene will play out, one that gives a better idea of what spirit stones, or Amrita, are. A powerful resource that can change the tide of war, making the demand for them very high in times such as this where clans are clashing for power. Something that Tokichiro wants to capitalize on, but cannot because he lacks the strength to deal with bandits and yokai, which is ultimately why we received the letter. He tells us he has a good customer he wants to visit first and asks if we'll tag along. Before we do, we'll now have our first submission on the map, signified by a grey note. This one in particular, the forest veiled in darkness, is nothing special. A band of thieves who would carry out attacks on nearby villages out of the forest stopped their operations out of the blue, making Tokichiro believe there's more to this than them just packing up and leaving. Within the mission, Tokichiro will be standing by the shrine imploring us to hurry and get the spirit stones because he does not want to stay long in this foul-smelling forest. Going through, there won't be anything going on except encounters with bandits, until we reach a large tree husk full of spirit stones. This initiates a simple yokai ambush that ends with us hearing a memory talking about lousy pebbles fetching a pretty price being a not bad business. Tokichiro sees this as a sign that there is competition out there, which he intends on being one step ahead of. World building wise, this mission pushes the idea of Tokichiro's hustler mindset forward, but gameplay wise, it's a rather meh opportunity to get some Amrita, aka Souls, aka XP, and potentially Soul Cores that you're better off getting in the second main mission, the Beast Born of Smoke and Flames. The mission's cutscene opens with us in a discreet meeting with Tokichiro's buyer, Master Dosan, whom is impressed by the glow of the spirit stones Tokichiro brought from Jusan Zakura. Tokichiro attempts to flatter his way into employment, which would most definitely result in a failed speech check. But fortunately, Master Dosan requires his services nonetheless, which causes Tokichiro to hit an emote right in front of him. Master Dosan then looks over at the protagonist and offers them a bite. This is literally just the ¿Quieres meme, and you can't convince me otherwise.
¿Quieres?
I might be reading too much into it, but I find it very interesting that Tokichiro, a person who wants to rise from a mere peddler to high status, is seeking work from Master Dosan, a figure that has been long regarded as a symbol of Gekkokujo, the rise of those of lower status to positions of power. At the start of the mission, we can talk to Tokichiro, who will give us a small spirit stone and tell us that just up ahead is the smithing village Master Dosan told us about. Now, we weren't told about any smithing village. Not in the cutscene, not in the mission briefing, or even in the mission's memory. So that's kinda odd. There's not much to say about the initial section of the mission, as it's just more village overrun by bandits, but it is much more appealing to the eyes thanks to the brighter setting. As you make your way through, it is very likely you'll stumble across a Kodama. These green goobers bless you with handy benefits should you find them and send them back to the shrine, where they will also give you additional entertainment as you cycle through the shrine's menu. Chances are you would have found at least one in the first mission, but I thought it would be better to introduce them in this one because it introduces many more firsts, such as the first soft block of this mission, Ippon Datara. This fella doesn't skip leg day. Skipping is his leg day, and he makes sure you feel his gains if you let him get a hold of you. Ippon Datara come in two variants, one that wields an odachi with the tendency to go hippity hop hop, and a hammer wielding one that, as you might guess, is a bonking connoisseur. I'd argue that on your first playthrough, they are even harder than both Gozuki and Mizuki. I don't know what it is, but they have the best timing in the world to pull out their swipes and punish your initiations. Continuing onward, we enter a cave where a girl is sitting by a campfire. She reveals her name to be Toyo, and if you played the first game, you already know that this is the blacksmith. But if you haven't, she'll tell you that she is the blacksmith. It's important to note that Toyo isn't the same blacksmith of the first game, whom goes by Tome. It obviously wouldn't make sense for her to remain visually young half a decade later. The descriptions in the games state that both are granddaughters of Muramasa. However, it appears that in the official Nioh art book, a distinction is made that Tome is the great-grandchild. I unfortunately do not own the art book, nor do I speak Japanese, so take this with a grain of salt. Shortly after meeting Toyo, we reach an opening that puts us on a crevasse looking up at the massive forge we've seen on the horizon at the start of the mission. It's a simple but beautiful view, something that I could be saying often because Nioh 2 really stepped up the environments and how they're presented. On our way towards said forge, we'll encounter a strange human enemy that utilizes the new weapons introduced with Nioh 2. This is no mere bandit, as his combat prowess displays a modicum of proficiency that indicates an affiliation to a more powerful faction. They act as a decent source of building up interest in giving the new weapon types a shot if you've opted in favor of the familiar. There will be another Dark Realm on our ascent, and while it's still a topic that is largely reserved for later, you've earned the right to know that a lot of these are not mandatory, and you can just walk through them. My walk through this one in particular led me down into a tunnel where I stumbled across a chest with 3 lines on each side. That's a peculiar anomaly because regularly chests have 2 lines on each side. Opening such a chest will result in you getting testicle smacked across the face, because they house none other than Mujina, or Tanuki as they're known in some areas. This peaceful yokai is the equivalent to From Software's British chests, except here, violence is not always necessary for sweet rewards. Should you lure a Mujina out by either giving them a whistle or by tasting their scrotum, which is exactly what they're holding over their head in case you thought it's a silly hat, then you will be able to peacefully resolve the interaction by mimicking the mimic. Failing to do that will have you fighting yourself to get the loot. Unlike 99% of yokai in the game, Mujina are random, so if you for some reason want to have your way with yourself, you'll have to actively investigate each chest. Going back to top ground and crossing a bridge, we'll stumble across a shack with another tunnel entrance. Going inside, we're met with a terrifying sight. A purple goober. Greeting them this early in the game doesn't reveal anything insightful, as our understanding of yokai ramblings depends on our astral wisdom, which increases by completing missions and discovering new soul cores. 2 things we're still in the baby stages of. Fortunately enough, a corpse close by has a memory that says, "I could have sworn these weren't the things I threw away," giving us a clue as to what the purple goobers do. These evil Kodama, or Sudama as they're known, are the devil on your shoulder telling you to gamble. Drop them an item and they will drop you something in return. It could be a random item, a bunch of spirit stones, or if you're exceptionally lucky and give them a soul core, you could get a Kodama soul core in return, which is cute to say the most. Whatever you do, just make sure you don't bully them by picking up the item you dropped before they grab it, or by giving them salt. It will hurt. Continuing our ascent through the burning village, we'll eventually reach the forge itself. This section is super cool and has levels to it. Our goal is to find the key to the Great Forge. Not knowing where it could be, we climb many ladders and pass through many fires, something that could have been made into a very compelling platforming segment if Nioh had a jump function. On the ground floor, there is a corpse with a memory about not being able to shake off the feeling of being watched. Taking a more thorough look around, we'll know exactly why when we notice 2 eyes on a wall. This is good ol' me in your walls while you sleep in real life, also known as Nurikabe. A peaceful yokai that, generally speaking, gatekeeps things like hot springs, which are a temporary HP recovery buff, and Kodama. There's no From Software style secret areas to find behind these fellas, unfortunately. You can either fight your way through them, or prove your worth by using the right gesture type, of which there are 3. Red for hostile, yellow for neutral, and blue for friendly. More often than not, there will be a revenant grave nearby that'll reveal what tone of gesture is wrong, leaving you with exactly enough attempts to pass unscathed. Shimmying on through the forge, there will be several comically large buckets you can kick over to extinguish the flames below. One in particular extinguishes the central forge, which will lead you down to a dark realm should you dive in. Alternatively, if you keep making your way up, you'll find the key that'll allow us to open the central gate. Walking inside, the protagonist is met with the sight of dozens of humans who turned into ash, when suddenly, out of nowhere, a massive yokai manifests. This is Enenra, a personification of smoke that in folklore is mesmerizing and relaxing to watch. But in our case, it's the complete opposite, because Enenra wants us deader than dead. Staying at a distance will prompt him to do several things. He could cast ground explosions in a scattered pattern, he can send out tornadoes, or he could close the distance with a sick "now you see me, now you don't" gap closing animation that is followed by a simple attack string. Around the arena there are 3 pillars that can be destroyed if you get Enenra to punch them. In doing so, a bucket of water will bonk him on the head, dealing a hefty chunk of ki damage. The only thing to watch out for in this encounter are his tornado burst attacks, and especially his recoveries that turn him into a tornado after being grappled or when initiating Dark Realm, which also comes with a very sexy change to the OST. Taking everything into consideration, like the simple yet engaging fight, his fantastic design, animations, and OST, combined with how this mission is very thematically driven, in the sense that we're in a smithing village and our main opponents are Ipondatara, which are essentially smiths, and Enenra himself being smoke from a forge, leaves me with no option but to put him in S tier. On their way out of the arena, the protagonist is ambushed by one of those strange humans we've encountered in the mission, that somehow manages to bring the protagonist to their knees. Fortunately, Tokichiro barges in and the protagonist uses this opportunity to whiff their attack, revealing the strange human to be a girl with a guardian spirit. Tokichiro engages in some diplomacy, and the cutscene jumps to this trio sitting by a campfire with each sharing their ambitions. Tokichiro strives for power, to the point where he will be like the sun blazing in the sky. The strange girl wants to slay yokai, nothing more, nothing less. And the protagonist... Get it, because they're mute? As the strange girl begins to leave, Tokichiro tries to persuade her to join our little duo. She essentially calls him broke and threatens the protagonist by saying, "Next time I see that thing, it'll taste my blade." With that, Master Dosan's request is fulfilled, but Tokichiro still wants to find more spirit stones. Before we help him with that, he lets us know that he has found us a teacher to improve our combat prowess in the dojo mission, The Way of the Warrior, Novice. Here we receive training from none other than Tsukahara Bokuden, a famous swordsman who instructed the likes of Shogun Ashikaga Yoshiteru and held the prestigious title of Kensei, or Sword Saint. The training isn't really anything special, it's the exact same as it was in the first game. Get skill point, use skill point, done. But since completing this mission opens more skill options, it is a good opportunity to talk about skills for a bit. One of the very few things I didn't like about Nioh was its visually underwhelming and navigation heavy skill menus that gave you nothing to work with at first glance. While I am happy to say that Nioh 2 improves in ways that are better than I could have imagined. All the skill trees are presented as nodes that you can quickly jump into as opposed to pages you have to sift through. And within these skill trees, there is a structure that resembles the stance wheel. On top are high stance related skills, on the left are mid stance related skills, and on the bottom are low stance related skills, while the right houses universal moves and buffs. And better yet, if you're looking for an active skill in any given stance, you can easily find them because now there is a clear distinction between the blue passives and the orange active skills. This does become a bit muddied in the Onmyo and Ninjutsu skill trees, But fortunately, if you toggle on the skill list, you can find what you're looking for by name, and even set it as a goal to work toward. Speaking of which, the way you obtain skill points for Onmyo and Ninjutsu is different than it was in the first game. It's actually different for every skill. In the first game, all you had to do was slap points into the magic or dexterity stat to get the related skill points, while also simultaneously getting samurai skill points, which could be used on weapon skill trees. In Nioh 2, however, leveling up stats still gives you samurai skill points, but they can only be used within the samurai skill tree, that gives you access to a plethora of passives and things like flux. So how do you get skill points for the other trees? The answer is proficiency. If you want skill points for a particular weapon, you have to use that weapon, which is something I really appreciate because it forces you to get the hang of a weapon before you start incorporating skills. As opposed to the first game where you could fill out a weapon's skill tree and then be overwhelmed because you have to learn its movesets and skills simultaneously. In Onmyo's and Ninjutsu's case, you could find a hairlock consumable to unlock a skill and begin ranking up proficiency with them. But the more accessible way is using items you find throughout your adventure. If you look carefully, you'll spot an additional icon on some items, signifying their correlated skill tree. Scroll is Onmyo, Shuriken is Ninjutsu. This is such a great incentive to let go of any hoarding habits you might have. I, for one, always think there will be a better time and place to use items I find, and eventually I end up hitting the end credits without ever trying this or that. Whereas here, there is no better time than as soon as possible to use items, since getting that proficiency will eventually lead you to having the items you used in replenishable form. Much like the samurai skill tree, Shift Link doesn't answer to the proficiency progression, as it's progressed by purifying and dismantling soul cores. That about covers the surface of skills in Nioh 2. We'll take a deeper look where need be as we progress, but for now, we've got our next job from Master Dosan lined up. A regular merchant of his, who also deals with spirit stones, has gone missing. This is a big chance for us to earn his trust in the submission Dark Omens. Narratively speaking, there isn't much going on here. That's kind of the general nature of submissions in Nioh, but it is a fantastic opportunity to acquaint yourself with newly available skills and rack up some proficiency. It also introduces 3 new yokai, the first of which is Aberrant Soldier. You could honestly look at these tweakers as a much less threatening Date Shigizane, since their massive arm makes them look the part. Coincidentally, that massive arm is also their crit spot, that is harder to miss than it is to hit. With said arm, they can either shoot their fist at you or utilize Enki's spear. While they are a yokai enemy, they retain some human elements, like being able to block and having their ki function the same as humans, meaning you don't have to keep chipping at their bar once they hit the red. Up next is the One-Eyed Oni. These beefy boys are a prime example of slow and steady wins the race. If you bait out their attacks and punish their recovery, then you're in for a breeze of a fight thanks to their sluggish nature. On the contrary, if you have a tendency of being button mashy, you could perish in as little as 2 hits, since they don't joke around with damage. In the first game, these guys were kind of a joke, because staying up their booty made them trivial up until Way of the Wise and onwards, where they would get a new move to counter booty buffoons. But since they have burst attacks now, things ain't as trivial, but they're still very simple. The final new yokai we meet is none other than Karasu Tengu. It is quite shocking to see these fellas so early on. In the first game, they were the difficulty spike, oftentimes being harder than bosses themselves. And yet, here we encounter one before the 3rd main mission. In terms of fighting them, their moveset is largely the same, albeit more forgiving. Their spin kick attack seems to have a very tiny hitbox now because I honestly never got hit by it, and their staff doesn't come out as fast as it did in the first game. While they still don't have a crit spot, the existence of burst attacks makes chomping down their ki rather simple. The mission ends with a memory playing out of a person begging for help from a man with a hat, before letting out a gnarly scream. But who is the man with a hat? Only one that comes to mind is the evil wizard from the opening. Would it be him? Honestly, who knows? We hear this memory in a submission, which, spoiler alert, means this won't be elaborated upon any further at any point in the game. We didn't find Master Dosan's merchant, but he appreciates our efforts nonetheless, and gives a comment on how you can smell it, all the plotting, the deviousness, the skullduggery going on in the world. Foreshadowing for things to come, mayhaps? We receive a letter from the elder of Jusanzakura, the village where we killed Mizuki and Guzuki. The people there have been hearing strange noises The people there have been hearing strange noises after the sun sets, which is making some inhabitants reluctant to return. Upon investigating it in the submission A Voice in the Twilight, we discover a lone scampus in the cemetery. Interacting with it spawns waves of enemies like Gaki, Enki, a new yokai known as Onibi, which are just flying elemental heads that imbue your weapon with their element when you kill them, and Yoki, which I didn't formally introduce in the first mission since they're largely the same simple brute they were in the first game, just much cooler. Ultimately, this waveathon ends with Guzuki spawning in, making this mission a decent source to farm out his soul core. Once he is dead, the Scampus tells us something we don't understand, and that's really about it. Tokichiro passes thanks from the Elder and out of curiosity asks what the steaming Bon was yapping about. Being that we're a shiftling and all, we should understand other yokai. But alas, our astral wisdom is too low at this stage of the game. Returning to this mission at a later date with higher astral wisdom, we'll understand the Scampus and learn that motherfuckers were being mean to him. Colloquially, people like that are known as ops. Unfortunately, even with understanding the Scampus, the mission end screen provides no additional insight. The date is April of 1556. Historically, this is when the Battle of Nagaragawa takes place between Saito Dosan's 2,700 men and the 17,500 men of Saito Yoshitatsu, the son and would-be successor of Master Dosan. There were rumors running around that Yoshitatsu is not actually Dosan's son, but rather the son of Toki Yorinari, the Shugo, or ruler of the Mino province, who was displaced in influence by Dosan. These rumors caused Master Dosan to reconsider who would be the heir to his power, one of his other sons, or maybe even his son-in-law, Oda Nobunaga, whom he thought was much more gifted than his biological sons. Upon learning this, Yoshitatsu would kill his brothers in 1555 and set his eyes on his father just a year later. In Nioh, this is the foundation for the third main mission, the Viper's Sanctum. Here, Yoshitatsu was after Master Dosan's spirit stones and would use any means necessary to get them, which is conveyed rather well through the environment as we see mounds of burning corpses and yokai all around. Our goal is to help Master Dosan by any means, being that he is an important ally to us. This mission is finally a good stopping point to talk about Dark Realms. Right off the bat, you can choose what path you'll walk in this mission. Sticking to the right side, you'll encounter human enemies that will respawn should you meet an unfortunate end. Sticking to the left side, however, will put you inside of a dark realm. Essentially, this is a yokai realm, or, you know, the little pool they piss out when they need ki, but one that covers a massive area. key pulsing inside of a dark realm will not clear it as it would a yokai realm. Instead, to get rid of it, you have to find the source, which is indicated by lilies blossoming around it. More often than not, the source is a powerful yokai that might prove challenging. But it is very much worth the effort because getting rid of a dark realm removes the seal on all the chests found within it, and it also gets rid of all the yokai associated with it for the remainder of the mission. All around, it's a fantastic addition. It makes you feel like the man for leaving such a noticeable impact on the mission's experience. And also, aesthetically, it's really cool since everything around you is grim and your character's yokai horns show up. Regardless of what path you chose, you will end up in a house on a hill where we can find a memory of Dosan saying, "When I grip this, I will be starting from scratch," right next to a weapon that resembles the one that the strange girl was using. Another memory nearby will speak about the latest weapons out of Owari, a province to the south, and it is our first introduction to guns, which just like bows, aim, shoot. Continuing through the halls, we'll end up inside of a mountain with a massive opening in its center and a huge torii gate on the side. It is such an unexpected and spectacular view, even more so than the forge. Going to the left side, we'll encounter a new yokai, Nureona. She will give you two massive reasons to feel a certain way when you see her. For me, that feeling is fear, because one of her burst attacks will leave you paralyzed should you not react accordingly. Another is her grab attack, in which she gives you head. Besides these two moves, she is a rather simple encounter. Sometimes she might spit poison pools, sometimes she might spin out paralyzing needles, and usually she will try to whip you with her tail. This is a good time to talk about graves. In Nioh 2, there are two grave types. The red Revenant graves are equivalent to From Software's bloodstains. Kinda. In From Software's case, interacting with a bloodstain shows you that jumping off a cliff might not be a good idea. Whereas in Nioh 2, interacting with a bloodstain will summon the AI version of the person who died into a duel that will try to turn you into a bloodstain. The blue benevolent graves will do the opposite and summon someone's AI to help you should you have enough Ochoko cups, which are obtained for defeating revenants and collecting rewards from your own benevolent grave that you can leave by using the righteous Jasper item that you'll be finding by random means. Since a lot of these graves are left by other players, either due to choice or fate, we'll generally speaking ignore the bulk of them because Detective Thatusi isn't really important to Nioh 2's narrative. However, there are specific graves left by Team Ninja that could be some lighthearted jokes or something that has to do with the mission and its characters. For example, in this mission, we can find a benevolent grave belonging to Omi no Kata. If you're a curious goober like me, you'd Google this name and find out this is Saito Dosan's wife and the mother of Nohime, who would be wed to Oda Nobunaga. The same applies for the benevolent grave of Akechi Mitsutsugu, Omi no Kata's father. On the flip side, you have revenant graves, such as the one belonging to Nagai Nagahiro, which has the cause of death read "killed by Dosan", something that could spark some interest and lead you into rather obscure feuds and biographies. Same goes for the grave of Toki Yorimitsu, who was poisoned by Saito Dosan in 1547. Then there are less direct ones, like the revenant grave of Oda Nobuhide, someone who would clash with Saito Dosan in the Battle of Konoguchi, which ended with Nobuhide's defeat, following which they would ultimately make peace by marrying their children. That's why the cause of death on the revenant grave reads unnatural death and not killed by Dosan, as Nobuhide continued to live until he passed unexpectedly. Now that you more or less know about revenants, I can mention that activating a revenant grave within a dark realm will summon that AI in their yokai shift form, which is considerably harder but also cooler since it showcases a beautiful cohesion between game elements. Going back to the mission proper, we eventually reach the bottom of the opening, where we're introduced to one of my favorite things a game can do: levolution. What I mean by that is that you, as the player, having agency to augment the environment via interacting with some element. In this case, there are many poisonous pools scattered all over the area, and instead of popping antidotes back to back as you navigate, you can find serpent statues that upon destruction will remove the poison in their sector. It's very similar to the first game's The Silver Mine Rives mission, where you could destroy stinky poo-poo fart rocks to remove the poisonous air in the area. Except here, it's much more refined, since Team Ninja nudge you to interact with at least one serpent statue and see what it does, as there is a Dark Realm very close to this mission's boss arena. Said Dark Realm seals a shrine, which alone gives you all the incentive in the world to find the source of the Dark Realm, that happens to be a serpent statue. There's an additional 2 statues to find if you keep exploring, which, believe it or not, will yield you something even more beneficial than the shrine, as you'll come to see when we enter the boss arena. So, this is Yatsu no Kami, I think. A deity that appears in the Hitachi Fudoki with the phrase, "Those who see it will face family destruction and the end of their lineage." As such, I'm doing this entire fight with my eyes closed right now. My condolences for your family, by the way. I can hear that Yatsu no Kami slitters directly at us as we enter the arena, which is a good opportunity to give him a bonk on his presumably shiny noggin. Now, if you had trouble with new Reonas, then you're in for a wild ride with Yatsu no Kami, as he utilizes a variety of attacks with his tail, all of which cover a wide range due to his, assumably, massive size. He also spits out poison pools and shoots out needles that fortunately are not imbued with paralysis. Yatsu no Kami will often use his snake-pal arms to pull you in or to reach your balls from underneath to give you testicular torsion. If his arms are crossed when he buries them, they will come out simultaneously underneath you. However, if he buries them vertically, they come out sequentially. Both are golden opportunities for you to get close to Yatsu and focus the arms. Yes, you heard me right. The arms have their own health bar. If Yatsu no Kami initiates a Dark Realm with them intact, then you're in for a gruesome phase, because said arms will detach and act as their own little enemies that can spit out poison pools and whip you. This phase is even more brutal if you don't take the initiative and destroy the 3 serpent statues prior in the mission, because then the arena will also have poison pools that will more often than not guarantee you have to deal with the poison status effect on top of having to deal with 2 little snakes and Yatsu no Kami himself. It is by all means a very evil fight. If it isn't obvious from what is presented mechanically and visually, then it is surely conveyed through the OST. All around, the Yatsu no Kami fight incorporates things I like, such as being able to augment the boss arena by paying attention to your surroundings, but also things I hate, such as having to deal with ads on top of the boss. Though this isn't set in stone like, say, the annoying bosses in Remnant, as you can deal with the little snakes before they become ads. So, B tier is the best I can do. An injured Dosan approaches the protagonist and upon seeing their glowing eyes, asks who they are. The protagonist unsheathes their dagger to show the Hide inscription, and Dosan lets out a sigh. Following which, his guardian spirit attunes with the protagonist to reveal that, in the past, he was Mumio, the leader of a yokai hunting clan known as the Sohaya, until one day he met a yokai woman, causing him to discard his name and smash the yokai sling blade that is said to grant eternal life. Do you think Dosan destroyed the blade the same way Ryu destroyed the Dark Dragon blade in Ninja Gaiden? They do look like the same asset. Probably not. It's more likely the sword is based on the 7-branched sword, much like is the case for the Divine Dragon's sword in Sekiro. Anyways, Dosan and the woman made a solemn vow to gather spirit stones to prevent them from being used for evil and build a world where men and yokai can live in peace. We can see in this cutscene that the yokai woman holds a baby. That's us, the protagonist. Dosan is our father. And our glowing dagger is what remains of the blade he destroyed, which gives an in-universe explanation to the respawn mechanic. You know, eternal life and all. The sound of yokai plug walking in interrupts this insightful meeting, and the protagonist tries to carry Dosan into a secret passageway. Alas, he pushes them in and tells them to leave the Mino province and head to Owari as he seals the entrance, sacrificing himself to buy them time. Inside the passageway, the protagonist runs into Tokichiro, and both bolt in search of an exit. As yokai flood from each side and surround the duo, the strange girl appears and saves the day. In the mission completion screen, Tokichiro curses Yoshitatsu for using yokai while escaping with Dosan's spirit stones. Then he says, "We'll have a chance to repay our gratitude to Dosan if we make it alive out of Mino." Which, what? How? With that, we unlock the Way of the Onmyo Novice and the Way of the Ninja Novice. Two dojo missions that are almost identical to the Way of the Warrior Novice, but they have an additional step. After acquiring and using a skill point, you'll need to rest at a shrine to ready the jutsu you unlocked via the dedicated menu. Here it differs a bit from the first game. In the past, readying a jutsu would give you a prefixed amount of that jutsu to use, whereas here you can decide how much of that jutsu you bring should you have enough costs to play around with. This is a fantastic change, because now, if you only need, let's say, 1 fire talisman instead of the default 2, you can reduce the readied amount, leaving you with more cost to use on other jutsu. This also means that you can go above the default to have not 1, not 2, but 3 or even 4 quick change scrolls, which are essentially your second chance that'll fart you out of the air when you die. It's a very handy scroll to have slotted, but it's not guaranteed you'll survive the fartington. In the Way of the Ninja, we receive training from Kato Danzo, a rather interesting ninja master that, according to legend, swallowed a cow in front of a crowd, amongst just being efficient in fulfilling tests given to him. In the Way of the Onmyo, we receive training from someone who claims to be Abe no Seimei, whom was searching for us to teach us the way of Onmyo magic. This is a bit peculiar, and Tokichiro is rightfully skeptical since Abe no Seimei lived in the Heian period, half a millennium before the events of Nioh 2. In the first game, there were some instances where you'd receive training from no longer living individuals, but it was explained as something that takes place in the underworld, whereas here, that's not the case. So we'll see if the game explains this later on. Aside from the dojo missions, we also unlock 3 sub-missions, one of which is a job through Master Dosan. That doesn't make sense. How can we receive a request from or through someone who is deceased? The answer, I think, is that submissions don't follow the timeline of main missions past the initial introduction of a character or narrative beat. So for example, we received the submission The Greedy Hunter after Dosan's death, yet the mission briefing reads as if he is still alive, with lines like, "I guess he doesn't want us forgetting who's in charge anytime soon." Now either this mission was intended to be unlocked after the second main mission, which timeline-wise would make more sense, or it's up to you as the player to piece together the timeline of submissions. One of the first things you see when you start a main mission is the date. This element is absent from submissions, so piecing together a timeline of events presented by submissions seems to be the intended method of approach. Though I still can't shake off the feeling that this is kinda scuffed. Either way, in the submission The Greedy Hunter, we go through the forest yet again. This time fighting yokai instead of humans until we reach the same spot as last time to be ambushed by yokai. Eventually, a Sohaya dude spawns in talking about someone trying to take a cut. That is because in the mission briefing it is said that a bunch of people were already sent to take care of the yokai here, but none returned. Judging by the mission's name, it's safe to assume that this Sohaya dude was just here to kill anything but the yokai, till we put a stop to him. In the mission end screen, Tokichiro comments, "Wearing a mask? Hunting yokai? Doesn't that make you think of Mumyo?" Who the fuck is Mumyo? Like, Tokichiro wasn't there when we saw Dosan's memory, so he wouldn't know that Dosan is Mumyo. But even if he did, Dosan is dead. So who the fuck is Mumyo? Oh, right. See, Team Ninja assumed you would jump into the lore entries as soon as you finished A Beast Born of Smoke and Flames to read about the strange girl, aka Mumyo, because there is no attempt anywhere to introduce her to the player. Like, she even gives us a submission and her alias is written there as if it's common knowledge. This is such an odd way of presenting her, because she isn't some minor character. She remains relevant throughout the narrative, and she's even shown in the cinematic opener for the game. But even if you did come in knowing who she is, what's the implication here? Mumyo is going to betray us after saving our ass? Like, genuinely.
What do you mean by that?
Speaking of Mumyo, the second submission we have, called The Search, is briefed by her. You remember how in the campfire cutscene she said, "Next time I see that thing, it'll taste my blade"? Well, what happened to that? Like, where did this change of heart come from? Anyway, someone left us a leaf with terrible handwriting scratched onto it, reading the words, "Want, friend, look," which has us returning to Jusan Zakura to retread a concept that was presented in the first game, specifically in the mission The 7 Good Tidings, where you had to find several Kodama. Conceptually identical thing here. Find 6 little goobers, 4 of which are evil, to receive a thank you letter with terrible handwriting and a Kodama bowl headpiece, which is the same reward as you got in the first game as well. If anything, this mission is a nice stage for some headcanon. Being that Nioh 2 is a prequel, we can imagine that the Kodama we meet here are the same ones we meet in the first game, and that the 4 evil ones repented and became normal. Now the third submission, A Favor for the Blacksmith, is actually worthwhile. It has us returning to Tatara to receive something valuable Toyo the blacksmith left there. Instead of encountering Tokichiro at the start as we usually do, we'll see Mumyo, who'll call us useless on our own, following which she'll tag along with us for the rest of the mission. From here, the mission is very reminiscent of the first game's Wreathed in Flame. Not only because everything is on fire, but because we're introduced to the Wheel Monk, or Wonyudo as it's known in folklore. Encounters with them are almost identical to the first game. They'll either roll their way to you, or spew fire in a conal shape that leaves them open for backshots, which is coincidentally where their crit spot is located. One hit on it will leave them open for some quick combos. Just make sure you pay attention to their animations, as they will let out an AoE upon recovery. But I did say almost identical. That is because they have burst attacks now. One where they start jumping all over the place, and one where they roll at you extremely fast. For this one, you need impeccable timing to pull off a counter if you're running a brute spirit. If you're running feral or phantom, however, it's a tight window, but a fun one. This mission ends when we kill an Ippon Datara that drops a Magatama. Returning it to the blacksmith rewards us with better odds when forging equipment, dropping the odds of the lowest quality from 30 to 28% and increasing the higher quality by 1% each. At this stage of the game, this is completely irrelevant, but it's something that'll pay off down the line. I know we're still just in the first region, but the more I get out of the way here, the less interjections we'll have in later regions where the story ups the stakes. So I have to say that another thing we unlocked for completing the third main mission is Twilight missions, located in the circles on the left side. Generally speaking, these are remixed main missions with a darker aesthetic and more challenging scenarios. And of course, Twilight missions consist exclusively of yokai enemies, making them a good source for soul cores, gear, and ombrosite, which is a material that'll come into play later. One extremely cool change about them from the first game is that instead of having Kodama dance on the shrine, you now have Sudama dancing on it. Unfortunately, Twilight missions refresh on a daily basis, so even though we technically unlocked access to the ones that remix missions we completed, that doesn't mean we'll actually be able to try them out right away. The bottom circle has 7 missions associated with it. In my case, every Friday it'll be the Defiled Sanctuary. In your case, that day might have a different mission, but it will be consistently that mission for that day. The top circle, however, has 6 missions associated with it. That'll follow a linear sequence, but they'll flip and flop on different days of the week. It's worth mentioning that Twilight missions have a fixed level sync element, meaning the level of your character and equipment will be lowered for the mission to maintain challenge. But the loot you get will match what you'd find in the highest level mission completed on the same difficulty. With all that finally out of the way, you can refer to the timecode on screen to skip to the next region where I'll continue going over the narrative. But if you'd like, you can keep listening as I yap over 2 things. The first is the gamified overworld map feature I mentioned way earlier in the video. Hovering around the map will occasionally change your cursor from blue to red. Clicking when that happens will reveal a hidden map item that'll usually shower you with some information about Japan, legends, or events. There are 5 hidden items in the Awakening region, and they are as seen on screen. When they're more punctual to the happenings of the game, I will go over them in detail, but otherwise they're more so just a cataloging piece. Now the second main thing I want to yap about is soul cores. I feel like talking about the soul core of each yokai as we encounter them in our story progression would result in too many narrative-breaking interjections. As such, I decided that at the end of each region, we'll go over all the soul cores it introduces. That way the yap enjoyers can enjoy the yap, and I can squeeze in some additional topics to let the narrative presentation shine brighter. The reason why I want to yap about soul cores of all things is because they're awesome. Taking the form of a creature from Japanese folklore in the middle of a combo, with it not breaking the string, but rather prolonging it by allowing you to recover ki, whilst actively applying pressure on your enemies, is some S tier, holy jamolar, this is awesome sauceness. Another cool thing about soul cores is that they play a memory of that yokai when you pick them up, assuming you have a high enough level of astral wisdom. That memory is usually the yokai acknowledging you are now able to make them do your bidding. They comment on that in a manner fitting to their persona, which for a nerd like me is super interesting. In
Awakening,
we're introduced to a whopping
21
soul cores. Technically it's 23, but for brevity's sake, the onibi are condensed to 1 as opposed to 3. Soul cores, much like all the gear in Nioh, come with random stat lines, but the first two will always be fixed special effects, so only those and the unique ability will be of relevance going forward. So let's start it off light with Gaki. If you remember, these are creatures cursed with insatiable hunger, so it is very fitting that their soul core ability is Chomp, allowing you to send one out with the catchphrase
Amrita,
as each of their bites will leech out Amrita from the enemy that'll go straight to you. This is relevant because once your Amrita gauge is full, you can hit the oh shit button, or yokai shift as it's known, turning you into your guardian spirit's yokai form. Unlike Living Weapon from the first game, where you're boiled down to the same moveset regardless of your guardian spirit, here each of the three forms play differently, with Brute being, well, a brute, Feral being a dodgy fast boy, and Phantom having ranged capabilities. Any action you do in Yokai Shift will drain the Yokai Shift bar, that being dodging, guarding, attacking, and using yokai abilities. Since Yokai Shift is entirely fueled by Amrita, popping out a quick Gaki could give you a few additional seconds of Yokai Shift. Gaki's special effects are also pretty nice, more specifically Life Drain and Yokai ability hit, that, you know, drains life when the yokai ability hits. Next up is Gozuki. His special effects are too specific for general purposes, but his brutal charge ability is a fantastic oh damn button that deals hefty health and ki damage on top of causing substantial stagger, not to mention that you turn into a massive demon ball. Enki's spear throw ability, officially known as Monkey Dance, gives you a vertical leap that could be used as a form of evasion in rare instances. What I find interesting about it is its fixed effects, particularly melee damage versus humans, which really fits its lore of being a monkey transformed by Amrita into a yokai after a lifetime of cruelty and abuse by humans. Yoki's Fiendish Frenzy ability really makes you feel like you took the form of a brutish yokai, especially if you use it on human enemies, since it'll grapple them. The Scampus Soul Core on its own is nothing special, only offering real utility with its fixed effect, where you gain anima charge while enhanced by something like a defense buff. But if you intend on running with a maximum amount of floofs, then the second fixed effect will prove beneficial as it extends their duration. This Soul Core's ability is Scampush, that turns you into a rolling furball, and since you have 3 floofs that, if you remember, recharge your anima, you can use Scampush rather often, resulting in obliterated key bars. Mizuki is known for his massive horizontal sweeps, so it's only fitting that his Soul Core's ability, Raising Edge, will let you dish out a massive horizontal slash. Ippon Datara's One-Legged Fury ability, or more accurately, Bonk, is a phenomenal move that, aside from its speed and damage, will also stagger any yokai and knock down human enemies if they're not blocking. Additionally, inside the Dark Realms, it'll leave a fire AoE. That being said, missing an Ippon Bonk is about as devastating as going one day without a foot job. Now what if I told you that the Mujina, you know, the creature that is known for adapting its magical balls to its needs, doesn't have a yokai ability like a grab attack where you cocoon enemies in your ball sack? You'd be shocked, right? Surely, Team Ninja wouldn't fumble such an opportunity to give players a "let me use my balls" ability potential. Alas, The Mujina Soul Core comes with no active ability whatsoever. Still, the lack of an active ability does not mean Mujina's Soul Core is useless. On the contrary, the copy enhancement fixed effect gives you considerable odds to copy the positive buffs an enemy is applying to themselves. This can work wonders in your favor, especially in one particular encounter that I won't mention right now to not spoil things. I didn't introduce the Dweller Yokai during the second main mission because there's really nothing particularly interesting to say about them except for the fact that their grab attack is the same as it was in the first game, where they'd get on top of you and let you smell their stinky breath. Well, almost the same, because it's actually missing the poison animation in Nioh 2. That's a bit strange because Dwellers come in two variants, small ones and big lanky ones. Said lanky ones do actually have the poison breath visual effect, so I guess Team Ninja didn't feed the small ones onions or something, I don't know. The fixed effects are nothing special, but the active ability, Dark Digger, is surprisingly handy to beat down on key bars. Kodama's Soul Core ability, Go Nuts, can actually be useful despite, looking like this. Enemies hit by this ability could drop an elixir, aka healing item. But more importantly, using this ability in a dark realm will summon a Sudama instead that will zap the enemy with lightning, which is a cute way of applying the shocked status effect. Ultimately, the main benefits of this Soul Core come from its fixed effects, that being elixir efficacy, meaning more healing, and enhanced Kodama blessing, which enhances the Kodama blessings. Nurikabe's Wall or Nothing does exactly what you'd expect walls to do. It beats the living dung out of opponents with up to 3 attacks depending on the amount of times you press its inputs, with the last attack always leaving yokai staggered and humans grounded. Effects-wise, the Soul Core is very fitting to the nature of a big, immovable wall with reduced damage taken and toughness, your stat for stagger resistance / reduced key damage taken. If you played Taz Wanted as a kid, then you'll love Enenra's Fire Twister ability that turns you into a tornado that applies the Scorching status effect, which synergizes well with its Anima bonus on scorched enemies fixed effect. The Aberrant Soldier Soul Core is a marvelous one to have. Its active ability, Firearm, is a great way of animation cancelling if you accidentally get into a long combo string. Alternatively, it's also useful if your wife is a few feet away. Another yokai I didn't introduce is the Skeleton Warrior, because, well, it's a skeleton warrior. These actually come in 2 types. A small skinny fellow, and a big one with an axe. Unfortunately, the Soul Core associated with them is of the skinny one, and it summons 2 bowmen with its creatively named Skeleton Bowman ability. One-Eyed Oni, the yokai known for its size and iconic facial features, lets you utilize Spinning Top, which has you hitting a tornado of fist attacks. Very useful in a room full of women, but not so much in combat due to the considerable recovery at the end of the animation. Karasu Tengu's Soul Core allows you to pull off Tengu tactics, that much like Enki's Spear Throw is a potential evasion tool. Onibi represent the elements, and they come in 3 types: fire, lightning, and water. And unfortunately, no, I am not forgetting the earth and wind elements from the first game, as they technically don't exist anymore, at least not in a direct one-to-one form. Wind has been replaced by purity, an element that yokai are weak to and humans are not immune to, making it a rather solid element for confusion-oriented builds. Confusion being the status effect one receives when afflicted by 2 elements simultaneously, which increases damage received by 50%. That alone makes the purity element good. So let's add more benefits on top of it that come with the purified status effect that increases ki damage taken by 50% and blocks the afflicted from applying any buffs on themselves. And further yet, if you run a blessed weapon, which you would have found via memory in the third main mission, then you can also ki pulse while blocking. Earth has been replaced by corruption, an element that humans are weak to and yokai are resistant to, but not immune. It applies the corrupted status effect that causes the afflicted target to take 30% more ki damage, which is less than purified, but attacking the afflicted target when they're corrupted will cause you to gain the ki lost, resulting in more freedom for aggressive plays. On top of that, applying the status effect on yokai reduces their maximum ki. Unlike the other elements, corruption is the least accessible, as there are no talismans to imbue your weapons in corruption, nor is there any Nioh magic that'll apply it. Your primary source for it is yokai weapons. If you think that sounds cool, good, that's because it is. Yokai weapons come imbued with corruption and a small little meter on the side. Said meter builds up as you use the weapon, and once it's full, your weapon will become sentient, significantly increasing the corruption buildup you cause, and also has the weapon speak to you. On top of that, it makes your heavy attacks send out a corruption arc. There are several options for each weapon type, and most, if not all, have something different to say, which in my opinion is a phenomenal incentive to try them all out and discover what they say whilst experiencing a weapon type you might be unfamiliar with to expand your grasp on Nioh's combat. In the first game, you existed in a world where there are 5 elements and you'd know which would be most beneficial in a boss encounter based on the visual design associated with them. Whereas now, elements feel a bit gamified, you know? Ooh, dark yokai energy, get anti-dark purity. Or, ooh, human normal, get dark yokai weapon. Still, some semblance of figuring out a boss's weakness based on their visual design exists, since corrupted and purified cancel each other out, meaning that if you're going for confusion, your second element will always have to be either fire, lightning, or water. Getting back on track, the Onibi Soul Core gives you the Fury Reinforcement ability, that upon use sends out an Onibi to deal damage of their respective element and some ki damage. In doing so, your weapon will also be imbued with their element, the same way it would be if you killed one in a mission. The fixed effects give you increased elemental damage and give an anima bonus when using elemental attacks, making it a really solid soul core for Nioh users, especially aggressive ones, since the ability can be used to combo cancel. Wheel Monk's Wheel of Flames turns you into a wheel monk that rolls around and leaves flames. It's really cool to assume the form of one Yudo to roll around, but that's really about it. The only flex Nyure Ona's soul core is that you can say you have a baddie on speed dial, since her petrifying gaze ability will leave whoever is caught in the flash paralyzed, a status ailment that is good for a brief moment of respite but will be gone once you start dishing out attacks. The last yokai I didn't introduce is Toxic Slime, the poisonous version of the little bozus from the first game. Their fixed effects all play into a poison playstyle, and their active ability will force the protagonist to smell Indian soup, which will have them spit out vile venom. The good is that this ability can be spammed and weaved rather smoothly. The bad is that it has no sound effect. And now finally, the last soul core for the Awakening region is none other than Yatsu no Kami. The fight with this thing was evil, so it should be no surprise that the soul core itself is evil too, allowing you to send out the massive serpent with its Impaling Doom ability that casts pretty much instantly and doesn't animation lock you. In closed areas, especially small arenas, the ability will ping-pong back and forth, demolishing your opponent's ki. And its anima charge special effect increases the rate at which you gain anima, making it an all-around bombastic soul core. With that unhealthy amount of yapping out of the way, it is finally time. Following Master Dosan's defeat at the Battle of Nagaragawa, control of the Mino province would fall to the victor of the battle, his antagonistic son, Saito Yoshitatsu, making the province unsafe for the trio of the protagonist, Tokichiro, and Mumio, whom would make their way to Owari in the south, a province ruled by the Oda clan and its young ambitious lord known as Oda Nobunaga, the son-in-law of Saito Dosan, with whom Tokichiro seeks audience. Tokichiro tries to sweet-talk his way into employment as he has in the past, but ultimately what catches Nobunaga's interest is the protagonist's shifting nature. With that, the group enters Nobunaga's service. Not long after this, an opportunity arises for the group to prove their worth. The Imagawa clan, a long-standing rival of the Oda clan, is being marched westward towards the capital Kyoto with an army of 20 to 25,000 men, led by Imagawa Yoshimoto, to challenge the weakening Ashikaga shogunate for control of the country. In the way of their march stands Owari, territory of the rival Oda clan, whose border fortresses Washizo and Marune are quickly overwhelmed by the massive army, following which Imagawa Yoshimoto would set up camp in Okehazama to celebrate the freest of W's. In opposition to this, Nobunaga could only amass somewhere between 2 to 3,000 men, resulting in Imagawa forces outnumbering Oda 10 to 1. Nobunaga was advised to withdraw to his clan's stronghold, Kiyosu Castle, but he was aware that Kiyosu would not withstand a siege, instead believing a strong offensive is the only thing that could make up for the vastly superior numbers of the enemy, and thus would follow the counterattack we experience in the fourth main mission, the Hidden Monsters of Okehazama. With the cover of a terrific thunderstorm, Nobunaga begins his assault against Imagawa forces that are essentially caught with their pants down, probably literally in some cases. The assault is quietly joined by Maeda Toshie, a former retainer of Oda Nobunaga who was dismissed as punishment for disobeying a command. He hopes his performance in this battle will put him in Nobunaga's good graces once more, something that similarly Tokichiro and the protagonist are trying to achieve by taking part in this battle. The mission starts on the opposite side of the Imagawa camp with a mountain standing in the middle. Before we can begin making our journey through or around this mountain, Maeda Toshie blocks our way, only letting us pass after we show him our schmoves via the gesture menu. Now we can venture deep inside and fight an assortment of familiar faces before we encounter a new yokai, Yamanba. Some say these yokai are women who were accused of crimes and fled into exile in the mountains, where they'd gradually transform into the mountain hag. Others say they are elderly women who were led to mountains and left to die. Regardless of the origin, one thing is certain. The Yamanba is a woman. Encounters with these hags are similar in difficulty to big gakis, albeit a bit easier, since hitting their crit spot will nay a hefty chunk of their ki bar. They'll primarily try to slash you up with their knife, be it by throwing it or by going sicko mode up close. Often, they'll also utilize attack strings that end with them open for a grapple if you avoid them successfully. Not long after this introduction, we reach a crossroads where, similarly to the main mission before it, we can decide if we go through the Dark Realm or walk around it. Both will bring you to the same shrine. In my case, going through the Dark Realm introduced me to the Kappa, that much like Mujina, has some RNG involved in its existence, meaning you could go for several missions without ever seeing one. They'll either be out in the open, letting out their recognizable sounds, or hiding in wells, waiting to jump scare you. Much like in the first game, they are loot piñatas. Continuing from the aforementioned shrine, we'll make our way into the heart of the mountain, either by taking the path on the left that descends past a rolling ball of death and has some Imagawa samurai, or by taking the path on the right that slithers through caverns full of Nyure Onas. Regardless of the path you tread, you will reach the central Dark Realm that corrupts a shrine. From the now cleansed shrine, we'll make our way into the Imagawa camp. Here we'll find the revenant grave of I Naomori. I'm bringing this up because in the first Nioh video, I mentioned the name and mispronounced it as Lee, when it's supposed to be E, like the meme. So please, forgive my minor reading mistake. Additionally, here we'll find the benevolent grave of Hirate Masahide, a top-ranking samurai that served the Oda faithfully for 2 generations, and even tutored Nobunaga himself. He would ultimately commit kanshi in 1553, that being a specialized form of seppuku done in protest of a lord's decision, which Masahide presumably carried out due to Nobunaga's brazen behavior. This is something that can actually be seen in-game, as if you defeat this mission's boss with Hirate Masahide alive, he will have a unique line of dialogue and do a seppuku gesture. While traversing this camp, we'll periodically hear an elephant sound followed by a lightning strike. Anecdotally, I was really dreading what I'm about to encounter in the heart of the camp, because there's only one instance where an elephant sound was heard in the Nioh universe, and that was when encountering the biggest bird named Onmoraki. God, I hope this isn't a refight.
Oh, また魚が一匹増えたようじゃ。田舎侍、刺身にしてやる。
The good news are, this is not Onmoraki. The bad news are, Imagawa Yoshimoto uses a spear, a weapon that has incredible reach in tandem with a colossal lightning guardian spirit, an element that applies a slowing status effect, making it harder to get out of his spear's reach. Before talking about the fight itself, I have to give it to Team Ninja for the visual design of this fellow. We can see on him the application of Hikimayu, shaved and painted on eyebrows, and Ohaguro, blacked out teeth. Practices that, in the case of men, symbolize aristocracy and make one appear distinguished. Whether Yoshimoto applied these practices to portray a sign of nobility, akin to "the march to Kyoto is already won," or some other reason, is up for debate. But distinguished he was. Through victories and diplomatic marriages, Yoshimoto earned names such as the best archer of Tokaido and the man who would conquer Japan soon, on top of securing an alliance with the surrounding Takeda and Hojo clans, completely covering Imagawa clan's rear, allowing Yoshimoto to fully focus on his long Oda rivals and ultimately Kyoto without having to worry about being backstabbed. Alas, since we're fighting him here, it means that ultimately his ambitions would be laid to rest. Some might say Yoshimoto is a fool for the military fumble in Okehazama. But realistically, how many times in history do you see such a suicidal assault where the offensive is outnumbered 10-1 result in anything but complete failure? If anything, the gods just did not favor Yoshimoto. If he fought in real life the same way he fights in game, then I totally understand why they didn't favor him, because he pulls off some sleazy ass jukes and abuses the lightning element. When he is using his melee options, either the spear or dual swords, the fight is very simple. His combo strings usually aren't that long, and he gives you decent openers when he does his spear grab attack, or his gap closing dual sword wish whoosh as I call it. That's assuming you dodge them, which you shouldn't have any trouble doing. Issues arise when he demonstrates his reputation for being a proficient bowman, as when he shoots into the sky, there will be a rain of lightning arrows pouring down on you. If you try to close the distance and attack him as he's going through the animation, it is very likely he'll dodge and aim at you instead, resulting in certain death or a depleted keybar if you block on time. Don't forget that Yoshimoto has a colossal lightning guardian spirit, and he'll use it to strike you with a massive lightning AoE. This is actually one of his burst attacks. With a Brood Guardian Spirit, you can smack him out of the animation, but if you're running Feral or Phantom, your only option is to evade. With Feral it's easier since the burst counter is a dash that'll cover the extent of the AoE, but with Phantom, you're just gonna have to run. Two really cool things about Yoshimoto are his grab attack, where the camera zooms in on his lacquered teeth, and the fantastic OST that has been playing in the background and will continue playing as we talk about a new gameplay element with Nioh 2. Arts of Combat. There are several bosses in the game that have a chance of dropping weapon skills. The first instance of this in our journey is Imagawa Yoshimoto, whom can drop 2 skills. For dual swords, he can drop Punish the Proud, a parry that admittedly has a super sick name, but not so much utility since parries, overwhelmingly speaking, only work on human enemies, and Nioh 2 is primarily a yokai game. And for the Switchglaive, he can drop Windswept, which is odd considering he doesn't use a Switchglaive, but whatever. It's a really nice skill that dishes out 3 attacks for the price of 1 press. Its second and third sweeps also have very respectable reach. And man, for my anime fans,
my anime fans,
I have to mention that Imagawa Yoshimoto's voice actor is Ryusei Nakao, the delightful gentleman voicing Frieza in Dragon Ball.
Man, I love this reference. Sasuke!
In a very ironic fashion, if you have issues with this fight, you can whip out a bow against this prestigious bowman and make the encounter a bit more trivial since ranged weapon headshots on human enemies will always open them for a grapple. All in all, the history, the presentation, the OST, are all fabulous, but the fight itself is very basic, so I have no choice but to put Imagawa Yoshimoto in C tier. Yoshimoto's guardian spirit attunes with the protagonist to reveal that he killed his own brother. The cutscene doesn't really elaborate on that and makes it seem like Yoshimoto is an evil bloke, but in reality it was a rather typical successional dispute for clan headship that came to be following the death of the then head of the Imagawa clan. Recognizing defeat, Yoshimoto embraces his death and implores the protagonist to end him. This is in stark contrast to the first game, where we as William fight a lot of real notable figures, yes, but we never actually kill anyone. We more so just set the stage for their capture or their disappearance. In essence, William is a vessel put in the midst of events for us to see them unfold. Whereas here, we see a rather strong difference. We are not just a perspective put into events, we are part of the events, far as Nioh 2 is concerned. And taking Yoshimoto's life, which would otherwise be accredited to Mori Shinsuke and Hattori Koheita, proves that. Now that all the action died down, Tokichiro arrives and is awestruck by what we have done. Even Nobunaga is impressed, whom now understands why we caught Dosan's eye. The cutscene then jumps forward to Kiyosu Castle, where Tokichiro is getting absolutely mesmerized by Nobunaga's sister, before he is forced back to his senses upon hearing Nobunaga's voice. Nobunaga's wife, Nohime, asks Tokichiro to join her in the council at once, and he comments about her being cold as ice. With the context of the first game in mind, this comment holds much more weight. Nobunaga's sister tells the duo she heard they assisted her brother greatly and hopes it shall continue. Continue it of course shall, as we have 3 sub-missions to tackle now. To finish the Imagawa narrative thread, we'll of course start with the submission Imagawa Die Hard, that takes us to a lovely, never-seen-before location, the forest. We're here because Tokichiro told us there's still Imagawa loyalists within Oda's domain, so as a preventive measure, we go in to stop any potential plotting. The loyalists in question are Okabe Motonobu and Okabe Masatsuna, 2 retainers of the Imagawa clan that stuck around and retrieved Yoshimoto's remains. Now you wouldn't know the name of these retainers until you defeat them and look for their lore entries post-mission, or until you let one of them kill you to see the message, killed by name. Which is a good opportunity for me to say that I do not like the new dev screen. On one side, it gives you the adversary's name, so instead of saying "You stupid," you can direct your fleeting anger directly at the source. But on the other, I much prefer the cleanliness of the dev screen in the first game. I feel like it's more punctual in the way it conveys the "lol you got fucked" feeling. Either way, the mission ultimately ends with a refight against Imagawa Yoshimoto, whom comments about the loyalty of the 2 aforementioned retainers. If anything, this submission is the ideal place to farm Yoshimoto for the 2 skills I mentioned and any other exclusive drops he has. Next up is the submission Hidetatsu's Dying Wish, wherein Nobunaga requests we return to the Viper's Sanctum and retrieve a keepsake so it doesn't fall to Yoshitatsu's hands. Visiting a familiar place and seeing it overrun by a different faction really puts into perspective our journey through the narrative. It's a nice bit of world building, and it's all this mission really has going for it. Notably because of 3 memories. One where Dosan is in disbelief that Yoshitatsu is enthralled by spirit stones, something that is antithetical to the oath Dosan took when he met the yokai woman, aka Mommy. Another is one we hear after defeating a new Yoki variant, the Ninja Yoki. These guys hit hard, just like the brutish Yoki, but they tend to dish out attacks in the blink of an eye. They were a menace in the first game, and they're even more so here. Unfortunately, since they're just a variant, they have no cool Ninja Yoki soul core to give you. The final memory we hear comes from the keepsake we came to retrieve, that says, if you continue down this cursed path, I'm afraid I must stop you, even if it brings death upon us both. In all likelihood, this is Dosan talking to Yoshitatsu before he got completely consumed by the lust for power that comes with spirit stones. The final submission for now is an error in calculation that is briefed by Maeda Toshie, who wants us to return to Okehazama to retrieve something he dropped. Bluntly speaking, I don't think this mission really has any historic and even in-universe value for us, because it brings up things I already mentioned. But it does introduce 3 new yokai, the first of which is Karakasa Umbrella. In folklore, the extent of their danger is you being left assaulted when they pull up behind you and give you the freaky hour treatment with their tongue. In the game, however, they are quite dangerous despite their goofy appearance. When it's a fair one-on-one, their ICBM launch attacks and paralyzing needle spins are not too hard to avoid. It's when the umbrellas are mixed in with other enemies that they become a big problem because of the surprising nature of the aforementioned attacks. The next yokai is Waira. This large, repulsive, disgusting creature is clearly modeled after someone who thinks Fallout 3 is good. But unlike those people, Waira actually does something. And that something is bring a fun fight. They are a very simple creature to read and abuse, and because they're massive, hitting them has a very visceral satisfaction to it. They even bring a bit of tension to the fight when they burrow underground and fill you with anticipation for their reappearance. This specific Waira is the source of the Dark Realm in this mission, which means that upon defeating it, you will very likely open the chest in its area that gives you the item that ends the mission. But there is a whole ass massive section to the left packed with yokai and an introduction to Biwa Boku Boku. These musical geniuses exist solely to play their instrument. They are so dedicated to their craft that they amassed a loyal fanbase of revenants that will spawn from their graves once you get close if they are within Biwa's musical sphere. If you get close to Biwa himself, then Onibi will spawn. That's about all Biwa Boku Boku has in terms of offense and defense. There is a 50% chance you would encounter Biwa Boku Boku before Waira if you took the left-hand path early on in the mission, that would have you fighting all the adversaries in the Dark Realm. Whereas the right-hand path would include a bit more running, but would ultimately result in the easiest and quickest way to finish this mission. Our next main mission is the mysterious One-Night Castle. Tokichiro tells us Nobunaga is eager to expand his influence into Mino. Building a castle there would allow Oda to have a foothold to launch meaningful attacks in the region. But since it is land ruled by Saito Yoshitatsu, erecting a castle might be easier said than done. Fortunately, Tokichiro has an idea. The mission opens with a cutscene of a Kodama fishing before it switches to our little crew running into Maeda Toshie and Shibata Katsuye, two esteemed Oda retainers whom are also here to build a castle for Nobunaga. They laugh at Tokichiro for thinking he can beat them to it, and he joins in on the laughter as the cutscene switches back to the Kodama catching something. That something is a shiftling by the name of Hachisuka Koroku. The idea Tokichiro had. With the help of Hachisuka Koroku, Tokichiro intended to use a fort in this area to erect a castle. Alas, ever since evil humans came, Hachisuka Koroku isn't running things around here with the same authority as he once had. So we do what we always do through this beautiful mission and learn that Koroku had a helper to build the castle, but he is now out of control, making our goal calming things down when we reach the helper's humble abode.
Yoshi, あれだ。俺に任せろ。怖い。かなり怖い。
頼
This is Hitachi, a creature that is said to move so fast that it is invisible to the naked eye. Fortunately, my eyes are wearing designer, and they can clearly see the biggest issue with this fight is the camera. I don't think I had a single other fight in this entire game where the lock-on would skew off-center the way it does in this encounter. It makes the movement feel like I'm ignoring a caution wet floor sign, which honestly I am not a fan of. But the fight itself in terms of mechanics is pretty good. Hitachi utilizes a lot of flashy, spinny moves that keep you on your toes, be it his Beyblades or projectile arcs. Up close he is a bit more simple, usually resorting to swipe swipe swoosh or a variation on that. I find his burst moves really fun to deal with, especially the ones where he delays his jump from trees. But that's really all I have to say about the fight. The Beyblade goes into B tier. With the power of a spirit stone, Tokichiro calms the Hitachi down, and it says something incomprehensible for our astral wisdom. Fortunately, Hachisuka Koroku gives us a translation, saying that if we're here for wood, we can go ahead. Astral wisdom fact checkers say that this is true. With that, Koroku gives a signal and his gang of friendly yokai arrives. Mumio is disgusted by this, but Tokichiro tells her that this is the Tokichiro way, no killing required, and that not all yokai are evil. And just like that, the Tsunomata castle would be built overnight, a perfect base to launch attacks in Mino. Historically speaking, Tokichiro did build a castle for Nobunaga in remarkable speeds, birthing a legend that the castle was built overnight. I really like the spin Team Ninja applied here. We get the same historic conclusion of a castle being built, but instead of it being done with the help of a band of adventurers directed by a human Hachisuka Koroku, we see a shiftling Koroku directing a gang of whimsical yokai. With this mission's completion, we gain access to the adept version of the XYZ dojo missions to further improve skill expression. On top of that, we get 3 submissions. The first of which is the Fire God's Magatama, another request from the blacksmith to retrieve an item that will improve forging odds. The second is the Tsunomata Yokai Hunt, wherein Hachisuka Koroku informs us that his weapon was stolen by a yokai, which has us chasing a kappa and fighting waves of enemies to retrieve it. Ultimately, this mission exists to say that even yokai
live in a society.
The construction of Tsunomata Castle is dated 1566, so you'd think submissions unlocked after the mission wherein we essentially build it to be roughly in the same time frame, right? Well, the third submission we have, a hot-blooded howl, takes place somewhere in 1561. In this mission's briefing, we learn that Maeda Toshie is still trying to get back into Nobunaga's good graces, so he rushed into battle against one of Nobunaga's rivals. Thus, we go there to make sure he doesn't perish. The reason I'm certain this mission takes place somewhere in 1561 is because A. Maeda Toshie is still trying to get into Nobunaga's good graces, something that he already has during the events of Tsunomata Castle being built, because we see him with Shibata Katsuie, a chief retainer of Nobunaga. B. In 1561, Toshie took the head of one of Nobunaga's rivals, Adachi Rokubyoe, a monstrosity of a man who had a reputation for ripping necks. And this one is very flimsy, but C. Nobunaga's chronicle, Shinchokoki, speaks of Toshie presenting 3 heads to Nobunaga. Now in the submission itself, we already have a correlation with A, just from the briefing alone. Then once we reach the final room, we have 3 enemies, a potential correlation with C. And finally, if you let the most unique looking enemy kill you, or you read the cause of death on Revenants, you'll see the name Adachi, the Beheader, a direct correlation with B. The mission concludes with Toshie's guardian spirit attuning with the protagonist and showing a battle where Toshie lost his right eye in this awesome guardian spirit cutscene style that I absolutely love. Much like we saw in the first region, submissions are sprinkled in with absolutely no rhyme or reason in terms of timeline validity. This submission could have very well been made available after the Hidden Monsters of Okehazama, that is dated 1560. And you know what would happen? We'd have a more chronological order of Maeda Toshie's quote, redemption, unquote. Instead, we're left with this problem where a submission that appears after a main mission gives the impression that it is events happening after said main mission, when in reality, we would not see Maeda Toshie in the cutscene of the mysterious one-night castle were it not for him returning to Nobunaga's good graces, as is achieved in a hot-blooded howl. Ultimately, I believe this careless ordering of missions is mended greatly by New Game Plus, but that is a topic for way later. For now, the time to avenge Master Dosan is finally upon us. Yoshitatsu is nestled in Inabayama Castle with all the spirit stones he stole. The defenses are more formidable than anyone could have ever imagined, but Tokichiro heard the talk of someone whom in the past captured the castle in a single night. Paying him a visit could be a very useful first step in the 6th main mission, the Hollow Fortress. Tokichiro and the protagonist arrive to a secluded place to meet with Takenaka Shigeharu, whom is also known as Hanbei. He assumes our arrival has to do with Inabayama Castle and says he is in no condition to help, prompting the duo to leave. In response, Tokichiro whips out a spirit stone and cleanses the corruption subduing Hanbei's guardian spirit known as Hakutaku, aka the goat. Realizing that the visitor is none other than Tokichiro, Hanbei decides to help us as long as his body permits. With that, the mission begins proper. Talking to Tokichiro before heading in will reveal that he and Mumio will search for spirit stones while we infiltrate the castle. He hands us a small spirit stone and sends us off. Talking to him again will yield a sassy response in the vein of "no more freebies." And talking to him once more after that, he folds and gives us a large spirit stone. I guess this is why people call Nioh 2 a Souls-like, but in this case, not talking to an NPC incessantly would only make you miss a consumable as opposed to a whole-ass questline. But I digress. It is not long into the mission that we are jump-scared by a stone lantern turning into a yokai. This new yokai addition is Koroka, a type of Tsukumogami, aka an item that has acquired a spirit. Kinda like the Karakasa umbrella, except Koroka give off emo vibes. Like, just by looking at them, you can feel like they'd think they're the cool yokai, which they are not. In a genuine one-on-one, their slow nature makes them pushovers, both when it comes to their spear attacks and any fireballs they try to cast. In group situations, they are a bit more threatening because they take a support role and pepper you with spells while your focus is on something more aggressive. Following this encounter, we reach a massive opening where we make our way down some rafters to a shortcut door leading back to the starting shrine and a huge contraption known as an elevator. Fortunately, the goat Hakutaku is accompanying us throughout the mission, so he'd let you know in case you couldn't tell. This massive area is the prison section. Here, the environments and memories will convey Yoshitatsu's ruthlessness as we navigate the serpentine design in search of Inabayama Castle. There is two ways to go about this section. Going off the beaten path, so to speak, will lead us to the upper levels where we reach a bridge leading outside, and we will see all the Amritian architecture plaguing the area. It seems wherever the lust for spirit stone power consumes a person, the geography shifts, almost like a fungal growth. We've seen it happen twice in the first game, notably in the final missions for the base game and DLC 3. Much like a wife, the off-beaten path is not as interesting, so instead, going through the Dark Realm, we'll tumble through the prison corridors and eventually encounter another new yokai, Rokurokubi. I liked these fellows in the first game because they appear as regular humans and reveal their true nature after a certain damage threshold. Up close, there is no surprise factor because their keybar gives their identity away. But at range, you could think you're getting a free headshot and end up unleashing a nuisance that'll spit fire or poison balls at you. Now they're even better since they have burst attacks, which I don't see too often because I just shoot them in their long ass head and enjoy free finishing moves. In the prison section, we find a revenant grave belonging to Shibata Kakunai that has the cause read "cut down by Saito Yoshitatsu." This is such an obscure name that the only mention I managed to find of it is in the Chronicle of Lord Nobunaga, wherein during the Battle of Nagaragawa, a horseman of Yoshitatsu dueled Shibata Kakunai and was ultimately defeated by the latter. We of course know that at the end victory went to Yoshitatsu, so it makes sense why the Revenant reads "cut down by Saito Yoshitatsu", even though he didn't personally kill him, I think. However, there are two more Revenant graves later in the mission that read the same cause, and they were in fact cut down by Yoshitatsu. Those graves being Saito Kiheiji and Saito Magajiro, that even has a unique line of dialogue upon defeat, saying, "We may not share a mother, but I believed blood to be thicker than water. Dearest sister, please stay away from Mino." These two are of course the younger brothers Yoshitatsu killed in Rebellion. Back to the prison section, maneuvering through its halls, we can find a path leading to the bottom, where we see piles of flesh and bones. A disturbing view that is made even more eerie when we get too close to the yokai realm in the center, that spawns everyone's favorite ball fondler, Onryoki. This encounter is a good reward for being a curious George and sniffing every corner. If you're new to Nioh as a whole, then it's a completely new fight that might leave you in shock. And if you're familiar with the franchise, it's a nice throwback to the boss of the first mission in the first game. Leaving the prison section behind, we end up in the courtyard section. Here you can take several different paths that will ultimately lead you to the same destination. Following the Amritian platforms, you'll have to fight a one-eyed Oni on a narrow path with no safety rails. My bad, not a one-eyed Oni, but rather a Snowclops, which is just a white one-eyed Oni. Taking the bottom path will have a Snowclops trying to smush you with a big ball, after which you navigate through streets leading to a crossroads. Taking the center path will lead you to the castle's staircase. Taking the left path will put you on a higher elevated path that you would have otherwise gotten to by taking an early turn on the Amritian platforms or just by using a ladder nearby. Anyway, there's a whole lot of paths and ultimately they all lead to the same castle staircase, which is a perfect opportunity for me to say that Nioh 2's level design is much more broad. The first game was very linear in its pathing. There was always an overwhelming sense of certainty in regards to what is main objective path. Here it's a bit more complex, since virtually everything is a main objective path, but in a seamless way that puts doubt in your mind. For someone like me who likes to leave no stone left unturned, it's problematic at times because I'll walk a path, I'll sense it's making too much progression, and I'll backtrack to take a different path only to be met with the same feeling and end up ping-ponging back and forth. Definitively speaking, It is better since you can in a way choose your difficulty. Go through the harder by comparison Dark Realm or take the path around. Encounter several weak to mid enemies here or encounter less enemies but stronger variants there. The only thing of note in the courtyard section is a memory saying that when Yoshitatsu stared at spirit stones, it was as if he both saw them and saw nothing at all, making it rather clear that the lust for power completely consumed him. All that remains is the castle section that'll have you crawling through halls to make it to the upper floor. Here we can find two memories. One of Dosan's daughter accepting her duty to marry Nobunaga, and another of Hanbei pleading to Yoshitatsu to forget the spirit stones, saying that he is his to command and will fell any castle. Technically, there is a third memory of presumably a Gaki that is being tortured in the basement, which is where coincidentally the source of the Dark Realm corrupting the castle shrine is. With all that said, it is time to avenge Master Dosan. We've seen several times throughout the game that red eyes are a sign of one being out of control or consumed by something foreign. In this case, it is very likely that Yoshitatsu is consumed by the
Fuck you guy.
because everything this motherfucker does feels like a massive middle finger, especially the disrespectful grab attack.
Fuck you.
Much like with Yoshimoto, this fight heavily centers around blocking or dodging combo strings and then swiftly punishing them as soon as the opportunity presents itself. It is something that is easier said than done in this case because Yoshitatsu is quite relentless. Things take a drastic turn when Yoshitatsu, yokai, shifts. That's right, much like us, Yoshitatsu is a shiftling, and since they have two guardian spirits, they have two yokai forms to take advantage of. These forms change depending on what guardian spirit you chose in the tutorial, as Yoshitatsu utilizes the other two. In my case, I went with Makami, the brute spirit, so Yoshitatsu has the feral spirit Ame no Mitori and the phantom spirit Kagewani. When it comes to Yoshitatsu's feral form, the same rules as in human form apply. Punish the conclusion of strings. Simple. Phantom form, however, is... I genuinely don't know. It's just a spamathon of ranged attacks that never really allowed me to get close, so I fought fire with fire, aka I whipped out my own ranged options, which worked surprisingly well. Yoshitatsu is the second boss that drops skills. Dragon Fang for the swords, Dragon Claw for dual swords, and Dragon Horn for odachis, all of which replace your grapple against humans with Yoshitatsu's
Fuck you.
that comes with the additional benefit of greatly increasing your anima. The reason Yoshitatsu drops a skill for 3 different weapons when they only use 2 is because each is associated with a guardian spirit. So odachi for brute, dual swords for feral, and sword for phantom. All around, I have to put Saito Yoshitatsu in B tier. The fight is decent, but I feel like it doesn't have that oomph that justifies or emphasizes any hatred you could have had for the murderer of your father. What does have oomph is the cutscene that follows. Wow guys, Team Ninja gender swapped Yoshitatsu. I don't think I can continue playing this modern DEI pandering game anymore. Now that the single-digit IQ Twitter people are satisfied, let us be logical. Yoshitatsu is the protagonist's twin, evidently. That's why in my case, and maybe yours, they are female, even though historically Yoshitatsu is a male, which also means canonically the protagonist is a male. That also explains why Yoshitatsu's guardian spirits are the ones you didn't pick during the tutorial. Now, while this revelation is a cool moment, the real meat of this cutscene happens when Yoshitatsu dissolves, and for a brief moment we see the evil Wiza. Evil Wiza's energy causes the protagonist's dagger to glow, but before the protagonist can do anything, he is gone. Mumio arrives saying that it's over, and her pendant glows much like the protagonist's dagger. And of course, it wouldn't be a good cutscene if Tokichiro didn't arrive to lighten the mood. But this time, he is agitated that the spirit stones we came for are missing. Now let's talk about the history. On a macro level, this mission is the same as it is historically. Oda Nobunaga attacks Inabayama Castle and wins the siege. The differences are on the micro and micro details. In real life, Tokichiro did try to bribe Hanbei, but he ultimately refused and stayed loyal to Saito. He was however spared and would end up in Nobunaga's service. Secondly, and most importantly, is Saito Yoshitatsu being alive in the game. Obviously this was done for better story delivery of us fighting our twin and yada yada, but in real life, Saito Yoshitatsu died 6 years before the siege takes place due to leprosy, a disease that is potentially alluded to with Yoshitatsu dissolving, something that doesn't happen anywhere else in the game. The Saito during this siege historically is Tatsuoki, Yoshitatsu's son. With this mission completed, we unlock the ability to have 2 guardian spirits. The surface value of this is having the passive benefit, marked with this icon, active at all times, albeit at halved potence. But the real raw value comes from the fact that now you can utilize a different yokai form for shifts or bursts without having to leave what you are used to behind. And, more importantly, you have 2 more slots to fit with soul cores, giving you the freedom to play around with 4 yokai abilities. All that's left for the Soaring region are hidden items, soul cores, and sub-missions, of which there are 3. The first is the Viper and the Butterfly, wherein Nohime asks us to retrieve a gift from her father, Dosan, that she has been unable to retrieve. The mission is a rather uneventful stream of fights up until we encounter a revenant that says, "Get back, this item belongs to Dosan and his daughter." The item is the dagger Nohime sent us to retrieve. Picking it up, we are attuned with Nohime's guardian spirit and learn she got this dagger from Dosan with the words, "If he is truly a fool, cut him down," in the context of her being wed to Nobunaga. Something that she ultimately didn't do because her iciness melted away due to Nobunaga's fierce ambition. It's plausible that this is true. Dosan did go by the Viper, implying he had a cunningness to him in the way he resolves things. But the only mentions of this come from the Edo period years later, so it's most likely nothing more than fiction. Nohime shows us gratitude by giving us her switchglaive to serve us well in our duties to Nobunaga, but should we think of him a fool, then we should use it to... well, you get it. Lovely, like father, like daughter moment. The second submission, the Shiftling's Wise Judgment, is a super cool one that explores a concept that I wish Team Ninja utilized way more in this game. Spoiler alert, they kinda don't. In this mission, Hachisuka Koroku and Shibata Katsue are on war footing, and we are sent in as a mediator to defuse the situation. The reason this mission is cool is because we can hear why each side is feuding with the other and then decide where we stand. Shibata Katsue hates yokai, so much so that when we talk to him he says, You think I join forces with a filthy yokai? Insisting on joining his side, he will say, you're a shiftling with a human soul? Fine, let's freak these neighbors up. And then the mission will consist exclusively of yokai enemies and end with a fight against Hachisuka Koroku, whom says something about us taking the human side. He says this telepathically, because you don't actually hear it in-game.
Okay.
This fight is rather hard because Koroku is a shiftling, meaning he can utilize Dark Realms, and he uses a Kusarigama. As for his moves and all that jazz, that's reserved for later. Upon Koroku's defeat, Shibata Katsuye is impressed and hands us a commendation. In it we read that Katsuye has always looked down on yokai kind, but we ain't that bad. The next time we meet on the battlefield, I want you watching my back. But then in the mission end screen he says, make no mistake, I will never put my trust in any yokai. That's a bit contradictory, is it not? Wanting someone to watch your back in battle would imply you trust them enough to not give you raw back shots when you're not looking, right? With that, Katsuye will let Koroku live and the feud is diffused. On the flip side, Hachisuka Koroku is just a chill guy. He doesn't take kindly to his kind being disrespected, so he wants to punch Katsuye's teeth in. Siding with him, the mission will consist exclusively of human enemies. In my opinion, this is the best route, because of prestige titles. Throughout the game, you will be completing various milestones like kill X enemies with this, kill X enemies with that, and the likes, all of which reward you with prestige points that you can use to arbitrarily modify number values like drop rate, key, damage, and such. Now the reason this is the best route for that is because for the weapon specific titles, the requirement is to kill humans. Yes, Team Ninja really made all the weapon titles dependent on humans in a game that consists primarily of yokai enemies, instead of, just making it general kills but increasing the required number to match. No surprise, this time around the mission ends with a fight against Shibata Katsuye and some of his lackeys. His you think I'm going to let yokai scum defeat me quickly turns into, but how? I lost to a damn yokai. Because this encounter is honestly a joke. But if you don't want to pick favorites, there is a third option to turn back to where Tokichiro is standing and jump down a hole, which will have you fighting a mix of human and yokai enemies, and ultimately a duo fight against a mix of a human Shibata Katsuye and a yokai Hachisuka Koroku. Needless to say, this fight is the hardest option out of the three, but if you're patient, you could use Koroku's attacks to hit Katsuye to simplify things. The third submission, an end to seclusion, is briefed by Nobunaga's sister, Oichi, whom is said to be wed to Azai Nagamasa, a rival of Nobunaga, as some form of peace treaty or more so marriage alliance. Alas, the road Oichi must travel to the Omi province is unsafe, so she asks us to clear the way. This mission, of course, takes place in the forest. At this point, I see the forest more than I see my wife. Mods, get me a forest shtick counter. As is always the case for this cursed location, you fight waves of yokai and eventually win. The end is what I would say were it not for two memories that play out. One that says Azai and Oda working together is absurd and won't happen on my watch. The other says the shining stones that man left behind. If we use them, all may not be lost. There's clearly someone in opposition to the Azai-Oda alliance, but who this may be is a mystery that Team Ninja don't really elaborate upon going forward. But if I had to guess, this is the first boss I put in S rank in the next region. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, you survived through the meat and potatoes of the Soaring region. Now of course we'll jump into the dessert known as hidden map items and soul cores. There are 5 hidden items on the Soaring region map, and they are as seen on screen. Again, nothing really for me to elaborate upon. Fortunately, the Soul Core talk won't be as long as it was in the first region because we only get 9 new ones in Soaring. Messed up teeth, or a lack thereof, and a sharp knife in hand is all you need to pull off the British salute, or the sharp old hag ability of the Yamanba Soul Core that has you sharpening your knives before going for a thrust attack. The sharpening part of the ability applies a buff that increases your attack damage, and it remains for a bit after using the ability. It's quick, it's cheap, and applies a buff. You really can't go wrong with it. Next up is Kappa. I was really hoping the ability for their Soul Core would be you taking the form of a Kappa and smacking your butt until a fart or something funny happens, simply because I've seen Kappa taunt me by smacking their booty cheeks. Alas, the Soul Core comes with the ability Indestructible Shell, that for a moderate duration essentially acts as a contraceptive for backshots. If I was a teenage girl living in London, this would be huge. I guess it's cool if you want to LARP as Hachisuka Koroku, but since it only protects your bum, it's kinda useless. Karakasa Umbrella's Reign of Terror will rain paralyzing terror around you. It's quite handy when you're surrounded or when fighting big chunky boys. I'd never wish for anyone to look like someone who unironically thinks Fallout 3 is a good game, but Waira's wormhole ability is so good that I have to make an exception. First of all, it makes you invulnerable when you burrow underground, allowing you to peacefully reposition from sticky situations. Cool, already a fantastic ability as is, but top it off with the resurfacing part of the ability that hits extremely hard, and you get a phenomenal Soul Core. As you might have noticed by now, Soul Core abilities are that yokai's signature move. Looking at Biwa Boku Boku, you'd be certain that their Soul Core ability would be strumming that it and letting out riffs for some buffs or whatever, right? Wrong. Much like Mujina's Soul Core, Biwa Boku Boku has no active ability. Mr. Team Ninja, please explain why I cannot sit down and play some Chaga Chaga or you gave the Kodama an ability and that shit is doo-doo diaper. So why couldn't you give me the opportunity to sit down and toy with my it for some doo-doo diapacious benefit? Like, I don't know, removing a Dark Realm for a short duration, similar to the bell mechanic in a later mission, or summoning an enhanced Revenant that has higher drop rate, which, you know, would play into Biwa's fixed effects. I will remember this betrayal, Mr. Team Ninja. In folklore, it is said that Kamaitachi attack in threes. One slices the victim's legs, knocking them to the ground. The second inflicts thousands of cuts on the victim, and the third applies a magical salve which heals the majority of the wounds instantly. This happens so fast that from the perspective of the victim, they merely tripped and caught a little scratch. So it should be no surprise that Kamaitachi's Rising Winds ability sends out 3 ferocious Beyblades to slice up the ops. The first 2 are guaranteed to pop out, but the third one might go AWOL if you move too early. Combine that with the fantastic fixed effects and you get age-moded Joel Jor. Koroka's Where There's Smoke is a really handy ability to apply the Scorched status effect and deal damage from a safe distance. It's especially useful inside Dark Realms because you get more fireballs. Plus, it just looks really cool. Rokurokubi's Soul Core has you going with its Whiplash ability, which I guess could be useful, but I feel like it would have been cooler if this Soul Core's ability played into Rokurokubi's affinity for both scorched and poisoned status ailments, as opposed to just a smack that is covered by so many other Soul Cores at this point. And finally, On Ryoki's Soul Core, we'll have you taking the form of an iconic enemy from the first game with its Ball of Hatred ability that acts as a superior version of One-Eyed Oni's spinning top. Much like the Erdtree, Nioh 2 has a shadow. Following Nobunaga's successful counterattack against Imagawa Yoshimoto's army and subsequent conquest of the Mino province with the assistance of Tokichiro and the protagonist, a celebration would take place, marking the conquered Inabayama Castle as the new base of operations for unifying Japan, under the new name Gifu. To kickstart the celebration, Nobunaga performs Atsumori, a play focusing on Atsumori, a young samurai of the Taira clan who was killed in the Genpei War, a clan that Oda claim descendants from. During this celebration, Tokichiro and the protagonist barge in past Nobunaga's retainers to make an unusual request. Tokichiro wants to combine elements of his and the protagonist's name to become Yoshihide. Nobunaga agrees to the idea, but not the name, instead combining Hide and Tokichiro to make the name Hideyoshi. He says he expects the unexpected from them and then looks at the camera to do a title drop. Okay, so there's a lot to unpack here. First and foremost, how the hell do we get the Yoshi part from the name Tokichiro? Well, from my understanding, because kanji originated in China and made its way to Japan through religious texts and the likes, the Japanese adopted the Chinese writing/reading system and applied to it their own language. With that, two ways of reading kanji emerged: onyomi, which is readings derived from the Chinese pronunciations, and kunyomi, the original indigenous Japanese readings. With that in mind, if we look at the kanji of the name Hideyoshi, we can see the first one is the same as the one inscribed on the protagonist's dagger, so that is Hide, leaving us with this house-looking kanji that sounds like
Kichi
with onyomi and
Yoshi.
with kunyomi.
Hideyoshi.
Secondly, we are Hideyoshi. You know, the Toyotomi Hideyoshi? Or at least Tokichiro specifically is. But far as the game is concerned, all his accomplishments are actually our doing. For people with some prerequisite knowledge, Tokichiro's true identity is rather obvious from the first encounter. Team Ninja isn't really trying to surprise anyone with this new name revelation. In fact, they're actively trying to make sure there is no surprise because each region begins with an excerpt of Lois Froise's History de Japan, specifically mentioning the name Hideyoshi before the cutscene pivots to Tokichiro and the protagonist doing exactly what was written in the excerpt. Though I'd imagine most people ignore or miss that because Nioh no story and just focus on the gameplay. Going forward, instead of saying Tokichiro and the protagonist, I'll just say Hideyoshi, but individually there won't be any changes. To unify Japan, Nobunaga first sets his eyes on defeating the Asakura clan of the Echizen province in the siege of Kanegasaki. Nobunaga's brother-in-law, Azai Nagamasa, betrays his alliance with Nobunaga to honor the long-time alliance between the Asakura and Azai clans. Thus, Nobunaga is caught in a pincer movement and is forced to retreat, leaving Akechi Mitsuhide and Hideyoshi to serve as rear guard. Which brings us to the first main mission of this region, A Way Out. The cutscene opens with a new character, Saito Toshimitsu, using Onmyo magic to get rid of enemy forces. Beside him, Akechi Mitsuhide is doing the reading the old-fashioned way. With the threat neutralized, Toshimitsu says to Mitsuhide, "Surely we can assume Tokichiro has been killed. With that, we are rid of those who would misuse the Spirit Stones." Thus, Akechi Mitsuhide's fear that spirit stones would be used to hasten the ruin of the nation is nullified, and the two leave. The cutscene then jumps to Tokichiro valiantly fending off enemy forces. By that I mean Hachisuka Koroku saves his ass, and then the protagonist and Mumio jump in on the fight. Now that the enemy forces have been cut down, the group looks for a way to regroup with Nobunaga inside the mission proper. Right at the start, Hanbei says Mumio is scouting the path ahead. Then he gives us sacred arrows and says he will wait for Tokichiro and Koroku to catch up. So we continue solo and encounter a vile creature known as a dog. In the first Nioh video, I naively said, I just love how Team Ninja looked at From Software's games and were like, look, those guys took a vile creature and turned it into the most annoying enemy in their game, let's do the same. Which is wrong. Team Ninja weren't inspired by From Software to implement evil, nefarious, vile dogs, but rather they were inspired by themselves, particularly by Ninja Gaiden 2. A game that would inspire From Software to make Ninja Blade, a game that maybe is terrible considering it's not available for purchase anymore on Steam. There's really nothing to like about the dogs in Nioh. They're dogs, they somersault, and they snitch. Continuing the mission, nothing really interesting happens until we are met with a massive spotlight scanning the area ahead. Getting caught in its view will trigger a dark realm and will have you periodically getting hit by cursed pogs. The smart move would be going slow and taking cover as you progress to avoid the light. But that feels kinda antithetical to what Nioh 2 is. You know, a hectic action game. So you can just blitz through and deal with whatever may come. Or you can use the sacred arrows given by Hanbei to shoot at the source of the spotlight, which if you look carefully for, is a massive owl just sitting on a tree. This is a really cool variation on Dark Realms. In essence, you're doing the same exact thing, which is finding the source and beating it to a pulp. But the method here is vastly different. Variations are a good thing, so I fuck with this heavy. Continuing to make progress, we'll eventually reach a bridge where things come to a halt. This massive 8-headed abomination is Mitsume Yasura, an amalgamation of body parts that exists to vor on anyone unfortunate enough to come within its reach. It also exists to provide a fun fight. 8 heads equals 8 weak spots, meaning you should have no issues chomping down their key bars or just obliterating them with combos since they are big and hard to miss. The only thing to watch out for is their burst attacks, where they prove to be surprisingly agile. And of course, its corrupted breath attack, where it'll unleash an elemental beam from its heads. Upon defeat, it says, I won't let them pass. Yeah, okay, Gandalf. There will be many more bushes and another owl spotlight encounter before we stumble across a memory saying, hurry to the Sohaya village and don't look back. Doing just that, we'll see Mumio standing at the entrance and the beautiful soundtrack will start playing. It's called The Sohaya, a very melancholic track that fills you with an equal amount of sadness and purpose. You see, if we talk to Mumio, she'll tell us to use glowing jars if we see any, since now nobody else is going to. That is because the Sohaya are no more. This is something that is subtly conveyed throughout the mission, with graves belonging to various Sohaya members, and memories such as to meet one's end while putting yokai to the sword, and if only our leader was here, the yokai wouldn't have gotten the better of us. The game didn't really dive into the Sohaya as a faction that much, mostly utilizing them as stronger human variants that try to kill us. But they still ideologically align with the protagonist, you know, standing against the yokai plaguing the lands. So to see them gone indirectly says that now the only thing that can stop the Aratama, i.e. malicious yokai, is us. Making it into the heart of the village, we'll quickly find out that it is the massive owl's nest. In folklore, Tatarimoke is the spirit of a baby which inhabits the body of an owl. This came to be because oftentimes newborns were not given proper burial in times of old. So when their souls would float up, they would get stuck to owls, thus becoming Tatarimoke. It is said that Tatarimoke are the same size as owls, which is evidently not the case for us. That is because this Tatarimoke is not a manifestation of a single spirit, but of all those who inhabited the Sohaya village, made evident by said spirits engulfing Mumio and saying things like, "We've been waiting, where did you go? Will we all be made yokai?" This is arguably the easiest fight in the entire game. You're up against a massive hitbox that has 3 weak spots conveniently placed next to each other, making it an absolute breeze for skills like the Split Staff's Dragon Dance. But even for other means of approach, the fight is very simple. Tatarimoke will fly up, shoot a few needles, perchancebly shoot a few cursed bogs, and will dive bomb with questionable accuracy. When it's grounded, you can expect wing swipes, little yumps, which I guess falls under the flying category, and a vertical laser beam from its third eye that, fortunately, doesn't have a follow-up explosion like Buzz Zoo from Ninja Gaiden. The really cool thing about this fight is its Dark Realm phase. Typically, a Dark Realm is just, oh no, things are darker and your ki recharge is hindered. Whereas here, things are really darker, like pitch black nefarious darker, and the root of the Dark Realm is not Tatarimoke itself, but rather a red eye that spawns somewhere in the arena. It's a decent shake-up visually and mechanically. What makes it even better is the OST. It's not a banger track that you can play to feel sad or hyped. It's creepy. Kinda like Midra's OST from Elden Ring, but creepier, because Midra's track has a structure to it that makes you say, oh okay, this is him ending the suffering, this is him becoming the frenzied lord and whatever. Whereas here, it's just a profound, constant sense of darkness with no resolve. And that's not even taking into consideration how well Tatarimoke's sound effects lay on top of this OST. All around, I'ma have to slap Tatarimoke in A tier. With Mumio now free from engulfment, her pendant begins to glow together with the protagonist's dagger, a glow that puts all the remaining spirits to rest. Mumio's guardian spirit attunes with the protagonist, and we learn that Mumio was found as a child by the Sohaya and was raised as their own, abiding by their laws, living only to hunt yokai. We more importantly learn that when the blade of the Sohaya regains its light, the Dark Realm will be purged and the dead will finally be laid to rest. Now, Mumio's path is finally lighted. The way is clear. I believe that last part is in reference to the protagonist and their dagger. The Sohaya existed around the glowing yokai slaying blade, and when it was destroyed by Dosan, the Sohaya lost their purpose. Some resorting to odd jobs, which would explain why we see Sohaya members by their lonely in some of the main missions leading up to this one, and others staying true to their purpose, but ultimately fighting a losing cause because the blade that would lay the dead to rest is gone, far as they are concerned. Either way, now the spirits of the Sohaya can find peace at last. Shortly after, Tokichiro, Hanbei and Koroku arrive. The cutscene then switches to Nobunaga leading his troops in the retreat, where Matsunaga Hisahide offers his service and lets Nobunaga know he already requested reinforcements from Master Ieyasu, which Nobunaga finds to be out of character. Then our little group catches up to Nobunaga's forces, leaving him impressed once more. In the mission conclusion screen, Tokichiro is pissed about the absence of Mitsuhide and his forces. He of course doesn't know their little traitorous moment. Neither does the protagonist. He is also in disbelief that Mumio was Sohaya all along, which comes off as odd initially. Like, bro, are we in the same universe? But you gotta remember, us hearing things in spirit attunement scenes is not necessarily things Tokichiro knows about. He says he doesn't think we can afford a moment to relax, as Lord Nobunaga will be returning to Gifu and planning an immediate counter-attack. But I think we have plenty of time to relax, as now we have 6 sub-missions to tackle, 2 of which are locked behind the completion of other prerequisite missions, which is a cool way of incentivizing you to pay attention in the ones mentioned to see if any overarching narrative thread forms. This isn't something that is new to Nioh 2 per se. The first game has submissions that become available after the completion of other submissions. The difference here though is clarity. You know what you need to complete and you know what you'll unlock, as opposed to being surprised or having to Google shit. Being that we just got done with the Sohaya village, it's only fitting the first submission we'll tackle is Immovable, given by Mumio. Rumors have started of ghostly sightings in the vicinity of the Sohaya village. Mumio is keen to find out what is going on. So to satiate her curiosity, we go there and encounter the Sohaya. Why are they here? Does this mission take place before the events of the main mission that unlocks it, as some sub-missions have? No. She says in the mission briefing, village we visited a while back. So are these bandits that took over the village and started to use leftover apparel? Compelling idea, but I don't think slapping on some homeless attire gives you the ability to use Onmyo magic. So, no. To find out what's going on, we have to do a bit of walking until we're met with a revenant Sohaya. He doesn't say much, or anything really, so we kill him, and with his dying breath he says, "We will protect the village. Come back, Minami." With that, the mission ends, and through Mumio we find out the ghostly sightings were actually Sohaya remnants. Judging by what Mumio says, particularly, "Do you have something to tell me?" it is as if the protagonist knows something we don't. So, rewinding and going back to the Revenant Sohaya, we can instead use the relax gesture, which will prompt him to ask us if we know Minami and to give her this. A broken comb that conjures up the pleasing image of a parent tenderly combing out the tangles of their child's unruly hair. Finishing the mission, Mumio will get emotional over this comb. Now we know her real name is Minami. And just to confirm this isn't speculation, we can transform our appearance to Mumio in the hut and go to the same Revenant Sohaya, whom will say he knows us and will be thankful for us coming back before giving us the same broken comb. I mentioned transforming our appearance there, so that means it is time to talk about the hidden tea house. Because Matsunaga Danjo Hisahide appeared on screen at the end of our last main mission, we now have access to the hidden tea house, where various clans throughout Japan's history battle it out for control of the country. You can join a clan of your choice to reap the neat benefits they provide, most of which are arbitrary number modifiers, but handy ones that shouldn't be scoffed at. The longer you remain in a clan and the more donations you make, the higher the clan's boon will be. Making donations is simple. You just go into the donations window and give away stuff, with the items desired for the day or week giving progress to the respective reward bar. Now why would you care about this? Well, obviously, the clan's boon. It's just free benefits. But if you also happen to be on the winning side at the end of each week, you'll be earning glory, a currency that can be used with Danjo to purchase transformations, gestures, scrolls for your hut, and of course, consumables. Glory can also be earned from defeating revenants and your benevolent grave being useful. If you are in RNGesus's good graces, you'll be finding tea utensils throughout the game. Bringing them to Danjo will cause him to appraise them, with some being pugnacious, some mid, and some Dark Souls 3. As long as they're not the latter, you'll then be able to take them to your hut and place them on your shelf for more free passive benefits, like increased luck, more monies, and increased tea utensil drop rate. Speaking of the hut, this is like a pseudo hub. I say pseudo because there's rarely a reason to interact with it, but it is really cool. As you progress in the game, you can change the appearance of the room, what kind of visitor stands next to the protagonist, and the scroll hanging in the background. Imagine how cool it'd be if after every mission you'd be able to roam in this room, you know, like a real hub, with all your accomplishments slowly cluttering the walls, and in the center would be a 3D map of the game's geography that upon interaction zooms in and lets you select missions. That's an idea for you, Mr. Team Ninja. Getting back on track, our next submission is the Shrine of Oaths. Before his passing, Master Dosan would often take Hanbei to the Viper's Sanctum, a place Hanbei grew attached to. Now, some slithering shadow is sullying that place with its presence, which Hanbei wants us to drive out. Before even seeing a single enemy, we stumble across a memory from Dosan saying that the oath we pledged has certainly led to the most eventful life, but a viper is a stubborn creature, and I will watch over this world from the next. The mission continues about the same as this section had during its main mission, like even the serpent statues are back. On a broken bridge in the center we find another memory. I can't believe that Dosan would get taken in by a yokai. Is this a reference to the protagonist's mother? Based on what we know, that seems like the most plausible conclusion. If that is the case though, it's rather odd to place such a memory now as opposed to in our prior visits to the Viper's Sanctum. Alternatively, it could mean Dosan was taken in by Yatsu no Kami, in which case, that's cool. It's not long before we get another memory from Dosan saying, "You left with our child, so haunted by the frivolities of social convention, but the cost of losing you both was too much to pay. I promised to raise Yoshitatsu to be great." This one is very clearly a reference to the protagonist's mother. From her lore entry, we can learn that her name is Miyoshino, and that when their neighbors discovered the truth about her yokai nature, she left Dosan to protect him from the harsh judgment of those around. The last memory we find is from Dosan as well, and it says, You are a yokai, are you not? Please protect my children." Hanbei is grateful we carried out what he asked, and says that he senses the burden on our shoulders has only grown. Which, fair play, I genuinely have no idea what to make of that last memory. Next up is the submission, Learning a Lesson. Someone stole Nobunaga's sword, so we fetch sword. I'd move on to the next submission, but this one takes us to Mount Ibuki, the same location we went through in A Defiled Holy Mountain from the first game. It's a really nice throwback that is used for kinda underwhelming means, as when we find the sword thief, a memory plays out saying, "If I can just have 5 million Gorillion racks perchancebly, the others won't starve. I'll steal for it, kill for it, I'll do anything, which is a memory that just exists for Nobunaga to demonstrate his ruthlessness in the mission end screen. Completing it is one of the requirements for the submission, a formal match. We've experienced a couple missions that show up late in relation to their prerequisite mission. Well, now we experience the opposite, as this mission is a direct duel against one of Nobunaga's retainers to showcase what Hideyoshi is made of. The retainer in question is Obsidian Samurai, commonly known as Yasuke, who wouldn't be anywhere close to Japan for at least another 9 years. Putting that discrepancy aside though, the fight is much better than it was in the first game, obviously because burst attacks exist now, but also because Yasuke has a few new moves and is very trigger happy to use his guardian spirit for buffs or the aforementioned burst attacks. And I mean really happy. If you told me this man is a furry that makes love to his guardian spirit, I'd believe you, because I've seen his Atlas Bear on screen more than I've seen the red of burst attacks. Much like Imagawa Yoshimoto, Yasuke loves using lightning element attacks, but they are nowhere near as efficient as Yoshimoto's elephant Shaboing Boing, plus at this stage of the game we have a bit more skill freedom in comparison, so this fight is really nothing more than a trivial novelty. Yasuke is the only boss in the game that drops a skill for the axe, Spirit Storm, and largely speaking it's doo-doo diaper, because it's a parry that only works on human enemies. It's stronger and more key efficient than its naturally obtainable counterpart, Spirit Wind, but with Spirit Wind you are not limited to only human enemies in a game that what? That's right, a game that primarily consists of non-human enemies. Team Ninja must really hate axes. There's only one obtainable skill for them in the entire game, and that skill is Dungacious. Anywho, upon defeat, Yasuke says, "You beat me, you have earned this," and gives us a foreign necklace. In return, I give him the honor of being the first boss to enter E tier. All we have left now is 2 submissions, one of which is locked behind a mission that we don't even have access to yet, leaving us with only this blue one. That's odd. We know red is main missions, gray is submissions, and the circles on the left are Twilight missions. So what in the hell are these blue ones? Well, these are online missions, in which you aren't forced to co-op and don't even need to be online to begin with. So they're just submissions. But they are a different color because they came in an update leading up to the first DLC, particularly in update 1.09, in which 8 of these missions were added. So instead of calling them online missions when they arise, I'll just refer to them as what they are: post-launch content, or PLC. The one we have here is the Chinese Bellflower Dagger, in which Saito Toshimitsu heard about the way we fought in the Kanegasaki retreat, making him want to experience our bravery and defiance firsthand. This fight is absurdly hard. Like, it's straight up designed for post-game characters because it's PLC. Doing it as it becomes available is just asking for suffering. Toshimitsu does not care about you or your wholesome Nioh 2 experience. He will spam Onmyo magic, he will brutalize you with hard-hitting attacks, he will shred you with fast-hitting strings that usually end with a zesty Onmyo ball, just as that cherry on top, and most importantly, at some point he will cast a protection buff on himself. That just means he will receive 0 damage until you chip down the buff. Like, it's a good and intense fight, but not at this stage of the game. Upon defeat, he says, "You fought with honor." Yeah, well, you didn't, Mr. Unlimited Onmyo. I hope we shall have the chance to do this battle again someday. I hope not. after which he casts a hex that forces me to put him in C tier. While we were doing our side business, Oda Nobunaga rallied his troops and is set to attack the Azai Asakura in what would come to be known as the Battle of Anegawa. Ane being the river that divides the north and south areas of Azai clan's domain. With the help of Tokugawa Ieyasu, the battle would be split into two wings. On the east, Oda forces would clash against the Azai, whereas on the west, Tokugawa forces would clash with the Asakura. Which brings us to our second main mission in this region: Corpses and Ice. Right off the get-go, we can talk to Mumio and she'll say, "You can keep me company while I hunt yokai." Nothing out of the ordinary for her personality, except for the fact that now she'll also kill humans, something that she was opposed to. Could be that after seeing our dagger glow, her allegiances lie more with us than they do with the laws of the Sohaya. We'll get a brief view of the Ane River running red with the blood of the fallen, and across it, our destination, a frozen stronghold. Going the only way we can, we'll enter an encampment littered with the corpses of Oda warriors and some remaining Azai forces. Here we can find a memory saying, "To think a man like Azai would stoop to turning to darkness." This is pretty much to be expected at this point. All our ops always turn to using spirit stones. We can also find a revenant belonging to Azai Masayuki, Nagamasa's brother, that upon defeat says, "Nothing could bring me more joy than to die for Lord Azai." We'll eventually reach a crumbling bridge guarded by two axe-wielding skeleton warriors. Upon defeat, both say the same thing: "This bridge may crumble where I stand, but I will not let them pass." I got bad news for you, buddy. Reused Gandalf joke. Once we pass, Mumio will leave our company and we'll have the Azai encampment to go through by our lonely. I really love this section of the mission. Realistically, all that stands between the shrine we get here and the section after this encampment is 3 sequential doors. But as you might guess, door opens from the other side. So what ends up happening is that you infiltrate the encampment, which really feels like an infiltration because no one is ready for you. And you zigzag between its sections to make the path clear. I don't know how to paint the mental image of what it feels like, but it feels really good. The source of the Dark Realm in this encampment says, if only we had those stones for ourselves, we could do so much. So much. To which Hakutaku, the goat, affirms what we already know by saying, "I fear the spirit stones have birthed this darkness." Before moving on, there are several graves here worth noting. The first is a revenant named Endo Naotsune, whom in a notable engagement attempted to take Nobunaga's head, but was ultimately stopped by Hanbei's younger brother, Takenaka Kyusaku. The second is a benevolent named Sakai Kyuzo, the son of Sakai Masahisa, a loyal samurai of Nobunaga. Letting his benevolent assistance run its course, we will be met with the line, "My sword arm is not yet sated. Can we not stay to fight more?" You probably assumed that last line is used to portray Sakai Kyuzo's bloodlust, but it actually portrays a life cut short, as Sakai Kyuzo was only 15 years old when he was killed by gunfire in the Battle of Anegawa. The third is a revenant named Azai Masazumi. Being that this is a revenant, or in other words, grave that fights you, I thought this is mayhaps Azai Nagamasa's brother or son. However, it appears there was a bastard branch of the Azai clan within Owari, which was headed by Azai Masazumi, or as he is more commonly known, Azai Shinpachi. He did take part in the Battle of Anegawa, which explains why he is mentioned in this mission, though I don't know why it's done through a grave when he didn't meet his end here, or especially why it's a revenant grave when Shinpachi was in service of Oda Nobunaga during and after the battle. The final two revenants are Imamura Ujinao and Yuge Iezumi. I found pretty much nothing about these two on the internet except a mention of them being killed on the Japanese wiki. In the Chronicle of Lord Nobunaga, there is a Yuge and Imamura mentioned when talking about heads taken in battle, though under different names, which isn't uncommon for Japanese. Back in the encampment section, a memory will speak of not being able to touch that guy with an odachi. Well, going forward to our objective, we'll see this guy with an odachi who will very kindly scream out his name, Magara Takamoto, the son of Magara Naotaka. We are built different enough to touch this dude up, and upon his death he says, "You will never win this war."
Okay.
Continuing through the door behind him, we'll enter a buffer area where another odachi-wielding fellow stands in our way. This one, however, does not scream out his name, and in my case, there were no revenants nearby to tell me who this is, so I had to purposefully die to learn that this is Magara Naotaka. Upon defeat, he will say, "To think I would die like a dog. Now it's up to you, Naotaka." What? Aren't you Naotaka? This is obviously a mistake on Team Ninja's part. If we go into the lore tab, we'll learn that this is actually Magara Naosumi, brother of Naotaka. With him dead, we can now make our way to the final section of this mission, the beautiful frozen stronghold. Well, actually, before even stepping foot in the stronghold, we'll find a memory saying, "They're just not normal. Even Lord Tatakatsu is in for a fight," right in front of a newish yokai, Namahage. These fellas come in two variants, grab-happy single cleaver wielders and dual-wielding choppers. They look intimidating, but if your weapon has enough reach to hit their horns, they are beyond trivial. Love them in the first game, love them here too. Inside the stronghold proper, we are met with a dark realm. This one is not mandatory, as there is a secret path around it on the left side down some broken platforming. This path will lead us straight to the entrance of the boss arena, but it will be a considerable time sink to run all of it again in case we die to the boss. So going into the Dark Realm, we will see that its source is a crystal. I find it kinda funny how the first time we see the return of the crystal shtick in Nioh 2 is within an unnaturally icy level, the same way that the crystal shtick was introduced in the first game's falling snow. Going to the boss arena, a cutscene will play out of Honda Tadakatsu and Hattori Hanzo standing their ground. Tadakatsu tells Hanzo to leave things to him, to which Hanzo agrees. The memory from before wasn't lying. Tadakatsu is in for a fight, one that even he is not prepared for, as the massive ice yokai from the intro cutscene jumps in and disarms Tadakatsu. The massive ice yokai is none other than Magara Naotaka, a phenomenal encounter in every regard. Visually, iced out. The fight itself, fast but readable with many windows for attacks. The OST, puggacious, especially in its Dark Realm section that I'll play when talking about Naotaka's history, which is also really cool. There's really not much else to say. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, "Oh bro, when he swings his sword you gotta move out of the way," and shit like that, because all of his moves are easily readable. The only downfall here could be a lack of skill. Like if he goes for a burst attack, you what? Burst counter. If he goes for a grab, you what? Dodge out of the way. What I will say is that his sword attacks have incredible reach. That is because he is wielding an odachi known as Tarotachi, a colossal 221 centimeter blade. That's bigger than me, bro. Hell, it's even bigger than Madara Naotaka himself, as he was a tiny dude of only 210 centimeters. He was famed in real life for wielding it, so of course in Nioh it's gonna be emphasized and felt. You can actually see the Tarotachi and its sister blade Jirotachi that was wielded by Naotaka's brother in the Atsuta Jingu shrine in Japan. Historically speaking, there is a report that Naotaka and Tadakatsu engaged in a one-on-one duel that was cut short when the Asakura army started to retreat, which is pretty much as we've seen in the in-game cutscene. However, it is also said that Naotaka lost his blade and continued to fight bare-handed. In the cutscene, we see the inverse of that with Tadakatsu losing his spear. Would have been really cool if Madara Naotaka had a second phase where he is bare-handed, kinda like Hoarah from Elden Ring, and it would be a good opportunity to have him drop a bare-handed skill, which is a niche playstyle you can adopt through the samurai skill tree. Never bothered with it, so no comment. But Team Ninja don't really do distinct second phases like From Software. Genuinely, there's only one I can think of, and that is Umi Bozu. Naotaka can drop the skill Swirling Snow for the Odachi, a brain-dead swingathon that human enemies generally don't know how to deal with. It looks good, it hits hard, and all you have to do to reap its benefits is hold a single button. Like I said, Madara Naotaka is a phenomenal encounter in every regard, so of course he is going into S tier. Upon his defeat, Naotaka says, "So even with the stones, still it ends like this." And Tadakatsu thanks us for our aid and vows to repay us for it. With Madara Naotaka out of the way, the Tokugawa forces must regroup and march into battle once more to defeat the Azai and Asakura. In the mission end screen, we see that Lord Nobunaga wants to keep this momentum going to make a push on Azai Nagamasa's stronghold, Odani Castle. Push we shall after some sub-missions, of which we have 5, but actually 6. The first one we tackle has to be the Brothers' Blade. Tadakatsu tells us that something has attacked Tokugawa forces and wants us to make our way to Anegawa at once. A quick look at the mission name and its rewards will tell you that this is a mission about Madara Naotaka. The same crystal as before is back, this time corrupting a shrine and being protected by Madara Naosumi. Unfortunately, he doesn't say anything new upon defeat. This is the mission to farm Madara Naotaka for his Odachi skill. You might also say it's a good place to farm his soul core, you know, boss enemy and all that. But since he is considered a human enemy, despite what his keybar would say, the only soul core he can drop is a mortal soul core that comes with no fixed effects or abilities. This is something that every human enemy has a chance of dropping. Might sound useless, but once we get to the soul core section of this region, you'll see why it's not. Unrelated, but I'm inclined to believe that Madara Naotaka is the voice we heard all the way back in the submission An End to Seclusion, talking about an Azai-Oda alliance not happening on his watch. The next mission is Lingering Snow and Crimson Tracks, given to us by Hanbei, whom says there are reports of unseasonal snowfall in Shibata Katsuye's domain. He wants us to get to the bottom of this strange phenomenon. The mission is a few uneventful waves of yokai that ultimately lead us to our first encounter with a new yokai, Flying Bolt. The yokai itself is the piece of cloth, and they're known as Itan Momen in Japanese. But since Team Ninja is goated, we encounter this yokai when it's controlling a bad bitch that got them boobers and toes, goddamn. Flying Bolt will send out cloth shreds at you that should be avoided at all costs because they can apply a slow debuff. They're a rather simple encounter one-on-one, but much like Koroka, in groups, they can be troublesome. Upon killing this Flying Bolt, we hear a memory saying, Nobunaga who killed his own brother, even Katsue the double crosser, they will all come to cursed ends. We also pick up a tattered note that follows the same vein with phrases like, the path that Nobunaga follows will be one bathed in blood and chaos. In the mission end screen, Shibata Katsue will tell us that those yokai were in fact Lord Nobuyuki and his wife. So the Flying Bolt, we can guess, is Nobuyuki's wife. But you're telling me Nobuyuki became an Enki? You know, a yokai that by the game's lore is said to be a monkey transformed by the use of spirit stones? I guess it's more fun than fighting a generic revenant, but it'd be better if something unique or distinct was utilized. Historically speaking though, yes, Nobunaga did have his younger brother Nobuyuki executed for conspiring against him. The first time, Nobunaga granted Nobuyuki forgiveness, but the second time, well, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, monkey stew. The part about Shibata Katsue being a double crosser also comes from this, as Katsue initially served Nobuyuki and fought against Nobunaga. Now we have no choice but to tackle the submission, The Tiger Approaches, as it's the key to unlocking the rest. Tokichiro lets us know that the fearsome general Takeda Shingen, also known as the Tiger of Kai, is on the move. Tokugawa's forces tried to engage him at Sanpogatake, but were completely obliterated. Honda Tadakatsu has not returned from the battle, so our objective is to rescue him. This mission is rather underwhelming. You fight a few waves of yokai, find Tadakatsu, and fight a few waves of yokai with him. Sounds rather normal all things considered, so why do I say this is underwhelming? Well, that is because this mission is roughly based on the Battle of Mikatagahara, where Tokugawa Ieyasu lost several notable retainers and was almost obliterated entirely. It is known as his worst defeat. Takeda Shingen was built different. He was the only daimyo with the power and tactical prowess to stop Nobunaga. So to see him reduced to a mention in a mission's briefing leaves much to be desired. But maybe I'm leaving judgment too early, as completing this mission unlocks the mission A Shadow's Duty, which is directly connected narratively. Hanzo was dispatched to hamper the Takeda army's pursuit, but he did not return at the appointed time. So we go in, fight a few yokai, and find Hanzo in a little shack. He tells us he feared we would strike him down for aligning with Ieyasu and thanks us for our help. I don't know if this needs to be said, but I'll put it out there anyway. This Hattori Hanzo is not the one we meet in the first game. This is evident by the fact that this Hanzo uses a spear, which is the same weapon used by Giant Toad, who is the first game's Hanzo's father, which is shown both in Giant Toad calling him son and also explicitly said in the lore tab. In the mission end screen, Hanzo says he succeeded in drawing them off, them being the Takeda army, which is recorded to be the case in real life as well. Then he says that it seems lords other than Azai are starting to make use of yokai. If that is the case, then many tough battles lie ahead. Okay, maybe I spoke too soon about Takeda Shingen being reduced to nothing more than a mention. Completing this mission is one of the requirements for the mission, the Fallen Star. Maybe there we will get proper Takeda Shingen representation. Oh, Maeda Toshie tells us that Takeda Shingen has fallen to illness and his spirit is prowling the battlefield. and by battlefield he means the fucking forest. Here, together with Maeda Toshie, we fight the Revenant of Takeda Shingen. A 2 versus 1 is kinda gay, but I'll let it slide because at a certain point, a Biwa Boku Boku will spawn and get to work on awakening the Revenants nearby. You could say, just play offline lol, but these Revenants are all left by Team Ninja and are part of the 24 Generals, a grouping of Takeda Shingen's most trusted companions. Only 5 out of the 24 are here, and they are as seen on screen. Eventually, we defeat Takeda Shingen, and he says, "All I wanted was to do battle with the Demon King of Owari," that being Oda Nobunaga. Maeda Toshie gives him praise and says it's no wonder that Nobunaga feared him. With that, we're met with the mission end screen where Toshie continues the praise by calling Shingen an extraordinary individual for commanding the loyalty of the Takeda clan even in death, and saying that if he were to die, he would continue fighting by Nobunaga's side, be it as a ghost or as a yokai. Following Takeda Shingen's death, clan leadership would go to his son, Takeda Katsuyori, an ambitious fellow who wanted to follow in his father's footsteps, which went well initially, but then snowballed into loss after loss that resulted in the end of the Takeda clan. By all means, a good setup for someone to succumb to the allure of spirit stones, and create a nice bombastic sequence of missions, right? Well, unfortunately, there are no more missions related to the Takeda, nor are there even mentions of something like the Battle of Nagashino, which in essence is like the Battle of Mikatagahara, where Ieyasu was almost obliterated, but this time Ieyasu was the one doing the obliteration. Editor interjection here. Nioh 3 was announced, and in the trailer we can clearly see Takeda Shingen. So while Team Ninja dropped the ball with him in this game, they still have potential to give him the recognition he deserves. The last submission we have is Horns on Head, Dragonfly in Hand, wherein Honda Tadakatsu is still impressed by the strength he saw in us, and so he wants us to duel. No, but seriously, this fight is even easier than it was in the first game, because of burst counters and yokai abilities. I love Tadakatsu's drip and honorable personality, but I do not feel any of it in the fight itself. So it is very unfortunate, but I have to put him in E tier. Upon defeat, his guardian spirit attunes with the protagonist to give us the best spirit cutscene thus far. This one is just so sexy in its visuals and the lines said like god damn. Tadakatsu says he has borne his Muramasa spear into many battles. I've been playing a bit of Ninja Gaiden as I was editing this video, so that name activated a neuron in me. Little did I know that Honda Tadakatsu wielded the Tonbokiri, or Dragonfly Cutter in translation, a fitting name to the legend associated with the weapon, in which a dragonfly landed on the blade of the spear and was cut in half instantly. Even with that in mind though, the spear could not defeat those fiends. The time to put an end to the Azai has come. Nagamasa is not listening to Nobunaga's demands to set his sister Oichi free, meaning the only choice we have is to storm Odani Castle and free her. While the Azai are preoccupied with holding off Nobunaga's troops, we'll slip in the main mission, Bird in a Cage. One of the first things we'll encounter is a memory saying, "This abominable stench, I can barely bring myself to eat." This is our cue to pay attention to our status bar throughout the mission, because the stinky mechanic from the first game is back. Popping a healing item while stinky will give you reduced healing and will cause the protagonist to remember the time they played The Outer Worlds. To get rid of Stinky, you can either wait for it to deplete or hit a bucket of water to cleanse yourself and be immune to stink for its duration. But be mindful of what barrel you're hitting, as there are evil, nefarious, stinky barrels that'll immediately coat you in Indian soup. Continuing onwards, we'll encounter our first layer of defense. Naively going inside will cause the guard in the tower to sound the alarm, and occasional rocket fire will start raining on your position. So what you could do instead is walk through the cave near to the entrance, where we'll encounter spiders. This is honestly an enemy that could have been left in the first game, like they're just straight up not interesting. They're not some, whoa, cool yokai spider. No, they're just big spiders. Their boring status is even corroborated by the lore entry that essentially just describes spiders. If they dropped a soul core, there would be some value to their existence in the game, but they don't. So, yeah. In the first game, they did have value, a thematic one. They fit in with the tea kettle Danjo destroyed, that being the Hiragumo, or the flat spider. They visualized the abandonment of Shigizan Castle following Danjo's death, and they were used as build-up for the big booby spider lady boss. Spoiler alert, she is not in this game. Now you could argue that spiders are a good introduction to the concept of minding your surroundings, particularly ceilings, since they can pounce you from above. But that concept is already covered by new Reonas and even Enkis. So I really don't see a justification for their existence other than to scare people who can't finish a kid's game. That's an inside joke. Exiting the cave will be inside the defensive layer out of the guard tower's view, making it more safe to navigate. There is another cave entrance on the left side that loops back to the starting shrine past a shortcut door. But more importantly, this cave has our first introduction to a new yokai, Teso. These guys single-handedly turned the stinky mechanic from an environmental hazard into a combative element. In other words, they fart, in various ways. They also throw shit at you, like straight up actual poo-poo. Which means whenever you're fighting them, the habit of healing after getting hit could be your downfall if a Teso takes advantage of your vomiting animation. They could also leave you shocked if they whip out their insanely fast circling move that never fails to bamboozle me. Leaving the cave and going to the perch above it, we can kill the feller responsible for the rocket fire. And also, we can use one of the cannons to destroy the guard tower. Considering that we have the shortcut through the Teso cave now, this serves no purpose. Making our way to the second defensive layer, similar rules apply. Except this time, the cave is inside the layer, so the tower guard has to be alerted. From the cave's exit, sticking to the right side will lead us to the Rocket Boy and, Destroy Tower. Going to the Destroy Tower, however, we'll find another cannon that we can use to shoot at a Yoki far off. It takes 4 rockets to kill him, and there's no achievement for it, so I don't know why this is really here. We also find a memory here saying, where the hell are the Asakura reinforcements? The answer to that is not found in game. But let me tell ya, while we were doing our submissions, Nobunaga was doing some submissions of his own that ended with the destruction of the Asakura clan. Anywho, after this layer, we get a shrine right in front of the third layer. This one, however, is inside a dark realm. You could battle your way through it and clear it, which will give you the freedom to go to the final section of the mission, but going to the cave on the left will bring you to something more interesting. The Poo-Poo Cave. Nothing really of note here except a starving man begging for food. This is of course the Poo-Poo Man. You can offer him an elixir, but he will decline and only accept dung balls. As you feed him poo-poo, he will visibly become a tweaker and beg for more. Giving him a total of 30 dung balls will reward you with some decent consumables, 2 smithing texts, and most importantly, an achievement. This doesn't need to be done in one visit, so don't worry about not having enough poo-poo in your pockets. And no, this is not the same guy we see in the first game. This one is Ryunojo the Dung Lover, whereas in the first game we meet Ryunoshin the Dung Lover. So when Nioh 3 comes to be, expect to see another member of the poo-poo eating lineage. Making it to the final section of the mission, we'll be in the bowels of Odani Castle, getting our shoes dirty with poo-poo and fighting Tessos before we ascend where there will be many memories telling Oichi to leave. In the center, there are two colored platforms that we need to rotate to be able to continue. It's really nice to interact with something in a mission that is more than just opening a door, even though these platforms in functionality are the same thing. Throughout the mission, there are several notable revenants. Akao Kiyotsuna, who served 3 generations of the Azai, Azai Masamoto, a younger brother of Nagamasa, Azai Hisamasa, father of Nagamasa, who committed harakiri and was beheaded by Azai Koreyasu, who himself would also commit harakiri. With all that said, there is only one Azai left unaccounted for.
ほう、救いの者をよこすとは味なこと。姉川で直高を破ったのはお主か。ならば心置きなく夜叉となろう。
Bruh, I fought a feller with 2 wings in the first game. This is gonna be easy. My bad, I was watching Instagram reels. This shit is easy. Okay, so Azai Nagamasa is a filter, at least in my case. My style of play is going for a combo immediately without thinking about the consequences and then figuring out how to regain my footing or how to apply more pressure depending on the circumstances. Nagamasa doesn't let me do that. His wing is a shield that stops you dead in your tracks. Tracks that are usually also met with a hard-hitting overhead swing. It's an adjustment curve by all means, because now, like it or not, defensive play is the play. It should be obvious as soon as you enter the arena, because the first thing that happens is Nagamasa flies up and tries to smoosh you with his descent. The defensive nature also extends to spirit juggling. Usually I just stick to brute because see red equals burst counter is a very chill way of going through the game. That works with Nagamasa in the normal realm, particularly when he does his water sprouts attack, as no other counter form will do anything against it, but inside the dark realm he likes to thrust. The brute form can counter it, but you'll also eat damage. Obviously, that's not ideal, so there is a great incentive to juggle over to a phantom or feral spirit to adequately counter thrusts specifically. Me personally, I'm a crackhead. I love having things to juggle and keep track of in intense situations. That's why I think Doom Eternal is one of the greatest games ever made. So to experience that in Nioh tickles a very sweet spot. Azai Nagamasa can drop a skill for swords called True and Through. It's a pretty sexy gap closer that makes an already incredibly viable and favored weapon even more incredibly viable and favored. As Nagamasa screams in pain, a dark mist begins to exude from him. It is none other than the evil Wiza, who immediately diverts his attention to Oichi. The protagonist steps in the way, which clearly annoys the evil Wiza. Tokichiro arrives and asks what's going on. In response, the evil Wiza looks at him as his glowing yellow boar guardian spirit appears and says, "The dreams of the spirit stones come at a price." Tokichiro asks, "Who the hell are you?" But the evil Wiza decides to open a nether portal and dipski. With his dying breath, Nagamasa asks us to protect his wife, and his guardian spirit attunes with the protagonist to reveal that Oichi showed him what is truly valuable in life, but he was hyperfixated on Nobunaga, feeling inferior to him, which grew a pain inside that made him an easy target to be influenced by the evil wizard. Now he sees that the future Nobunaga is building is one filled with light and prays his wife finds a home there. As the castle burns, Oichi makes her way to Nagamasa's body and asks for a moment to bid her husband a proper farewell. Azai Nagamasa is an example of damned if you do, damned if you don't. In-game, we see him as an enemy, obviously because we're within Nobunaga's ranks. But think about it this way, you are Nagamasa. On one side, you have the Asakura, lifelong allies of your clan, and on the other, you have your brother-in-law. Who do you side with in this situation? Imagine the burden it must have been to make a decision in such a lose-lose situation. I think the OST conveys that emotion very well. It is a track that is overflowing with the sense of honor, but it never quite pierces the overwhelming veil of tragedy. With all that in mind, I think S tier is well deserved. In the mission end screen, we learn from Tokichiro that nobody is left to oppose Lord Nobunaga and that he has been showing interest in the power of Spirit Stones recently. With Hideyoshi as his go-to expert, that interest might see us fit to be given our own castle. With the power of Spirit Stones, nothing can stand in the way of Hideyoshi. This is just the beginning of our rise to fame and glory. After that encounter with the evil wizard, this doesn't sit right with me. But those tingling sensations are for later, as now we have to wrap the region up, starting with the 4 new submissions. The first submission we'll tackle is the Demon King's Blade. Nobunaga wants to know the full extent of our powers, so he offers us a duel. This is a cool fight and all, like you can feel that you're fighting a motherfucker that is built different enough to rule a country with the way he does his attacks and controls his spirits to have a living weapon of all 3 elements, similar to how he could have all 5 in the first game. But he is a human enemy, and human enemies are a joke that becomes funnier the deeper into the game you go. So unfortunately, E tier. Upon defeat, his Tengen Kujaku guardian spirit attunes with the protagonist, and we hear him say that dying with regrets and confusion is a most shameful thing indeed. Death is a certainty, so we must live with all our might. But what awaits those who defy death, like the protagonist? That is a future he cannot foretell. Our next submission is the Point of No Return. Can you guess where it takes place? It says so in the first 2 words of the mission briefing. Fortunately, this is a straight refight against Saito Yoshitatsu to simplify the farming process for skills and to obtain the final spirit from the game tutorial selections. It is also the objectively superior fight despite taking place in the ugliest arena imaginable. That is because here, Yoshitatsu does not abide by the narrative limitations, meaning he can and will use all 3 yokai shifts and all 3 weapons associated with them. Our next submission is the Golden Nation. Hanbei says that thanks to Nobunaga, the nation has seen an increase in traders. Alas, one of the envoys Nobunaga sent to oversee the inspection of goods has not returned. God bless, we are sent to investigate in a new location that isn't the forest. Here we'll meet a new yokai, Ubume. These are women who passed before, during, or after childbirth with great anxiety for their newborn, keeping their spirit tethered to the mortal realm. In cases where both the mother and the child die, Ubume can appear carrying the corpse of her infant. which poetically enough is Ubume's crit spot in game. What makes them special is their scream that comes out in a big spherical AoE that they will often use during your combos to immediately kill any momentum. Otherwise, they're rather simple. Well, aside from their grab attack that comes out too fast to be countered by Brute. The mission continues just as you'd expect until we enter a church where Onryoki spawns. Unlike the one in the pit of the Hollow Fortress, this one is actually a boss, meaning he has much more health and you can't really gloss over his mechanics. It's a decent fight, even slightly better than it is in the first game because delicious burst counters, but still B tier. Onryoki drops a key that will allow us to enter the central building where we meet Gamo Ujisato, Nobunaga's most promising warlord. There are several interesting anecdotes about him, such as him adopting Christianity and going by Leon. Neither he or the mission end screen really say anything noteworthy, but completing it unlocks the PLC mission, the Child Prodigy's Invitation, wherein Tokichiro lets us know there's a message for us from Gamo Ujisato inviting us to a duel. It takes place in the same arena as Tachibana Muneshige from the first game, so it's a cute little throwback, but this is a human boss in Nioh 2. Easy is an understatement, and I can't tell ya what Ujisato is capable of because he died before the code for his unique moves even loaded in. E tier. Now that all the missions for the Shadow region are completed, you know it's time for hidden map items and soul cores. There are 5 hidden map items in Shadow, 2 of which are actually closely related to the narrative we've experienced in this region. Mounted Archer Helmet speaks of Ichijodani, the base of the Asakura clan that was burned to the ground leading up to Nobunaga's siege of Azai Nagamasa's Odani castle, which plays into that one memory we heard. And Burning Oil Jar speaks of Mount Hiei, particularly its famous Enryakuji temple that was burned to the ground by Nobunaga as a retaliation for its alignment with the Azai Asakura forces. The siege of Mount Hiei could have very well been made a sub-mission, one that mayhaps showcases Nobunaga's indifference to bloodshed more than Nioh 2's narrative does. But I guess it could be a controversial, or maybe more so an unappealing subject matter to tackle directly. So it's reduced to a hidden item found in a very specific grouping of pixels on the overworld map. As for soul cores, we only get 8 new ones in this region. The first is Mitsume Yasura. This soul core will have you taking the form of the multi-headed monstrosity to dish out several elemental beams with its corrupted breath ability. The element is determined by your guardian spirit's elemental affinity. It's a really nice core to finish off enemy key bars, especially on bigger ops. Next up is Tatarimoke with its Spectral Swarm ability that shoots out cursed poggies in a similar fashion to Koroka. It's too slow for my liking, and its true utility is a niche that only shines through on way higher difficulties. As I said earlier in the video, mortal soul cores have no abilities and no fixed effects, but they have a tremendous use. If you go to the Soul Fusion window and use a mortal soul core as sacrifice, you can change the color of your chosen soul core to match the one of the mortal. This is useful because of the Dragon's Echo Shift Link passive, which recovers a percentage of anima spent if the soul core type matches the type of your guardian spirit. Flying Bolt's soul core will let you take the form of a bad bitch with its Tangle Cotton ability, so that's a positive. But the ability is only good for applying a slow debuff, which could mess up your timing, so Flying Bolt can just be pretty on the sidelines. Namahage, known for its iconic Chop Chop move, comes with the Whippersnapper ability, the official name for the Chop Chop move. Bringing an enemy to 0 key and then pulling out Namahage to grind them down is one of the most satisfying things you can implement to your combo strings. If you ever wanted to straight up fart on the ops, then there is no better option than Teso's offensive odor ability that wraps out a noxious cloud. Aside from being le funny fart and having decent fixed effects, this one is kinda doo-doo. And the cherry on top is how colossally Team Ninja dropped the ball, because this le funny fart ability has no unique fart sound effect or any sound effect at all for that matter. Technically, during Corpses and Ice, a singular Lesser Umibozu makes an appearance, so their soul core must be mentioned. It's practically identical to Toxic Slime's soul core, going as far as to not having a sound effect, but it's a teeny weeny bit better since its Spitball ability applies the saturated status effect, which gives more utility to confusion-oriented builds. Lastly, we have Ubume. She screams a lot when you encounter her, so obviously her Ubume's Cry ability is a scream. You know, an AoE. That's all I really have to say. Following Oda Nobunaga's successful campaign against the Asakura and Azai clans, Hideyoshi would be recognized for their actions and be granted land in northern Omi province, where Tokichiro would sit on the shores of Biwa Lake on the spot where the first castle would be built. A great victory, all thanks to Spirit Stones. And yet, the children don't triumph in this war. Tokichiro thinks to himself, maybe that's the price of his dreams that the evil wizard referred to. He looks at a spirit stone as he voices that thought and sees himself in its reflection with red eyes, which jump scares him. Tokichiro turns around to the protagonist and tells them, "You have no idea how I'm feeling, do you?" before leaving. Fast forward 5 years into the future, Hideyoshi's first castle is built, but there is no time to celebrate as local daimyos allied against the Oda clan. Lord Nobunaga is planning on getting rid of them in one fell swoop by taking their stronghold Ishiyama Honganji Temple. With the power of Spirit Stones on our side, the Hideyoshi army will change the course of history. This brings us directly to our first main mission of this region, Pervading Waters. The mission opens with a cutscene where Shibata Katsuye and his forces are being fired upon by the Saika, a group of guns for hire led by Saika Magoichi. Seeing this from afar, Lord Nobunaga tells Hideyoshi there is an abundance of spirit stones in Honganji that are theirs to keep should they serve Nobunaga well. As Tokichiro storms off to get things started, Lord Nobunaga says, "It's hard not to see what makes him tick." But the protagonist, on the other hand, is a curiosity. Through Oichi, Lord Nobunaga learned that the protagonist sought no reward for their deeds in Odani, making him curious as to what they seek. Lord Nobunaga's Hyobishin guardian spirit attunes with the protagonist, and we get more insight into how deep his ambition is. Deities, yokai, spirit stones, he will wield control over them all to bring paradise to heaven and earth. We are all born into this world, and one day we must leave it. But in the protagonist's eyes, he sees a strength to rebel against this fate. Lord Nobunaga says the protagonist may consider bearing his guardian spirit as the reward they did not ask for. With that, the mission begins proper. Talking to Mumio, she'll say to watch out for the Saika's firepower, and that we'll regroup later. Talking to Tokichiro, he will say we can handle business on our own, and that he has other matters to attend to. Talking to him again, we get a rather unfriendly vibe from him. Going ahead by our lonesome, we'll encounter the Saika, a human enemy variant that is blicked down to the socks. I mean, they straight up tote double glizzies. Needless to say, in group encounters, they're a big problem. The biggest problem early on is a female Saika named Muni, who wields a hand cannon. Really not much to say about her gameplay-wise, or even historically, as the only thing I found about her is a comment mentioning that her name appears in a war chronicle called Intoku Taiheiki. Right after encountering her, we'll see Shibata Katsui fighting against a big buff yokai across a body of water. On our way to him, we'll encounter a sick Hanbei. He doesn't really say anything we don't already assume, like spirit stones being responsible for all the yokai we encounter. But him being sick is something to keep in mind. Hakutaku even comments on it, saying that his cough is worse than ever. We'll eventually arrive to help Katsuye against a giant priest yokai known as Onyudo. Straight up, I'ma say, I hate these fellas. I hated them in the first game for their unpredictable tongue treatment, and still hate them here for that exact reason. Their introduction here is very fitting, as this mission is based on the events of the decade-long Ishiyama Honganji War, where militant Buddhist monks and communities of Iko-Iki, or loosely speaking rebels, stood as pillars of opposition against the Oda clan and really any daimyo. This is conveyed rather well through the environments, with encounters like Onyudo, obviously, the several memories of monks resorting to evil powers like spirit stones, and of course, graves, notably one belonging to Harada Naomasa, a general of Nobunaga who fell during the decade-long war, particularly in the siege of Mitsuji. There are two revenant graves belonging to Shimozuna Rairyu and Shimozuna Chuko that, from my gatherings, were involved in defense of Honganji, but didn't actually die and went to outlive Nobunaga himself. I imagine Team Ninja slapped them in here to shine light upon names that were involved. But if you're imaginative, you can also adopt the headcanon that these two became the Onyudos you fight in the mission, as there are only two to find throughout. Because we got the commendation for siding with Shibata Katsuye in the submission The Shifling's Wise Judgment oh so long ago, he will tag along with us for a short while. This comes in handy for a bridge encounter not long after, where two Saika are shooting from afar, while a formidable human enemy tries to kill us up close. The human enemy is Shimotsuma Rairen. After this, we arrive at a shrine where Katsuye will just chill for the remainder of the mission. There's a whole little section to go through, but nothing really of note occurs there. More enemy encounters and more memories showcasing hatred for Nobunaga. The section loops directly back to the shrine, giving a handy little run back to the upcoming encounter. Say what you will, but Saika Magoichi has hella swag. That's all the praise I can really give him, because he is a human fight in Nioh 2. Like, come on, bruh. Though he is one that capitalizes on any opportunity he can. So if you stop applying the necessary pressure required to keep him bamboozled, he will potentially nene you. Saika Magoichi would go into E tier, on par with his other kin, but he is hella drippy, so I'll make an exception and put him in C tier. Realizing that we're not going to finish him off, Saika Magoichi calls us a funny one and hands us a key before leaving in style. Going outside, the ground beneath our feet will shake as a large roar is heard. Potentially, this is caused by the terrible English dub Zhang Fei from Wolong.
Brothers, let's shake the ground beneath their feet!
Hanbei will be close by to the shrine, congratulating us on our victory. He hands us a wise general pillbox as his cough worsens and says, "Please take care of yourself, Hide." Nearby, Shibata Katsue will say he can't stand that monkey, aka the Kichiro. But with the way we fight, he would love to have a drink with us. All that's left is to open the gate beside Katsue and head to the source of the roars. This massive hybrid bull spider abomination is Gyuichi, the first boss in the game so far of the Ginemanosaurus morphology. You know, usually you have human enemies about the same size as your character, then you have the big baddies around twice your size, and then there's these things that have the size of a house. The fight isn't terrible or hard, but it is very unintuitive and suffers from the same floaty lock-on that Hitachi has. Except here, manually resetting the lock-on by engaging and disengaging it could lead to headaches because his two back legs count as targets as well. Naturally, because Gyuichi is so massive, there is a high likelihood he'll push you into a wall, and once that happens, it's pretty much Jover, because you won't see anything. Now, if neither of those inconveniences arise, then the fight is really simple. Dodge his swipes, don't be under him when he slams, and just deal damage on this gigantic sponge till it dies. Usually after getting one grapple in, you can run straight to one of his legs while he recovers and destroy it to immediately open him for a grapple again. If you're feeling really playful, you could even bait out one of his burst attacks into one of two dams in the arena, which will leave him open for some backshots. Though this is about as reliable as IGN's game coverage, so you're better off fighting him conventionally. But there is an achievement for going through the trouble. The only real positives of this encounter are that it has one of the best soundtracks in the game, and that it ends with a scripted finisher of your guardian spirit's yokai shift form. In translation, that means D tier. Do you guys remember how at the start of the mission, Mumio said, "We'll regroup later"? Well, guess who comes running as soon as all the threats have been neutralized? She, however, isn't coming to celebrate, but rather deliver bad news. Hanbei is dead. To some, it was obvious Hanbei is going to die as soon as Gyuichi appeared on screen, because in folklore, a mere encounter with it results in catching an illness, something we've seen him dealing with in the mission. A cutscene then plays of Tokichiro conspiring with Saito Toshimitsu, whose eyes glow red as he says, "I have granted you the power to realize your destiny." Following which we see the same yellow boar guardian spirit we saw with the evil Wiza attune with Tokichiro. In the mission end screen, Mumio passes us a message from Tokichiro saying he is going to stay behind and that we should head west to join the Hideyoshi army. Curiously, it seems he has nothing to say about Hanbei's death. With Pervading Waters completed, we unlock the veteran dojo missions for Warrior, Onmyo, and Ninjutsu that stand as the key to having complete skill freedom. This comes as a massive breath of fresh air, since now you have all the skill nodes to strive for if you're lacking the skill points, and you have the skills themselves to master and incorporate into combo routines. On top of that, you have the recent-ish introduction of dual spirit juggling and dozens upon dozens of soul cores to weave between attacks and skills. To say that the gameplay now enters peak territory is an understatement. If you're one who yearns for maximum style points with flashy combos and bombastic yokai abilities, you'll be having an all-you-can-eat buffet at this point that only keeps growing with new stands of various cuisines. To slowly test out these new opportunities, we have 3 submissions. The first is the missing gun. Shibata Katsuye sent people out to bring the finest of the Saika's guns, but it has been stolen, so he asks us to retrieve it. Nothing really of note happens other than encountering 2 formidable Saika opponents, Hosuzume and Hotaru, that put up a decent fight, and much like Muni from the previous mission, they appear in the Intoku Taiheiki according to the same comment. Next is Song of the Yokai. Hachisuka Koroku tells us he wanted to visit a popular bathhouse, but felt a malevolent energy haunting it, so he wants us to check things out. This mission's location is a bit of a PTSD trigger for me, because this particular bathhouse is a place where I farmed the Yata mirror accessory for maybe like 4 hours for the achievement in the first game. If you didn't know, this location appears several times in Nioh 1. By using the rafters and going through a hole in the wall, you'd reach a room where a body is slumped against a wall. This body is guaranteed to drop a random accessory. So what you do is interact with it and see what it dropped. If it's not what you're looking for, you'd open the door, rest at the shrine, and then interact with the body again. If it's still not to your liking, you'd grab the non-accessory item and rest at the shrine to have one last shot at getting what you want from the body. After which you'd have to leave the mission by using either of the mission-ending branch items, and repeat the process. Fortunately, Team Ninja moved the body that was slumped against the wall to the top of a shelf, so this particular re-rolling method would not be viable even if the new body was guaranteed to drop an accessory. That aside, the mission follows the same vein it did in the first game. Kill enemies, find 3 wooden tiles, take the tiles to a door at the bottom, and continue progressing. In this case, our progression leads us to Okuni, also known as Smash. Actually, you know what? I retract that. Historically, she is an infant during the events of this region, as it's dated 1578 to 1582, and she was born in 1578. Curiously, the 3 tiles needed for the door within the mission are held exclusively by female yokai, all of which make comments radiating with jealousy and or hatred towards Okuni. Whether this is in reference to some anecdote or story about Okuni making other women seethe is something I couldn't pinpoint, but it is a very nice thematic utilization of yokai. Only 2 submissions remain, one of which is locked behind a requirement that we won't complete for the foreseeable future, whilst the other is fantastic. In The Refined Man of the Underworld, Matsunaga Hisahide tells us that an old acquaintance of his became the newest resident in Hell that took with him a prized tea utensil. For such a treasure to be confined in a place like that is a great waste, so he wants us to retrieve it. Gameplay wise, this mission is great because after killing Agaki and Enki, Gozuki will spawn. It's been a hot minute since we fought him, so it's a wondrous opportunity to both see how your new skill options hold up against an old foe, and to get his soul core in the current level bracket. Mizuki also joins in on the fight, either in the heat of it or right after you kill Gozuki, depending on how efficient you are. Mizuki drops the Chinese tea vessel we came for and a memory plays targeted at Hisahide, saying, "Hisahide, our place has been reserved for us in Hell, so why do you yet walk the earth?" I'm inclined to believe that this is Oda Nobunaga speaking, but you can come to your own conclusion based on the following. A. Mizuki drops a Chinese tea vessel specifically. At one point in time, Matsunaga Hisahide was in possession of a Chinese imported tea container that he had no choice but to hand over to Oda Nobunaga. B. Hisahide says that whoever is speaking is the newest resident in Hell, meaning it's anchored on rather recent events. And since we know submissions can appear before or after the missions they correspond to, we can assume it is connected to the events in or after our second main mission in this region, the Frenzied Blaze. We receive a letter from Tokichiro saying that one of Oda Nobunaga's retainers betrayed him and launched an assault on Honnoji, where Nobunaga is staying. A cutscene plays of Akechi Mitsuhide and Saito Toshimitsu looking over the burning temple and saying, "Let this be the end of wars waged with spirit stones." As Mitsuhide walks away, Toshimitsu looks back at him and his eyes glow red. Inside the burning temple, Nobunaga tasks Yasuke with making sure no one gets their hands on his remains, a task he would dutifully fulfill for years to come until Kelly arrives in the first game. With that, Nobunaga together with his wife embrace their fate and become one of the hardest submissions in Nioh 1. Unlike most locations we've seen in Nioh 2 so far that were imported over from the first game, this mission's location is not a carbon copy. In many areas, you'll feel a weird sense of familiarity, for obvious reasons, but the aesthetics are vastly different, going from snowy and calm to burning and qualm. The navigation through the mission is also very different, with several instances of verticality, exploring walls to create new or alternative pathways, and the obvious everything is on fire, incentivizing you to use buckets of water to pass through alleys that seem untraversable at first glance. As you'd imagine, a mission based on major events in Japanese history, such as the assassination of Oda Nobunaga, is packed full of memories calling Mitsuhide a traitor, revenants of names involved, such as Oda Nobutada, Nobunaga's son, Moribomaru and Mori Rikimaru, who defended Nobunaga, giving him time to commit seppuku. And Akechi Magujuro, who, I don't know, existed, I guess? Since we have the foreign necklace from the submission A Formal Match, Yasuke will tag along with us once we stumble across him. He doesn't really add any narrative value to the mission, but he does have a reaction if you hop into a hot spring.
Hey, you do know that I am here!
Get out of here!
Much like in the first game's take on this location, there are 3 butterfly clusters to find that'll have some minor detail on Nohime, and even mention the protagonist directly. Most importantly though, there's an achievement for finding them all. This mission also has this cool element where there are 3 blue wheel monks that are the life source of blue flames dotting the area. Killing them makes navigating less hazardous, which I find to be a simple yet very welcome mission design gimmick. Anytime I as the player can augment the environment by doing A, B or C, I am happy. That's why still to this day, Dark Souls 2 stands supreme over the Corridor Simulator, aka Duru Stools 3. We eventually make our way to the central temple where Saito Toshimitsu stands red-eyingly and says, "It appears the dead seek yet another companion." Listen, I'm not a furry, but booba. Leave it to Team Ninja to turn a demonic entity, such as Kasha, into a boobacious specimen. It's quite possible that what we're seeing right now is what Shane Dawson saw years ago, which would explain, but not justify, some things. Your best bet is to get under Kasha so that you can avoid all her frontal whiplashes and hit her Amrita clustered wheels to chip down her ki. She might on occasion go Need for Speed mode if there's a bit of distance between y'all, or if she wants to encircle you in flames. But I really didn't find anything difficult or particularly threatening about her moves, except for the one where she can spawn in 2 Gakis. I hate ads in boss encounters, so that one, me no likey. But hey, she's hot. Because she uses fire attacks, not because she's voluptuous bosoms. So B tier? A cutscene plays of Gyuichi praying and telling the protagonist Tokichiro sent her a gift the other day. A brilliant stone that grants wishes. Though when she looks at it, she feels unease. She then goes on to say that war is unending, but perhaps that's just the way of things as long as people are people. Yet within us, she senses a power greater than any human. Her guardian spirit attunes with the protagonist, and we learn that when death claimed the love of her life, Nobunaga and his wife kept her strong. But now they too have been claimed by death. If life were to hand her more sorrow, she will be broken irrevocably. In the mission end screen, we see that the Hideyoshi army and Tokichiro are nowhere to be seen, giving us the perfect opportunity to tackle submissions, of which we have 3. One of them is another favor for the blacksmith type mission to increase forging odds. Another, called Abduction, is really just a game purpose submission. In it, only children are going missing. Investigating things, we find the culprit is Ubume, which goes with her folklore of kidnapping children to fill the hole of her childbirth. Interestingly, there is a benevolent grave named Lost Shotaro that you can summon and bring to the end of the mission, where instead of fighting waves of yokai and ultimately Ubume, you will fight waves of yokai and ultimately Teso. After which Ubume will spawn and thank you for returning her child, which also gives a different mission completion screen. I believe this mission should have been swapped with the Refined Man of the Underworld in terms of order, because it makes more sense we tackle a submission taking place in Honganji after completing the main mission there. And also, it makes a lot more sense to tackle the Refined Man of the Underworld after completing the Frenzied Blaze, if we're to believe that the memory that plays there is indeed of Nobunaga. Now the third submission, called The Warrior, is one that has some oomph to it. Supposedly, a mysterious shadow is spotted skulking at Honoji. Going to investigate, we'll find a handful of memories left by Yasuke, giving him a bit more depth, and ultimately we find Yasuke with Nobunaga's corpse doing as his master tasked him to do. His guardian spirit will attune with the protagonist and emphasize all that we know and assume about Yasuke. In this mission, we can also find the revenant of Mori Ranmaru, who much like his 2 brothers stood guard to allow Nobunaga to commit seppuku during the Honoji incident. The opportunity to avenge Lord Nobunaga is upon us. The Hideyoshi army, with yokai in tow, appeared near the capital and pushed Akechi's troops into retreat. A perfect chance for us to capitalize on the chaos in the main mission, The Sun Sets on Mount Tenno. The mission opens with a cutscene of Akechi Mitsuhide being informed that the Hideyoshi army is relentless and crushed his left flank. Mitsuhide does not understand how they can fight like this without an abundance of spirit stones. He asks Toshimitsu if the spirit stones seized from Lord Nobunaga are secured somewhere safe, to which Toshimitsu smirks and stands up. Asking again, Mitsuhide is met with the sight of Toshimitsu's eyes glowing red. Startled by this, everyone unsheathes their swords, and the mission begins. Our goal is to make it to the camp where Toshimitsu turned on Mitsuhide. For that, we'll trek through a swamp and minor camps until our progress is stopped by a crystal shtick. Following which, we'll be going through more humans in a rice field. I don't know why, but I really like this section. Here in particular, we fight Mitsuhide's reinforcements, whereas leading up to the crystal, we fight Hideyoshi's forces, as can be seen by the mon or emblem they carry. This is also conveyed through memories of some speaking about avenging Lord Nobunaga, whilst others comment on Hideyoshi's army and Mitsuhide of all people resorting to spirit stones. Leading up to the crystal, we also get our first introduction to another Yoki variant, the Kusarigama Yoki. They're pretty much the same as the Ninja Yoki, except they wield a Kusarigama, which is a far more annoying weapon to deal with. Past the rice field, we'll see Mitsuhide's camp proper, and it's brimming with crystals. You could go straight ahead and try to destroy them, but Onyudos are annoying as fuck, so instead you can jump down at the camp's entrance and destroy the crystals from underneath in a tunnel system. Now I didn't introduce them in the Frenzied Blaze, but mages made a return. They're a human enemy variant that can become annoying thanks to their proficiency with Onmyo magic, but simultaneously they're also really easy to dispose of. From said tunnel system, you can also climb your way up into the camp proper and keep making progress until its final stretch, where the same formula appears again, 2 big crystals standing in your way. This time, however, there is a sneaky Biwa Boku Boku hiding that will summon the revenant of Mimaki Kaneaki, whom is one of the few who did not flee from Mitsuhide's forces during this battle. Quite poetic that he stands in our way lest we walk around and nene the Beaver. Alternatively, going to the tunnel on the right is more ideal, but not easier since the crystals below are protected by Onyudo. At the heart of the camp, Saito Toshimitsu transforms into 2 big conjoined yokai, a red dual-wielding one and a blue archer. As Mitsuhide flees at the sight of this cool-ass thing, the protagonist runs in and our fight begins. This is Ryomen Sukuna, a being that has legends tracing back to the Nihon Shoki, or the Chronicles of Japan, published in the 8th century. Though you'd most likely recognize the name from the anime/Jujutsu Kaisen, where there is a fellow named Ryomen Sukuna based on the same legends as our lovely boss here. This is by all means a duo fight. Sure, you fight 1 hitbox and health bar, but you're dealing with 2 attackers. Facing the red side, you'll be met with melee attacks and occasional fire Onmyo spells. Facing the blue side, you'll be met with spinning bow attacks if you're up close, or sequential exploding ice arrows at range. You can kinda choose which side you want to fight with your positioning, but Ryomen Sukuna can decide he does not give a damn at any moment. So much so that the blue side can be a bit of a douche and shoot arrows in the air that'll sick your position while you're fighting the red one. Sounds annoying on paper, but honestly, it's great fun in practice, since Ryomen Sukuna doesn't have any insane combo strings, and all you really have to do is be attentive to what either side is doing while numbing him down. The S in Sukuna stands for A tier. The evil Wiza appears from Toshimitsu, calls him pathetic, and dips through a portal as he usually does. As Toshimitsu comes back to his senses, he realizes he must protect Lord Mitsuhide, a realization that is short-lived as Tokichiro arrives with his troops and immediately stabs Toshimitsu. Tokichiro greets the protagonist like normal and asks if they're ready to tag along for Mitsuhide's head. But they saw the yellow boar guardian spirit over his shoulder, causing them to be hesitant. Amidst this hesitation, Toshimitsu would jump on Tokichiro and call him a conniving bastard before being yoked to the ground, where all of Tokichiro's forces would stab him as he says, "Must protect Lord Mitsuhide," with his dying breath. The protagonist runs away from the scene and Tokichiro looks at them sadly and says, "Are you really going?" The cutscene then switches to the moment when the protagonist caught up with Mitsuhide. Believing the protagonist is there to kill him, he accepts his fate and his guardian spirit attunes with the protagonist. We see that he killed his lord for the greater good, to ensure that ruin is not invited with the disruption of balance and harmony brought by spirit stones. His only regret is not recognizing the evil lying in wait. Mumio magically appears and Mitsuhide leaves his fate in the protagonist's hands by getting on his knees and bowing his head. To which the protagonist grips their sword and with both hands cuts his hair. Surprised by this, Mitsuhide says, "So you choose to walk a different path from your friend Tokichiro." Together, the trio goes to seek aid from Lord Ieyasu, whom according to a message is being pursued by Tokichiro and is unable to escape back to safe territory. We'll eventually go help him, but first, with the completion of this mission, we unlock the option to slot a third soul core to any given guardian spirit, allowing you to play with a total of 6 different yokai abilities should you manage to squeeze them in the limited attunement slots. With the main mission completed, we have 2 sub-missions to tackle before moving on. First up is the Aberrant Mage. In this mission, together with Saika Magoichi, we go around fighting all manner of things until eventually we destroy a crystal surrounded by mages. Nothing really of note except for the fact that this opens access to the next submission, the Third Ward, a direct refight against Saika Magoichi that goes, well, just as you'd expect. But it is rewarded with the attunement of his guardian spirit and a cutscene that showcases that the Saika bow to no authority and follow their crow to wherever the money is. You know the drill by now. 5 hidden map items, 2 of which have interesting mentions, that being a famous battle during the Genpei War led by Minamoto no Yoshitsune and some demon named Shuten Doji. As for soul cores, we have 4. First up is Onyudo. See, I hate these guys, but credit where credit is due, their slap-happy ability looks really cool, and its elemental affinity is dictated in accordance to the one of your guardian spirit. Unfortunately, it also sucks against anything that isn't the size of a house, since changing directions with it is a lost cause. Gyuichi might not be the best boss, but damn, his soul core is pugnacious. First off, its lockjaw ability looks damn cool. Just summoning a massive monster head to bite someone's ass is peak. There is no debate here. But it's also really strong and has little to no commitment involved in pulling it off. With Kasha's Hellfire ability, you unfortunately do not get any boober. But you can send out a Beyblade that'll deal decent damage and apply the Scorched status effect, especially inside the Dark Realms since the flames will be blue, aka stronger. Lastly, Ryomen Sukuna. This might be a hot take, might be a cold take, but this soul core is easily top 5. Its fire and ice comes out extremely fast, it looks fantastic as it absolutely shreds, it accumulates both scorched and saturated status effects, and it has virtually no recovery frames after the animation ends, allowing you to get straight back into business. That concludes all that the Dawn region has to offer. Technically, we still have one submission here that remains locked behind a requirement we have no access to. So let us move on to the next region. Lord Nobunaga's unification of Japan was a dream nearing fruition at an incredible rate. With the help of Hideyoshi, nothing could stand in its way. Alas, from within, evil was brewing, and Lord Nobunaga would be betrayed by one of his retainers, who would try to escape consequences but would ultimately be caught by the protagonist and spared, leaving the unification dream to be continued by Tokichiro. Sensing that he is not the jolly monkey they grew to know, the protagonist would part ways with Tokichiro and would make their way to seek the aid of Lord Tokugawa Ieyasu. In the Iga province, the protagonist is swiftly ambushed by a single ninja. As their weapons clash and eyes meet, the ninja jumps back and recognizes the protagonist, revealing himself to be Hattori Hanzo. He says he is here to hold off Tokichiro's pursuers, and then reveals
The creature.
after which his guardian spirit, Nekomata, aka the goat that is better than the actual goat, attunes with the protagonist, and we get a cutscene that is all too similar to that of the first game's attunement with Nekomata. It is so similar in fact that I'll just use the audio from the first video over it. Nigitama are guardian spirits born from the light of human faith. The Aratama are spirits born from the darkness of human grudge and anger. Years of strife have fueled the Aratama, and now yokai roam the earth. This can be easily summed with yin and yang, and in this case, the yang is fat and hungry, so we play on the side of yin to strike a balance. The only difference here is that this cutscene says, Lord Tokugawa Ieyasu fights to save the balance, but he will need your help, making our new allegiance quite clear. With the help of the Iga clan, Lord Tokugawa managed to escape to his domain, but many other retainers of Lord Nobunaga were not as fortunate. One such retainer is Shibata Katsui, who was put on the back foot and is in dire need of assistance. Something that unfortunately Lord Tokugawa cannot provide at the moment, as his clan is not yet in position to do so, leaving it up to us to do what we can to save Shibata Katsui and Lady Oichi in the main mission, Ruin Draws Near. Following Lord Nobunaga's death, a succession dispute for headship of the Oda clan would arise between his two sons, Nobukatsu and Nobutaka. This quarrel caused Tokichiro to instead support Nobunaga's infant grandson, Hidenobu, as heir. Shibata Katsui initially supported this decision, but would later ally with Nobutaka against Tokichiro, creating a tension that would eventually lead to the Battle of Shizugatake. In this battle, Maeda Toshie would defect from Shibata Katsuye's side over to Tokichiro's, and Katsuye's general, Sakuma Morimasa, would ignore an order to retreat, something that would be fulfilled anyway once Tokichiro pushed Sakuma Morimasa into a disorderly and undisciplined retreat, also known as a rout. Tokichiro pursued Morimasa back to Katsuye's stronghold at Kitanosho Castle, where the final stand is made. This mission is really cool, probably one of my favorite ones, all things considered. The progression is very vertical, as our goal is to make it to the top keep. Not in the sense that you have to constantly use ladders, but rather run up some stairs and pass bridges to other towers that'll keep the formula going. It also has a cute gimmick where you can bonk a bell to temporarily dispel the surrounding dark realm. Gameplay-wise, it's more cute than useful, but it does come with an achievement if you bonk all the bells. This mission also has a nice mix of both Nioh and historic building, with memories primarily painting Shibata forces as ones opposed to the use of spirit stones, or even succumbing to such evil out of loyalty to Katsuye. Whilst graves give us names of some historically involved people, such as Shibata Katsutoyo, the adopted son of Shibata Katsuye. He was sick in Kyoto during the Battle of Shizugatake, but he was healthy enough to send his vassals as representatives to fight against his foster father Katsuye. Hence why we see him as a revenant rather than benevolent in game. Secondly, we have one of the vassals Katsutoyo sent, Yamaji Masakuni, who would be persuaded by Morimasa to defect to the Shibata side. Thirdly, we have Asakura Soteki, who has an extensive history that isn't relevant to us as he wasn't involved in this battle or even alive during it. I reckon he is placed here because these lands used to belong to the Asakura clan before their demise. Fourthly, we have Menju Katsuteru, who valiantly sacrificed his life to give Katsuye enough time to retreat to Kitanosho Castle, an act of loyalty that was even praised by Tokichiro following the battle, as he would return the head of Katsuteru and his brother, who did the same thing, back to their mother. Lastly, we of course have the benevolent grave of Sakuma Morimasa, whom at the end of his summoning says, "Know that the demon Genba fights till his dying breath. All I have done has been for my noble uncle." On the top floor of a central building, we'll find our first soft lock. Maeda Toshie is a human boss, so you might think, easy peasy. But he is a human boss that uses a spear, a weapon infamous for some nasty reach. And in Toshie's case, it's also notorious for absurd speed, as he can essentially machine gun poke you or hit you with a blender run. Though he is more intimidating than difficult, with the right mindset he can be whipped around like the rest of the human bosses. But he is hella swaggy with it and can drop a whopping 2 skills for the spear. The first is Bracing Breeze, a parry that'll have you jumping into the air and bonking the ops, much like Toshie does when encountering him. It looks cool and all, but it's a parry, so it only works on human enemies, making it a novelty far as I'm concerned. The other skill though, Triple Threat, is amazing. First off, it looks great as you twirl your spear around and then go for a poke. Secondly, it's not a press and forget skill, as it has 2 additional inputs to string in that also act as a key pulse. If you time them right, as you would a perfect pulse, they come out better and sexier. Timing the triple threat perfectly isn't hard either, as you can just look at your keybar to know when it's time. Unlike the Beyond Infinity skill for fists that more so centers around timing inputs with the sound effect and/or animation. Maeda Toshie is equally fitting in both B tier and C tier. So let's flip a coin.
No.
Alright, B tier it is. From the defeated Toshie, we get a key to the keep and he says, "Dying for one's master is a samurai's lot. I am defeated and must do the honorable thing, must I not?"
No.
Much like when we first encounter Maeda Toshie in the hidden monsters of Okehazama, a gesture will yield us benefits. Specifically, the nicely done gesture here will grant additional dialogue. By joining forces with Tokichiro, Maeda Toshie burned bridges with Lord Katsuye, something that makes sense with the Battle of Shizugatake that I mentioned at the start of the mission. Toshie then says Katsuye was given spirit stones by Tokichiro, and he is ready to lay his life down to protect his wife. making our goal to get to Katsuie before he succumbs to the allure of spirit stones. The final section of this mission takes the vertical design to the extreme. Here you have to make it all the way down to be able to make it all the way up on broken pillars, and even break a pillar of your own to seamlessly remain on the top floor should you perish, which is very likely to happen once we enter Shibata Katsuie's domain. The man we came to know as a supreme hater of yokai took the form of a yokai himself to make his final stand. And man, what a stand it is. On my first ever playthrough, Shibata Katsuie filtered the life out of me. My brain couldn't comprehend the concept of his hatchets spinning in place or even around him while he tries to do other shit. But now with a more attentive eye, this fight is very simple and very awesome. If you know your weapon of choice well, you can use that knowledge to your advantage when he rushes at you, as a neatly timed attack will break one of his tusks, chomping down a significant portion of his keybar. With the same knowledge, you could potentially squeeze in more damage during his grapple recovery phase if your attack has some airtime. Other than that, the fight is really simple. His moves are slow enough to read without error. It's kinda dumb to say just don't die lol, but that's literally what you gotta do. You might even need to do it several times if you're keen on getting all the boss kills in the game, as Shibata Katsuie can drop Deadly Spiral for the hatchets, a skill that hits all the marks. It's easy to use, it has a lot of utility, and it looks fantastic. Upon defeat, Shibata Katsuie is in disbelief that we, a yokai, are saving a human. He pleads that we look after his wife, and his guardian spirit attunes with the protagonist. For 40 years, Katsuie built his pride on battlefields and through leadership, a pride that would be ground to dust by that man, aka Tokichiro. Katsuie made his final wish to the Spirit Stones, determined to save his wife at all costs. As that is said, the cutscene is showing Tokichiro's forces sinking swords into Katsuie's back. The cutscene doesn't explicitly say or show these backstabbers to be Tokichiro's forces, but looking at the entrance to Katsuie's arena, and even inside the arena as the introduction cutscene plays, we can see the Tokichiro colors worn. Now that breath is leaving his body, so do his regrets. Oichi runs up to the dying Katsuie and he apologizes for all of this before passing on. Irrevocably broken by losing another dear person, Oichi pulls out a tanto and joins her husband. If you're familiar with Nioh's OSTs, you might have picked up by now that Shibata Katsuie's OST is not new, and was in fact heard in the first game, specifically when fighting White Tiger and Ishida Mitsunari. Coincidence? Of course not. This particular OST conveys a very specific emotion, one that falls in line with things like sacrifice, being betrayed, and doing whatever it takes despite it costing all of your values. It is a sad track by all means, and it's very fitting for a figure like Shibata Katsuie, a man who would resist spirit stones and anything to do with yokai up until it was his only remaining option to protect his wife. That knowledge, paired with his visual design and the satisfying fight, leaves me with no option but to put Shibata Katsuie in S tier. With the completion of this mission, we gain access to the Mystic Dojo missions for each weapon type. The entry requirement is 120,000 proficiency with the mission's respective weapon. Inside, you fight the weapon's master in a difficult one-on-one, after which you'll be able to spend a skill point on one of two mystic arts, which in essence are ultra bona fide passives. Of interest to us is the mystic mission Master of the Dual Blades, where we duel against Ashikaga Yoshiteru, the 13th shogun, aka ruler of the country. He is of course no longer alive in the time frame of this region. That's why we fight him in the underworld. The reason this mystic is of interest to us is because it is the requirement for that one pesky submission in the prior Dawn region, Master of Three Evils. Why is a Mystic Dojo mission of all things a requirement? Well, Matsunaga Danjo Hisahide would lead to Shogun Ashikaga Yoshiteru's death, and on us he notices mystic arts stylistic to Yoshiteru, prompting him to seek a duel with us. Matsunaga Hisahide is easily the flashiest human boss so far, not in an insanely choreographed combo way, but rather a comedic, wow, this guy is a jerk way. He starts off the duel with a burst grab attack in which he pops you with a comically large bomb, after which he straight up laughs at you long enough to give you time to heal fully. On occasion, he also pulls off a fake death that could end badly if you fall for it, but I don't think the quick change scroll animation would fool anyone when his health bar is still present. Oh, he also likes to spam poison and paralyzation bombs. Swell guy. Those elements aside, the fight is as simple as other human boss fights are, but it is entertaining enough to go into B tier. Upon defeat, Matsunaga says, "Dying twice doesn't seem fair." That is because, while we were gooning in the 5 blank years between the Shadow and Dawn regions, Nobunaga sieged Matsunaga's residence, Shigizan Castle, which led to his game endature. If you ask me, this is a colossal missed opportunity for a good sub-mission. Gameplay-wise, we'd be going through a location we've seen in the first game, but without all the Webbington and Spider antics. On top of that, Team Ninja could make Matsunaga a gimmick fight. His death is often dramatized with details like him filling the Hiragumo tea kettle with gunpowder and going out in a marvelous suicide blast along with it. This of course has no historic basis whatsoever, but it could be exactly what we see when we enter his arena. This both wouldn't invalidate the mission we're going through right now, and it would provide some light-hearted fun. Matsunaga's guardian spirit attunes with the protagonist and he says, "I am corrupted, unclean, and care not for what others think. Yet even I cannot approach that light." Spirit stones. That is pretty much all he has to say. The corrupted and unclean statements are not far from truth. This mission is called Master of Three Evils, which is in direct reference to the 3 sins he committed that were mentioned in the first game's cutscene. Killed his master, killed the shogun, and burnt a Buddha temple. Returning to our current Twilight region, we have 3 submissions to tackle. The first is locked behind unachievable requirements for now. The second is Okuni's search. Long story short, when we rescued her the first time we encountered her, she dropped her hairpin. So we go back to the bathhouse, fight Anenra, grab the hairpin that has a spirit stone connected to it, and she says that her sister has an identical one that she is absolutely mesmerized by, but she has not seen this sister in a long time. The third submission is a PLC in which some fellow named Tenkai asks us to put a spirit that was a fellow servant of Buddha to rest. Going inside and fighting a few waves of human enemies, we'll fight what is essentially Akechi Mitsuhide. Fittingly, the mission is called Farewell to the Past, because according to some theories, Akechi Mitsuhide did not fall in the Battle of Yamazaki, but rather adopted an identity of a Buddhist monk known as Tenkai. Obviously, within the game's narrative, we know that Akechi Mitsuhide does not fall, but rather escapes. And also the first game explicitly says that Tenkai is Akechi Mitsuhide. Hanzo informs us that Lord Tokugawa's troops are finally in formation to battle against Tokichiro. But before jumping straight into business, Hanzo would like us to visit the tea ceremony master, Sen no Rikyu, a person with a sharp mind and even sharper tongue that could be of great use to us. A cutscene plays of Sen no Rikyu preparing tea as Tenkai, Mumyo, the protagonist, and Nekomata sit patiently. Tenkai is handed tea first and says that Tokichiro's aggression and arrogance grow stronger as he gathers more spirit stones. Mumyo is handed tea next. She says it is time to fight back, to which Tenkai says Lord Ieyasu already mobilized his troops. Lastly, the protagonist is handed tea that they swiftly slide over to Nekomata, while Rikyu beseeches we put a stop to Tokichiro before it's too late. He says he will do all in his power to assist us in this endeavor as his massive guardian spirit reveals itself. And so begins the main mission, the Two Faces of Hospitality. Speaking to Tenkai, he will give us an arrow-proof amulet he received from Rikyu, which by all means is a super useful item, but you'll never catch me using it. Shortly after, you'll get a taste of an encounter that feels like it's genuinely part of a battle. Which, I mean, historically it is, but you get what I mean. That's something that remains consistent throughout the mission, as it's a collection of really hard encounters spaced out by minor altercations. In the first encounter, you'll get shot by a cannon as you walk in and have to fend off several enemies, one of which says, Lord Tokichiro is the only hope this country has. I fight for him. Unsurprisingly, he also dies for him and says, so Motosuke dies before his father. Truly, I am sorry. After this, we stumble across Hattori Hanzo, who will tag along with us for the time being. This comes as a great blessing because the next challenge is an extensive yokai encounter on a bridge. Next, we join forces with Honda Tadakatsu to cut deeper into Tokichiro's camp, where Mori Nagayoshi will stand in our way. With two companions by our side, he rather swiftly dies and says, the Mori clan will not be dishonored like this. Nearby Nagayoshi's camp, we can find the revenant grave of Maeda Nagasada, with the cause of death reading cut down by Tokugawa Ieyasu. During the Battle of Komaki and Nagakute, the one this mission is based on, Nagasada defected to the Tokichiro side at the request of his cousin Takigawa Kazumasu. Later with Takigawa's troops, he would besiege Kani Castle that would then be successfully sieged by Tokugawa forces, which would lead to Tokugawa Ieyasu ordering the death of Maeda Nagasada and his family. After another difficult encounter, we'll find a saddening sight. The grave of Ryunojo the Dung Aroused, who was poisoned to death. We bear the blame for this, as we gave him the poo-poo. Near his grave is a yoki. That alone is nothing noteworthy, however, once it's killed, a memory showcasing Tokichiro's ruthlessness plays. We hear a man begging his lord to not be turned into a yokai, before the unconsensual screams of yokai transformation echo. Both Hanzo and Tadakatsu comment on this, saying, if someone has taken the wrong path, you must cut them down. It is your duty as a friend. I like that philosophy, so I have to announce that if any of y'all tell me you think Dark Souls 3 is a masterpiece, I will appear armed and dangerous in your neighborhood. Going to the pinnacle of this camp, we'll stumble across the benevolent grave of Sakai Tadatsugu. the highest ranking general in the Tokugawa clan, and a prominent figure that was even dubbed Ieyasu's right-hand man by Oda Nobunaga. His grave is here not because he died in this battle, but because it would be one of his last leading to retirement. Further up, Tadakatsu and Hanzo will part ways with us under the pretense of covering our rear, leaving it up to us to encounter Ikeda Tsuneoki, who says, "You slew my son, for that you will pay," as he goes sicko mode with dual swords. The son in question isn't the dude standing next to him that I pop like a balloon, but rather Ikeda Motosuke from the first difficult encounter. Upon defeat he says, "You may resist with all your might, but what difference can you make? Victory is within that accursed Tokichiro's grasp." We'll see about that once we enter the camp of our old friend.
来たか。茶も出せんが、まあゆっくりしていけ。
Tokichiro sends two skeleton warriors onto the protagonist and implores them to work together as Hideyoshi, to conquer the land and split it in two ways. Seeing the protagonist is unmoved by this offer, he asks if having the same status as Nobunaga would persuade them. Thinking the protagonist is nothing more than a mindless yokai, he throws a spirit stone in their direction, under the assumption that spirit stones is what they're after.
欲しかったら拾え。
As the protagonist walks past the spirit stone, Tokichiro is left with only one thing to offer.
だが、死ぬ奴には何もやらん。
I could just say Tokichiro is a human boss, and you'd know exactly how this encounter goes. But since this is a rather special moment where we fight not a villain but an old friend, I decided to play as if I'm blind on a second run through this mission to showcase some of Tokichiro's interesting bits. If you remember when I talked about the Mujina Soul Core in the first region, I said its copy enhancement fixed effect can work wonders in your favor in one particular encounter. This is that encounter, as Tokichiro will on occasion pop a spirit stone that gives him 3 buffs that can apply to you as well if you have Mujina equipped. Generally, Tokichiro's moveset is similar to that of Toyotomi Hideyori's from the first game, which makes sense, like father like son. Ironically enough, if you yokai shift during this fight, Tokichiro will say, "That power, why are you using it on me? Why?" Almost as some sort of plea to the protagonist's human soul, which is hilarious considering he has enough spirit stones amassed to wipe France off the map. On occasion, he might send out his monkey guardian spirit to try and slash you up, which is about as threatening as a chihuahua, realistically speaking. His yellow boar guardian spirit, on the other hand, can litter a significant portion of the arena with electricity pools, which is actually scary because the electrified status effect is a functional nightmare. That's really about it. I could say, ooh, watch out for his parries, oh, watch out for his burst attacks, but I'm pretty sure you already know that such dangers need to be avoided. Our pal Tokichiro can drop 2 skills for dual swords. Firstly, Double-Headed Slice is essentially the low stance equivalent of Windstorm, which allows you to free up the combo prompt in high stance in favor of Water Sword, while still having a spinny slashy skill. One that looks even better, since Double-Headed Slice has the protagonist combining the 2 swords into one, which makes me think of the Kitetsu from Ninja Gaiden, although the Kitetsu goes from 1 blade into 2. Lastly, Ultimate Sign of the Cross adds the ultimate to the skill Sign of the Cross. In other words, you get additional attacks to an existing skill. So if you like Sign of the Cross, which you probably do if you use dual swords, then you can squeeze more ultimate out of it. I'd honestly recommend farming this out since they're both good skills and they're a fantastic opportunity to experience this fight's amazing OST over and over again.
まだだ。あれがあれば俺は。
Ultimately, Tokichiro refuses to accept defeat. Our old pal, the silly, jolly monkey that we got accustomed to through dozens of missions, must be cut down. With that, the story of Nioh 2 is concluded. Is what I would say were it not for the evil wizard appearing and using the stockpile of spirit stones to resurrect Tokichiro. Not many games succeed in making a fight against a villain feel like it's actually against an old friend. So for that, our bro Tokichiro goes in B tier. This is the point where Nioh 2's narrative goes in a more original content route. Up until now, we've mostly experienced historic battles, with folklore sprinkled in to add fantasy spins to events, but keeping the conclusion to them mostly the same as their real history counterparts. Here, the divergence takes place, as the battle this mission is based on ends with Tokichiro and Tokugawa making peace. Something that won't be happening in-game. For now, we only get one submission, a message from the deceased, in which Tokichiro's forces are approaching the island of Shikoku that is ruled by the Chosokabe. Particularly in this case, Sengoku Hidehisa, a retainer of Tokichiro, is trying to conquer the island in what is known as the Battle of Hiketa. Right off the bat, I have to say that the location is gorgeous. It is so nice to see a bright, tropical, and unique setting after going through the dark and gloomy battlefields for so long. Nothing particularly of note happens until we stumble across Chosokabe Motochika, who says he received a letter with strangely familiar writing telling him to expect us. We eventually fight Sengoku Hidehisa, and upon defeat he vows he will take revenge and return to conquer Shikoku. Chosokabe thanks us, the yokai warrior, for our help and says to pass on a message to whoever wrote him the letter. If you are alive, at least pay me a visit, you damn fool. In the mission end screen, Tenkai says that Tokichiro will surely send more troops this way, which Serjuh and fact checkers say is true, because Tokichiro would launch an invasion on Shikoku with upwards of 100,000 troops. The reason Tenkai and Chosokabe are having rather friendly back and forth messages is due to, I believe, the Shikoku theory, in which Akechi Mitsuhide was to be the mediator to dissuade Nobunaga from invading Shikoku due to his friendly ties with Chosokabe. But as that failed, Mitsuhide had no option but to assassinate Nobunaga. In our next main mission, the High-Spirited Demon, Nekomata senses that something is amiss. The skies are taking a strange look, but Tokichiro is supposed to be dead. So what's going on? Good question, Nekomata. I'd be interested to know if Team Ninja didn't already tell me in the cutscene where Tokichiro dies and gets resurrected by the evil wizard. Like, I don't mean to go full autism mode here, but this question is redundant, since we as the player are put in a position where we scream at the monitor, "Ooh, I know, dude," instead of, you know, Team Ninja playing the cutscene of Tokichiro being resurrected at the start of this mission, which would make Nekomata's question a valid source of intrigue and give us the answer to it while that intrigue is still fresh. Instead, we get a cutscene where Hachisuka Koroku and his gang of friendly yokai are turned malicious by the atmospheric Twilight. In a different point of the battlefield, the protagonist runs to the assistance of Mumio and both agree to flee these red-eyed fiends. This mission is like a Twilight version of the prior main mission. Everything is red and gloomy, and enemies are exclusively yokai. But there is a difference. Here we're backtracking in an environment that has undergone some changes. The first and most obvious of which is throbbing crystals. Upon destruction, they shake the ground beneath our feet.
Let's shake the ground beneath us with our feet! Oh!
From here, you can make progress in several different ways. Sticking to the left side, you'll have a fight with Kamaitachi. This is most likely the same exact one from the mysterious One Night Castle. The fight is pretty much identical, even down to the shitty floaty lock-on, but it is a good opportunity to get a properly leveled Kamaitachi soul core. At the edge of the arena stands another throbbing crystal, blocking the way to the camp where we fought Nagayoshi in the last main mission. Coming from this side gives you an upper hand on the Biwa Boku Boku chilling by a crystal. Alternatively, we can rewind and stick to the right side from the first crystal, where we'll encounter a new yokai, Magatsu Warrior. These guys were my Karasu Tengu in the first game. I dreaded every single encounter with them because they're just insane. They quad-wield swords, slash around like crazy, and even throw out arc projectiles. Fortunately, the weak spot on their back is still big and still destroys 2 of their arms. Very close by, we are introduced to the red Kappa. They're just like the Kappa, but red. Oh, they also like to eat ass. It's not even a joke at this point. These motherfuckers straight up rotate the protagonist to consume the booty. They might be small and unthreatening, but they are a colossal annoyance. Their spinny on back attack could kill you before you even register what is going on. From here we can make our way to the Nagayoshi camp from the opposite side, which is less than ideal since it's guaranteed a fight with the revenant of either Ikeda Tsuneoki or Mori Nagayoshi, the latter of which says, "By my honor, I shall not rest till my lord's will is done." Come on buddy, you're going 0 and 2, pack it up. On the topic of revenants, on screen right now are others that appear in the mission. All around, this choice of Kamaitachi or Magatsu Warrior reminds me a bit of the first mission's Gozuki choice, so that's a nice touch. Both paths ultimately lead us to this encounter. As evil Hachisuka Koroku rushes our way, he rams into Mumio, sending her off the bridge into the water, making this fight a fair one-on-one. Human boss, thanks for watching. Okay, no, but seriously, Hachisuka Koroku can be manhandled just like human bosses, but he does initiate the Dark Realms and has a few tricks up his sleeve. The first of his tricks is that he uses a kusarigama. This weapon is annoying to deal with. I might be blind, but I deadass do not see the chain most of the time and rely mostly on how his body is schmoven to know what's about to happen. And there are some painful things that could happen, like his grab attack. Another trick he has is his Kappa lineage. All damage applied to his back will be nullified unless you deal enough to break it, at which point he will take a significant blow to ki. Of course, since he has a Kappa shell on his back, he also does the annoying spinny on back Kappa move. Other than that, most of his moves are reactable, be they his Kamaitachi or water pools. Hachisuka Koroku can drop 2 skills for the kusarigama. Second Wind is an additional key input for the Whirlwind skill. allowing you to get another attack in and potentially even the sexy grapple Hachisuka Kuroka uses on you if your opponent is a human that is low on ki. Water Drop is an additional key input for Leaping Strike, giving you more airtime to dodge some attacks while dealing damage and pulling yourself to the enemy. I don't really fool around with Kusarigamas to tell you how good these skills are, but they are cool, much like Hachisuka Koroku, which is why C tier. With his dying breath, Hachisuka apologizes for letting us down and asks us to protect his companions. Going forward, we'll see that Mumio didn't perish from our little encounter with Hachisuka, and she says that she was raised believing to slay all yokai on sight, but after meeting the protagonist and Hachisuka, she isn't sure what to think. A few steps away from her, this happens. The shaking we experience when destroying crystals is revealed to be not Zhang Fei, but a big-ass tree with glowing eyes. This is Nioh 2's take on Gasha Dokuro, a take that is far more environmentally hazardous, as this big tree, also known as Daidarabochi, is constantly applying pressure with yellow fart blasts, as opposed to Gasha Dokuro that would only focus the player for a brief period after cleansing a crystal. Daidarabochi's farts are also a useful tool for one singular instance where they can break a barricade that'll let you keep making progress. The alternative to this is to fight a Magatsu warrior blocking a door that'll loop you around to a throbbing crystal and a hot spring past the aforementioned barricade. I feel like more should have been done with the yellow farts. Like maybe bait them to pop some big pillars that'll collapse, creating a bridge, allowing you to keep going or to discover a secret area. But hey, there's still a very scary environmental hazard. Anticipating a yellow fart whilst walking close to chasms spelling guaranteed death gives this mission a feeling of intensity like no other. This is followed by a section with a different environmental hazard: balls. As you walk the narrow winding paths, some enemies will kick a big ball your way. This is a one-time thing, not a persistent threat. But the second one in particular comes out of the blue, and the third one opens a wall that is very likely hiding the last throbbing crystal you'd need for the achievement. Amidst these winding paths, we can find the revenant grave of Ikeda Motosuke. If you remember, that's the first formidable fella from the prior main mission. His cause of death reads, cut down by warrior, which historically speaking is true, but why not cut down by Hide or killed by you? After all, we are the ones that kill him, and I think showing the player they are responsible would create a decent amount of curiosity to find out who that name belongs to, and potentially snowball into a realization that Nioh's fusion of history and fantasy is a constant and not exclusive to big recognizable names. The first game has done this in A Defiled Holy Mountain, with William appearing as the cause. All that's left is to face Daidarabochi head on. Funnily enough, Daidarabochi is a bigger threat when traversing the mission than he is here, as this is one of the easiest gimmick fights imaginable. I mean, it is pretty much like High King Volnir from Dudu's Tools 3, two big arms with glowing features that need to be destroyed to win. The only thing to look out for here is Daidarabochi's one-shot laser move. Other than that, the fight is literally destroy the thingies and go for a grapple several times. Far as Nioh's gimmicks go, this fight isn't as good as Gasha Dokuro, because with Gasha, you do thing, and then you whip out your finest combos on its head. If you have good DPS, then you might not need to do thing again. Here you do thing, and then grapple, and then do thing again to grapple again, so you can do thing to be able to grapple. Credit where credit is due, on the third cycle of Do Thing, Deidara initiates a Dark Realm which nicely subverts expectations and ups the intensity. He even recovers his ki instead of letting you grapple him during the Dark Realm. All around, gimmick fights are a nice change of pace from time to time, and for that reason, Deidara Bochi goes in A tier. With Deidara Bochi defeated, a demonic Tokichiro appears from behind the protagonist and blocks their attempted attack. He says, "With so much power, I have no need of you," as he casts a spell on the protagonist, turning them into the crazy feral form that Tokichiro saved them from oh so long ago. Tokichiro grabs the protagonist's dagger as they lay on the floor and thrusts it deep into their chest. He stands up, throws the dagger away, and as he walks off, the dagger glows while a text fades in. To be continued in Nioh 3. Okay, I'm sorry, that's a lie. The dagger glows and the screen goes black. For all intents and purposes, the protagonist is dead right now. So let's use this opportunity to fever dream the remaining submissions, hidden map items, and soul cores in this region. First and foremost, with the completion of this mission, we unlock the Mystic Dojo mission for ninjutsu. That, well, gives you the mystic for ninjutsu. Secondly, we get a PLC mission in the Shadow region. That means we're kinda traveling back in time, which is fine under the pretext I made up that this is all a fever dream. The mission is called A Strong Bond. A man by the name of Kuroda Kanbei is under suspicion of revolting against Lord Nobunaga. As a result, the execution of his son, Shojumaru, has been called for. In real life, this was indeed the case, and Takenaka Hanbei saved Shojumaru, allowing him to grow into Kuroda Nagamasa. Well, here, things are a bit different. For all intents and purposes, we're still saving the fellow, but here, we're after a mimic that takes Shojumaru's form, that is supposed to be used as a body double for the execution. That's really about it. Just a nice little spin on historic events that is rewarded with the Mizuchi Guardian Spirit. Returning back to the Twilight region, we have 4 submissions to tackle. One is yet another favor for the blacksmith, increasing forging odds. Then there is an interesting one, Scattered Fragments. Sen no Rikyu asks us to go to Shigizan Castle and collect the fragments of Matsunaga Hisahide's treasured Hiragumo tea kettle. This is pretty much the same exact concept as picking them up in the first game during the Spider Nest Castle mission. Nothing really of note happens during the mission other than the Hiragumo memories playing, and us being able to summon the grave of Yamanaka Shikanosuke. That name will come into play later. Once the mission is complete, Sen no Rikyu says, "Splendid, you gathered every last piece." Then he restores the tea kettle to its original form. This is a retcon. If we are to take the restoration of the Hiragumo tea kettle as canon, then how would William find its fragments years later? I'm really not a fan of this. A sub-mission is invalidating the continuity of its predecessor's main mission in favor of nothing. Restoring the Hiragumo here serves no meaningful purpose. I really hope this is just a huge oversight on Team Ninja's part, because if this kind of negligence towards continuity comes to Nioh 3, we're in for quite a terrible ride, as timeline-wise, Nioh 3 overlaps with Nioh 2, at least in the Takeda Shingen arc. The next submission is called Stray Cats. Unfortunately, in its end screen, Hattori Hanzo asks me to not breathe a word about what happens there. So, You'll never know. Finally, we have the submission, A Prayer in the Moonlight, the requirement for which is summoning that Yamanaka Shikanosuke fellow in scattered fragments. The reason, obviously, is because we fight his revenant here, after which his benevolent grave appears and we can summon his aid to continue in the mission. The interesting part here is the history. The mission's name, A Prayer in the Moonlight, is a reference to a woodblock painting by Tsukioka Yoshitoshi, in which Shikanosuke is praying to the crescent moon for the restoration of Amago clan's former status, saying, "I would rather sustain all kinds of troubles myself than see the clan of my lord fall into ruin." That is some exemplary loyalty. On top of that, it is said that he killed his first enemy at the age of 8 and achieved the feat of taking the head of an enemy at the age of 13. Them Japanese kids are built different, man. I didn't even know how to wipe my ass till my next birthday. Ultimately, Shikanosuke's prayer would go unanswered, and he would cease to be together with the Amago clan in the events of the Siege of Kozuki Castle. As usual, we have 5 hidden map items as seen on screen. Of particular interest is the Moon Prayer helmet that connects to what we just covered. And as for the Twilight region's soul cores, we have a staggering 2. Firstly, Magatsu Warrior comes with Magatsu Muscle. Pressing it once, you get 4 attacks that look cool. But pressing it twice, and you get a more insane Namahage's Chop Chop move that comes with the added benefit of ranged utility. It's of course a bit more expensive in terms of anima, but that's the only way you can balance out the complete mayhem it provides. Lastly, Daidarabochi's Mountain Sweeper is similar to Gyuki's ability, except it's faster, both in terms of its animation and your recovery frames. It hits a 360 radius, and it looks great. With all that said, I think the protagonist has been dead for long enough. After escaping to the Iga province, the protagonist would be met with Hattori Hanzo, whom recognizes them and implores them to fight for Lord Tokugawa Ieyasu, the only opposition to the Spirit Stone-driven Tokichiro. The protagonist would unsuccessfully attempt to rescue Shibata Katsuie from Tokichiro's conquest, and soon enough, that conquest would reach Lord Tokugawa Ieyasu's doorstep. The protagonist lends their aid in battle and ultimately cuts Tokichiro down. As they left the scene, Evil Wiza appeared and used the surrounding spirit stones to resurrect Tokichiro, with that shrouding the lands in twilight. Caught in the midst of it, the protagonist would attempt to make an escape, but would ultimately be cut down by a demonic Tokichiro. With that, the protagonist awakens in the Interim. Going forward, we see an old pal, Takenaka Hanbei, and his guardian spirit, Hakutaku, who've been waiting for our arrival. Hakutaku attunes with the protagonist, and we learn that with his power, Hanbei learned to see what is yet to come, and in the future he saw death awaited him. Defying his fate, he waited for the Hideyoshi that has the power to alter fate. He is not the only person who was waiting for our arrival. As we step into the tree, we'll see a figure standing by the water. That's Mommy. Not on some simp shit, that is straight up lore Mommy. From Miyoshino we learned that after our death, Tokichiro continued gathering spirit stones and consolidating his power. To be able to stop him, we must go to Byodo Inn in the capital. Talking to Mommy more, we learn that Tokichiro is possessed by a demon named Otakemaru, who in ancient times struck terror in the hearts of man before being struck down by a youth wielding the Sohaya Maru. Now we know the name of the demon mentioned in the game's introduction. Otakemaru has been sealed in Byodo Inn ever since that encounter with the youth, but his twisted spirit took a new form as a red-eyed man that possesses people's hearts and plunges the land into war and strife, filling the lands with aratama that await the return of their master. We also learn, or more so get additional confirmation, that our dagger is all that remains of the yokai sling blade, Sohaya Maru. In Byodu Inn lie its secrets and potentially a way of restoring it to its former glory. Finally, we're at the point of the game where we have a goal. Everything up until now has been in service of this fellow or that fellow. Now we're in service of our own better interest or destiny, which is putting a stop to Otakemaru. The first step to fulfilling that destiny begins in the main mission, the Mausoleum of Evil. First thing we'll encounter here is Mumio. She's here because Tenkai informed her we might come to this place. And from her we learn that Tokichiro is making everyone's life miserable, particularly Rikyu's, whom he is burdening with impossible tasks. Looking around, we see a beautiful temple across the water, giving the mission a sense that it's short and straight to the point. You know, usually we start off on the outskirts and make our way to keeps and temples. Here, it's a stone throws away. Making our way around, we enter the temple, where of course, Crystal Stick. Destroying it gives us a Dragon God jewel that can be inserted into the dragon statue close to where Mumio is standing. And with that, the seemingly short mission takes a whole new form. With the dragon statue restored, the water surrounding the temple lowers, revealing a mirrored temple piercing to the depths. With that, we'll make our descent and acquire another Dragon God jewel that'll reveal even more temple grounds to traverse. This time, Nekomata will appear telling us that Aritama slumbered here since ancient times, but now their rest may be at an end. He suspects Hakutaku will know more about this because he is, and I quote, pretty ancient himself. Hakutaku appears and hits Nekomata with a "Know you" and tells us this is where yokai who menaced the lands in times of old have been held captive. He suspects the place piqued the interest of those who wish to do us harm. Now we have to make it to the polar opposite side, but of course the direct path there is unavailable. So we go down, fight things, find another Dragon God jewel to lower the water even further, and then make our way up to make our way down, where we'll be able to rotate the central bridge after killing a Namahage that is excited for the return of Otakemaru. This mission is genuinely fantastic, both in its visuals, gradual reveal, and the way progression is full of twists, turns, and vertical aspects. Walking into the room holding the Sohaya Maru secrets, we see two long-past corpses on circular seals. Evil Tokichiro reveals himself and is surprised that we are alive, but he is not fazed and says we have good timing. With a powerful blast of energy, he gets rid of the two long-past corpses, which unseals two ancient yokai that were begging him to be freed. The first immediately escapes, but the other stays to fight. This is Shutendoji, one of the three great yokai. By great I mean exceptionally powerful and evil. Shutendoji particularly is an uncool type of evil, as his main passion is getting drunk, something that in folklore led to him being poisoned and ultimately sealed away. Now while he is no longer sealed away, that doesn't mean he is in his prime. The poison is still in effect, which is why this fight is rather easy but simultaneously phenomenal. The fight is driven by Shutendoji's drinking habits. At times, he might hit a swig of some fireball to spit out fireballs that leave a scorching AoE. At others, he might feel romantic and chug down some kiss of fire to blow you a long, fiery smooch. Though more often than not, he will try to improve the quality of his drink by hitting you with his gourd, which will absorb Amrita from you and crystallize it. The gourd will also absorb Amrita from crystals in the arena if they're destroyed. With an enhanced gourd in hand, Shutendoji can sip into existence a dark realm. My bad, a drunk realm, as within it he is a lumbering mess that hits you with unintuitive attack strings that have a high likelihood of making him fall over for a free grapple. Shutendoji's gourd can be cleansed of its crystals should you for some reason not want him to initiate Drunk Realm by his own will. So crystal shtick maybe? That's especially useful to keep in mind in case it absorbed several crystals, as when it's brimming with Amrita, a sip from it will empower Shutendoji, and much like a Polish person after his third vodka bottle, Shuten's skin will turn red and he'll become immune to staggers. That's about it for his drinking antics, but there's more. Shutendoji is a big fan of music, which can be seen by some of his moves. For example, sometimes he likes to hit the which might smush you or get you caught in its fire AoE. But if you play him some real bangers, he will use his majestic fiery hair to headbang all around him, which is something you obviously don't want to get hit by. Upon defeat, Shutendoji takes one last sip before falling over. That kind of passion for drinking is deserving of S tier. A cutscene plays of the protagonist looking at a mural in which a man with a glowing sword is slaying a demon. Mumio arrives and sees that the guard on the sword is identical to her pendant. She gifts it to the protagonist and says, "Now you'll need spirit stones." In the mission end screen, Mumio says Tokichiro is close to having complete rule of the country, leaving us with no time to waste. For that reason, we'll tackle this region's submissions in one fell swoop later. With this mission's completion, we unlock the Mystic Dojo mission for Onmyo Magic and free access to the Interim, something that'll come into play once we get to submissions. For now, to repair the Sohayamaru, we'll need a lot of spirit stones. Tenkai is not a fan of dabbling with the stones, but in this case, we must fight fire with fire. He lets us know Tokichiro built his palace, Jurakudai, with the power of spirit stones. Perhaps that monument to bad taste holds what we need in the main mission, the Golden Castle. The mission opens with a cutscene within which Mumio and the protagonist stumble across Rikyu, who is in a cage and impaled by crystals. His massive guardian spirit slowly flies over and attunes with the protagonist. Rikyu is baffled at Tokichiro's change, going from a character loved by all to unrelenting evil. Puzzled by Tokichiro's stark change in character, Rikyu tried to return him to the right track with the art of tea. Alas, the lure of gold proved to be too strong. His very soul lost. With that, Rikyu succumbs to his injuries. This is not too different to the history, as Tokichiro did have Rikyu commit ritual Alt F4, something that he would come to regret later. With that, we begin our infiltration of the castle. Talking to Mumio, she'll say, "Let me take care of the yokai here, you go ahead." This is woman speak for "see you in the mission ending cutscene." No matter, the game is more enjoyable when you're the one handling business anyway, and boy is there business to handle here. This mission funnels you nicely in the direction you need to go, which is up, and usually there's only one way up, so you don't really have to wander around thinking, is this main path or is that main path? It's very clean in that regard. This mission also comes with a rather interesting progression gimmick. Sooner or later, you'll feel like there's no path to continue on, until you hear a memory of a dead fellow saying, "It's like the painting is alive." Looking at the painting, we'll see a familiar face, Enenra. Interacting with the painting will spaghettify us into a little rematch that is rewarded with the sweet privilege of continuing the mission. For me, a mechanic like this is a gargantuan incentive to start smelling every corner and looking for more paintings in hopes of finding some cool secret boss, or maybe even some Easter egg. Unfortunately, I'ma ruin the fun immediately and say, all the paintings are on the main path and are unmissable. Well, except one, but we'll get there when we get there. Eventually, we'll reach a rooftop portion where, drumroll please, Crystal Shtick. This one is embedded with a warning. Only my master and those who serve him may enter here. Leave this place. Moments after, Hakutaku appears and says, I sense there may be a connection between Jurakudai and that clump of spirit stones. It's almost as if the castle is breathing. Come on now, a living house? This ain't a serious Sam Easter egg. Business continues as usual until we reach another crystal in a garden. Destroying this one plays the message, "Oh, not in a listening mood, are we? You must be very brave." It kinda feels like whatever it may be is talking directly to us. From here we can see two paintings. Up some stairs is one of Yatsu no Kami. To the left of it is one of the Zuki duo. However, the stairs leading up to it are broken. So you're met with a choice. Go with the immediately available route to fight a boss you potentially don't enjoy whatsoever, or jump down the hole left by the crystal and find your way to a ladder leading directly to the Zuki duo painting, where you'll obviously fight both simultaneously. It doesn't really matter which you go with. Both fights are easy and both lead to the exact same shrine, from which you only have one path forward before stumbling across another painting, this time of Kasha. Don't worry, this is the last familiar face we see in this boss gauntlet of a mission. I had my qualms about reusing bosses within a mission in the third DLC of the first game. That sentiment, however, does not apply here for two reasons. Firstly, refighting bosses is a splendid opportunity to get their soul cores in your level range. And secondly, the combat in this game is infinitely more satisfying to engage with. Why wouldn't I want to try all the new skills and combos I acquired along the way against enemies whose movesets I'm familiar with from past encounters? That's like the reason to play Nioh 2. On the next floor up, right by the shortcut ladder leading down to the prior shrine, is a memory that says, "What on earth is wrong with Lady Chacha? She behaves as if she were a different woman." This is because Lady Chacha, otherwise known as Yododono and Yodogimi, has been possessed by Tamamo no Mae, one of the three great yokai that swiftly escaped in our last mission. This is something that is dealt with in the third DLC of the first game. All that's left is to destroy the final crystal that says, "That power, I see. So you are Master Tokichiro's old friend. He awaits your arrival." Okay, whatever it may be is definitely talking to us. Maybe Tokichiro will be kind enough to enlighten us.
俺の新しい嫁を紹介してやる。
Man, I think using spirit stones made Tokichiro a bit of a dummy. A housewife isn't literally a housewife. Like, how is this your new bride? Where did you put it in? I know damn well you ain't desperate enough to get head from that, my guy. This is Lady Osakabe, a boss based or inspired by Osakabe Hime, which translates to the Lady of the Walls. In folklore, she comes out of hiding once a year to meet with the castle lord and foretell the castle's fortune for the next year. Here, however, she comes out of hiding to put Tokichiro's fetishes into question. I don't know, I'm just yapping because there's not much to say about this fight. It literally is just a broke man's Yamata no Orochi. All you gotta do is deplete the tentacle ski bar to make it fall over and DPS the revealed eye while avoiding attacks such as elemental balls and lasers happening outside of your field of vision. Then repeat that process on other tentacles until the big central one falls over, allowing you to DPS Lady Osakabe's health bar directly. Chances are, you won't have enough DPS, so you'll have to repeat the tentacle process again, this time in a dark realm. Alternatively, you could use ranged weapons to hit the far-off tentacles that already have their eye revealed, meaning damage will go directly to Lady Osakabe's health bar. In which case, this fight is actually not that bad. Ranged weapons have no real moments to take the spotlight in the game, despite having guardian spirits, soul cores, and sets that give them benefits. On the topic of ranged weapons, I didn't introduce the hand cannon like I have the bow and rifle because the first hand cannon we get is a mission reward that doesn't have any memory to go with it. But now is the time. The hand cannon is the strongest out of the ranged weapons, so much so that you can't move while engaging it, but otherwise it is still the same aim, shoot. Now while ranged weapons having the spotlight is cool, it is still a very niche thing. The game conditions you that primary weapons are the game, and ranged weapons are a helpful novelty tool. Suddenly having a boss that is quote-unquote made for ranged weapons won't translate into a good experience unless you know exactly what you are getting into. And what you are getting into is the tedious tentacle smackathon. Yamata no Orochi, who is a very similar deal in that regard, is actually great in my opinion. Mainly because Orochi's fight is a gradual development, going from one head to two, and eventually the remainder, whilst having a cover to obviate off-screen attacks. And it is the grand finale fight with a storm pounding in the background, which softens the annoyance even for those that are not particularly fans of that kind of gimmick fight. Now while Lady Osakabe's OST sounds like this fight is the grand finale, it is not. So the annoyance she brings to the table, that by default is higher than Yamata no Orochi, is not softened whatsoever. The fight ends with a yokai shift execution and Lady Osakabe just kinda disappears. It's very anticlimactic, like even the Nurikabe has a death animation that conveys their stationary character. It should be no surprise that Lady Osakabe is going right next to Gyuichi in D tier. The protagonist's dagger and Mumio's sword guard begin to glow and absorb all the spirit stones released by Lady Osakabe, restoring the mythical Sohaya Maru. With it in hand, any yokai, no matter how powerful, can be dispelled, and whatever Tokichiro has become is no exception. All that remains is to find an opportunity to get close to him. Fortunately, Tenkai lets us know that Tokichiro has gathered numerous ladies in the gardens of Daigo Temple to have a cherry blossom viewing party. Such commotion is the perfect opportunity to slip in unnoticed in the main mission, Cherry Blossom Viewing in Daigo. The mission opens with a cutscene of Okuni performing on stage for a group of women and Tokichiro, who is very much enjoying what he is seeing. Kuni ends her performance by cutting the curtain behind her, revealing the stars of the show, Mumio and the protagonist. Seeing this, Tokichiro has the same reaction I had when I saw the awful writing of the Fallout show. With that, the mission begins proper. Not much out of the ordinary happens until we encounter a notable human enemy, Katagiri Katsumoto, one of the 7 spears of Shizugatake, Tokichiro's most trusted generals. It's not long after that we encounter another of this prestigious group, Fukushima Masanori. Killing him, however, is not enough to keep making progress, as we have a unique-looking crystal stick standing in our way. Destroying it shakes the ground and plays a memory of Tokichiro, saying his dream is still out of reach, and his greed beckons for more spirit stones. Walking forward, we'll see the reason the ground is shaking is because the ground is literally levitating in front of us, creating an Amritian landscape to traverse. Even Nakomata and Hakutaku don't really know what's going on, other than tree roots having enough power to shake heaven and earth. This mission formula pretty much repeats until you destroy the remaining 2 crystals, and killing the rest of the 7 spears for that sweet achievement. Poetically enough, we met Tokichiro and started our long friendly journey underneath the cherry blossom in Jusan Zakura. Now, Tokichiro sees the cherry blossom here in Daigo as the perfect spot for our grave. This fight is a slightly more difficult Tokichiro, mostly because he is yokai coded and immune to the human abuse strategy. Movement-wise, he isn't that different, aside from being a bit more aggressive and having more oomph to his fire-related attacks. He can also initiate Dark Realms, meaning you might not be able to put as much pressure due to the hindered ki, but that's really about it. He hits hard, he hits fast, and he laughs if he kills you. All of which are not enough to move him up from B tier. Using the Sohayamaru, the protagonist cuts through Tokichiro's purple horns, returning him to normal. As he reminisces about the start of this long journey, his yellow boar guardian spirit attunes with the protagonist to show us that Tokichiro dreamt of reaching the top, and the spirit stones granted him that wish. But he wanted too much. His dream slowly turned into a nightmare as the red light beckoned to him. He feared this nightmare would keep going forever, but we finally woke him. With that, our old friend truly passes on. But the evil that possessed him yet lives inside the cut purple horn that glows and envelops the area in darkness. Revealing with it the evil Wiza. Finally, we can drop some combos on the menace known as Kashin Koji that has been filling the lands with strife. Kashin Koji is a sort of amalgamation of all the evil we've seen throughout the game. In some ways, it's directly represented, like one of his burst moves being identical to that of Magara Naotaka. In others, it's a bit more up to the imagination, like his poison ball rain could be alluding to Yatsu no Kami, or his evil pogs could be in reference to Tatarimoke, things like that. This is either because Kashin Koji is the evil that inspired those moves in others to further his strife, or due to him adopting moves from evils, which is characteristic to the folkloric Kashin Koji, a magician that was exiled for his use of non-Buddhist magic. In either case, this fight is ripe with tomfoolery. When he is hiding his receding hairline, Kashin is a rather simple fellow to deal with, mostly hitting you with 4 slow slashes and some basic magic. But once his hat comes off, he goes a bit crazier with his weapon and utilizes all kinds of magic, particularly summoning clones and a teleport grab attack. When he is alone, the fight is rather simple, but once those clones come out, you're in for one hell of a pickle. Chances are you'll probably die, but that's no biggie since you don't have to fight Tokichiro again to get to this point. Once you do kill Kashin Koji, he will refuse to die and you'll have to kill him again, but this time he is noticeably weaker. The only super annoying thing about him is that he gets way too many iframes when recovering, but because he isn't a technical menace, it's not that big of an issue. So C tier. Seeing the protagonist pull out the Sohayamaru, Kashin Koji says nothing is more hateful than that light, as he is stabbed in the chest and absorbed back into the purple horn. The protagonist looks at their Sohayamaru and is anti-flashbang gerbied to the Interim, where mommy says that our destiny, facing Otakemaru, now awaits. Then she walks off to the afterlife together with Papa Dosan. Returning to Byodo Inn, the protagonist places the purple horn in a circle and pierces through it with the Sohayamaru, placing a seal on Otakemaru. With that, their strength fades and they fall into a deep slumber, much like the 2 mysterious figures we've seen here the first time have. As the protagonist sleeps, the motherfucking goat William arrives in Japan and the events of the first game take place. That means that the dream region, in terms of main missions, is concluded, but we have hidden map items, soul cores, and 9 sub-missions to talk about. Don't worry, this will be a breeze. Starting off with the less interesting ones, we have The Dream's End. This is the final mission in Okuni's subplot. She heard a rumor that a girl resembling her has been seen dancing in Jurakudai. Believing it's her sister, we go to investigate, fight Kasha, and get a hairpin with a spirit stone instead of a bead, leading us to believe she wished to it and became Kasha. That's really about it. Next up is The Bravest of the Brave, in which Maeda Keiji wants to go yokai hunting and to eventually duel the protagonist. The only interesting thing here is that if you come into this mission transformed into Maeda Toshie, Keiji will have a startled reaction, because around this time, relations between them grew sour and Keiji ultimately fled the Maeda family without taking his wife or child. The roaming artisan is yet another request from the blacksmith, but this time we're not going to find some Magatama to improve our forging odds, but rather we're going to find her grandfather, Senji Muramasa, who is returning from his travels. This brings us to a lovely location from the first game that had me extremely hyped. You know why? Because we have not seen any sentry enemies make a return yet. They weren't really an exceptional enemy or anything like that, but the addition of burst counters had me excited to see if their extremely punishing overhead attacks can lead to interesting counters. And this location in the first game is packed full of them. Unfortunately, they do not make a return as anything more than environmental decoration. I guess Team Ninja don't see how fun it'd be to burst counter hard-hitting statues. Psych, they actually do, but only when it comes to Wolong. Also, let it sink in that Team Ninja brought back spiders, aka the most unoriginal, uninteresting enemy imaginable, yet didn't bring back these stone cold fellers. Anywho, we find Muramasa taking a quick little nap and bring him back to the blacksmith. This proves to be highly beneficial, as you'll come to see when we talk about blacksmith related shablink-blinks eventually. Mataza of the Spear is a direct duel against Maeda Toshie. It's a better opportunity to farm out his skills and smithing techs, but there's not much more to say about it. To get access to the remaining submissions, we need to go to the Interim, where we'll meet all those who died with regrets. Hell, you can even meet the only real dung eater here if you gave him enough poo-poo to make him start tweaking. The only regret keeping him here is not eating enough poo-poo. Talking with each person in the Interim will reveal what is keeping them from passing to the afterlife, which unlocks a submission where we vanquish their regret, despair, or in Hachisuka Koroku's case, just a desire to rematch the protagonist. These submissions are a direct duel against familiar faces, except in the case of Shibata Katsuye, where you have to go through 2 time-wasting combat encounters before you can fight him. On one side, this is quite gay, because if I'm going into this mission with the intention of fighting Shibata Katsuye, I end up wasting time. If Maeda Toshie wasn't a roadblock in the main mission Katsuye appears in, then blitzing through it would be far faster than going through these encounters. On another side, this is cool, because each encounter ends with a memory, one of Katsuye cursing Tokichiro, presumably as he transforms, and another of Katsuye's men being torn between their human side, wanting to remain loyal to Katsuye and Oichi, whilst their transformed side wanting to kill them. Now, if you want these little elements of world building to be demonstrated, that's totally fine. But it should have been its own submission that would be a prerequisite for a real direct duel against Shibata Katsuye that could end with him reciting his death poem. We have to complete a submission called the Scented Letter, where we get confirmation that Lady Chacha is alive and became a concubine to Tokichiro. Bringing the letter we find at the end of this mission to Azai Nagamasa unlocks his direct duel, as knowing his daughter lives on cleanses the regrets he left in the world of the living. One cool little missable detail about the Interim is that you can get additional lines of dialogue if you come disguised as someone that has something to do with the person you're talking to. And of course, all of these characters leave a memory once their related submission is completed, signifying their passage to the afterlife. Well, all except good old Danjo, who stays here because he just doesn't give a damn. We can give him the Hiragumo kettle we restored in the submission Scattered Fragments to receive some minor dialogue and a tea utensil. The retcon is still ass. As usual, we have 5 hidden map items as seen on screen. The one of interest is Broken Demon Tile, which is a smithing material obtained from Lady Osakabe, and we get this item on the map where Himeji Castle stands, the place that the folklore Osakabe Hime resides in. Now for soul cores we have a whopping 2. First off, Shuten Doji's Fury Draft ability has you spewing fire in an arc, applying the Scorched status effect that also buffs you with the Playdas and Extraction effects, allowing you to sap Amrita out of enemies with attacks, and increases your Amrita gainage for Yokai Shift. On top of that, you get increased defense for Amrita absorption due to the core's special effects, meaning this soul core fully synergizes with itself. Basically, in the Nioh universe, alcoholism makes you a better version of yourself. Last off, Lady Osakabe's soul core gives you the freedom to abuse Kasha with some tentacles to fulfill any fantasies you have if you'd like to use its Tentacle Storm ability. It's a decent AoE option, but yeah. Following their resurrection, the protagonist, with the advice of their mother, set out to uncover the secrets of the Sohaya Maru that are found in Byodo Inn. Looking upon the mural there, they learn that their dagger, combined with Mumyo's sword guard, would become the restored Sohaya Maru if fused with enough spirit stones, which they would find in Jurakudai Castle. With the restored blade in hand, the protagonist would finally defeat Tokichiro and the spirit that possessed him, Kashin Koji. After which, the protagonist would take the source of this malicious spirit, the purple horn of Otakemaru, and seal it in Byodo Inn, falling into a deep slumber. 18 years later, the protagonist begins to awaken with the sense that a malicious spirit is taking host in their body. Someone has broken Otakemaru's seal, which brings us to our first main mission in the Afterglow region, the Blue-Eyed Samurai. The protagonist slowly wakes up to the sight of the goat,
William.
but alas, they are not themselves.
So you're not a morning person then?
William fights like William. If you play the first game, not too much here will be unfamiliar. He uses living weapon and takes advantage of spear and sword skills that really feel like they're from the first game. At times, I felt like I'm fighting Tachibana Muneshige, despite William using the Raikiri, which is Tachibana Genchiyu's sword. At others, I felt like I'm fighting Shima Sakon, whose spear is actually being used by William here. The real oomph of this fight comes from the fact that we are essentially on the receiving end of ourselves from the previous game, and because of the phenomenal OST. With all that said though, William is still a human boss, so you kinda know how this deal goes. However, he is William, so no ifs, buts, and maybes, only absolute
William.
If you disagree, let me know in the comments so that I can ignore you. The fight ends prematurely with a cutscene where William initiates Living Weapon to knock back the protagonist, a move that causes Kashin Koji to relinquish his grasp on them and vanish. With that, Serjuh attunes with the protagonist, and we get a very surface level summary of the first game in this fantastic cutscene artistically depicting many familiar silhouettes. Mumyo, who looks like she hasn't aged a day, arrives out of the blue and does the Skyrim meme.
ようやくお目覚めね。
Whatever caused us to awaken from our slumber probably has to do with whatever brought William here. With that, we'll jump straight into our next and final main mission, in the Eye of the Beholder. It starts precisely where the Blue-Eyed Samurai mission ended, as it's happening directly after. Could the two just be a single mission? Yes. But due to the amount of exposition, I feel like the separation makes the experience less jarring. Not to mention, having the William fight as a single mission makes farming him for his smithing texts less cumbersome. Sadly, he doesn't drop any skills. This mission is pretty straightforward. We go through Byodo Inn grounds we've already covered, but with two differences. The first is the addition of Kelly-style Amrita incubators dotting the area that we've seen in the first game. The second is a new small area where our objective lies. Here we find memories left by Maria, the woman William is after. In the first memory she says, "The Queen of Osaka was too weak for my cause," in reference to Yodogimi. But perhaps you, Hideyoshi, king of treachery, abuser of Amrita, will do. In the second and final memory, Maria is baffled why William is so attached to this foreign land. All that's left is to enter the big doors up some stairs. Maria, all too similarly to Kelly, is using a vast amount of spirit stones to successfully resurrect Tokichiro, a move that makes Kashin Koji teleport in to once again assume a vessel. The protagonist stops Kashin by stepping in his way and absorbing him, losing all sense of reality in the process. A battle inside the protagonist's head ensues between them and Otakemaru. Initially, this fight is nothing too crazy. Otakemaru alternates between the 3 yokai shift forms with some additional moves. Around 50% health, he will take his true form and alternate between 3 elements to slice you up with his sword. When he slams it into the ground, some environmental attack will occur that differs depending on what element his sword is on. Fire is fiery streaks that extend in a curved line. Water is ice pools that spawn underneath your feet. And lightning is a swift sword throw that causes a lightning pool to spawn under you. Between those, there will be a variety of gap closers, slicey dices, and burst attacks that are nothing too crazy. At around 30% health, Otakemaru will take an even more aggressive form with 2 swords floating around him. He will utilize all the aforementioned moves and on occasion rain down elemental swords or combine the sword in his hand with the 2 flying around him to form an extremely punishing disc that could wipe you out in the blink of an eye. Throughout the fight, Tokichiro will be helping us with reassuring words that are accompanied by his monkey guardian spirit hitting Otakemaru up. And even a little cluster of Amrita will spawn to fill up the Amrita gauge. Eventually, the purple-horned demon that possessed many people we've seen throughout the game will feel the light of the Sohaya Maru cut him vertically. With that, the protagonist's destiny is fulfilled. All around, Otakemaru is a good fight. He can wipe the floor with you if you allow it, but if you apply proper pressure and are mindful of what's going on, then there isn't anything too crazy to worry about. I'ma stand on business and say, Otakemaru goes in A tier. Following Otakemaru's defeat, a cutscene plays depicting various battles and 3 different people wielding the Sohaya Maru, with the last one resembling the protagonist. This is of course the DLCs that will be covered in a future video. For now, the protagonist returns to themselves with the help of Tokichiro in an identical manner to how he saved us in Jusan Zakura ages ago. Mumio arrives out of the blue and starts catching up with Tokichiro, while William catches Maria.
Looks like you're off the mark.
Concluding his objective of protecting the country from the shadows. The cutscene then switches to William meeting up with Hattori Hanzo, who was busy babysitting William's son that bears Okatsu's guardian spirit. Finally, after dying and being resurrected, to die and be resurrected, Tokichiro peacefully passes to the afterlife while reciting his death poem. Mumio is seen viewing the cherry blossom in Jusan Zakura where our journey started. The protagonist, who has no purpose anymore, embarks with Mumio on something, who knows. Overall, the base game story is decent. Ancient Big Bad exists, MacGuffin defeats Ancient Big Bad, time passes, Big Bad returns, and your destiny is to restore the MacGuffin and defeat Ancient Big Bad. It's nothing groundbreaking conceptually, but it is interesting to experience when it's intricately woven with thick threads of history and folklore. The pacing of the story is a bit scuffed though. We as the player have no purpose whatsoever until the last 2 regions of the game. Everything leading up to that were in service of someone because why exactly? At least in William's case, he sailed to Japan in search of Serjuh, who was kidnapped by Kelly, whom coincidentally is always exactly where Tokugawa Ieyasu's objectives are. So while we are similarly in service of somebody and go through historic events, we do it because we have our own core reason to do so.
Where is Serjuh?
Though because the game covers a much grander time frame, spanning roughly 60 years, you get much more historic substance, which in my view compensates for the very loose protagonist narrative leading up to the last 2 regions. Everything we covered thus far is merely the tip of the iceberg, as the real Nioh 2 experience begins taking shape with the DLCs and the additions they hold, New Game Plus and its game-altering elements, the Abyss, and the Depths, all of which will be covered extensively in Part 2. However, that does not mean we're done with this video, as we have submissions, hidden map items, and soul cores to cover before Elmo comes with the AK-47. In terms of submissions, we have 5, 1 actual submission and 4 PLC, meaning that at launch, this region was quite boneless in terms of content. Firstly, Dawn of Hope is given to us by Hattori Hanzo, not the one we've been seeing throughout the game, but rather his son, as is shown by the mission briefing. In this submission, together with William, we go searching for his missing son. In translation, that means we fight waves of yokai in various rooms until we eventually reach the chapel where Onryoki will spawn. Upon Onryoki's defeat, William rushes to the chapel's stage where his son is hitting the nap of a lifetime, following which Okatsu's, and I guess William's rabbit guardian spirit, attunes with the protagonist. William arrived to Japan on a ship called Lifte, or Love in translation. Yet he had no love for these lands. He saw how in the midst of fights together with Okatsu, she learned why the samurai fight, a question that we've seen plaguing her mind in the first game. She inherited the spirit of the samurai, and with it came hope. Hope is probably what William calls his Pinar because he has a whole-ass son. For our first PLC, we have The Trustworthy. Good old Danjo is surprised to see that we're back in the world of the living and informs us that 2 newcomers to the afterlife are eager to fight us. The fighters in question are Honda Tadakatsu and Hattori Hanzo, presumably the son, as the mission briefing says newcomers, which applies to Tadakatsu and Hanzo the son, but not the father. Anywho, this is a direct duo boss fight, but not a 1v2, as Mumio gives us a helping hand. Honda Tadakatsu is Honda Tadakatsu, so there's not much to say there. Hattori Hanzo, on the other hand, is an interesting fight. He is a human boss, so he can be smacked up like the rest of them, theoretically. However, he is very agile and often creates distance to use his signature Tonfa gap closer. From him, we can get the Tonfa skill, Storm of Strikes, which admittedly does not look bad at all. But I haven't used Tonfas much at all since the first game to tell you if it's any good. What I can say is that farming for this skill can be quite daunting, as you either have to go through the duo fight here, or try to get it in a dojo mission where you fight Hanzo specifically, which means you won't have any talismans, soul cores, or yokai shift transformations to help you. Since he is a human enemy and you don't get to fight him under conventional circumstances, i.e. 1 versus 1 and with the presence of all the gameplay elements, he goes into E tier. Next up we have Winds of Ruin. This is essentially a remaster of the submission Marobashi from the first game, where you fight 6 consecutive human figures that are either legendary for their mastery of fighting in particular school styles, or for straight up being legends. The 6 figures are Marume Nagayoshi, Ashikaga Yoshitero, Hozoin Inei, Sakata Kintoki, Shisenin Kosen, and finally Yagyu Sekishusai. While in Nioh 2, we fight 7 figures that are Tsukahara Bokuden, Sakata Kintoki, Shisenin Kosen, Kato Danzo, Ashikaga Yoshiteru, Hattori Hanzo, and finally Mumyo. All of them are human enemies, so there's nothing valuable for me to say, except that Mumyo drops a skill for the Switchglaive called Fleeting Edge, which is a very lovely spinathon of 4 glaive attacks that I particularly enjoy using around chunkier ops, since they're less likely to jump out of your barrage range. You can either go through 6 different human enemies till you get the chance at getting the skill from Mumyo, or you can directly fight her in her Mystic Dojo mission, but of course without talismans, soul cores, and yokai shift. Here's a pro tip though. If you let Mumyo kill you, the game will save at the instance of her encounter, meaning that if you kill her and don't get what you want, you can back out to the main menu and then continue immediately against her. This applies to all the bosses in the mission if there's some specific drop you're keen on getting. This as a whole is a nice change from the first game, where if you died during Marobashi, you'd have to refight everything. But yeah, Mumyo human enemy, so B tier. Wave of Terror is a wave-a-thon consisting of tons of fodder and 3 bosses: Gozuki, Ryomen Sukuna, and Shibata Katsuye. Not much interesting to say about it, other than that completing it earns us Nekomata's seal of approval, and he calls us the strongest demon of them all. Lastly, we have Calamity's Pulse. This is essentially us fighting the 3 great yokai, except instead of fighting Tamamo no Mae, we fight Yatsu no Kami, followed by Shutendoji, and then Otakemaru. We have the usual 5 hidden map items as seen on screen, none of which are real standouts. As for soul cores, we have, brace for it, 1. Otakemaru's Sanmyo Storm is a phenomenal tool for applying the Confusion status effect, in theory, as it rains down swords of Otakemaru's free elements, but they're very spread out from my experience, so it really depends on the situation. Good when there's lots of enemies on screen, or if you're fighting big enemies like Gyuichi. Meh if you're up against a dodgy boy.